Andrew, the circuit is brilliant. You were here in period when Formula One World Championship was here in the late 70s, early 80s. Back again, and it's still got a magic.
Absolutely, it has a magic, and the facility has been upgraded a lot with a fantastic pitch complex, but the trace of the circuit remains exactly the same as those famous Formula One races here, French Grand Prix and the Swiss Grand Prix they had one year. And it's provided us with some terrific action and a perfect venue for cars of this ilk. We have a huge grid of cars here coming up for the Classic Endurance Racing one, and in the middle of your picture, one of the most iconic racing cars of all time, certainly of Le Mans, a Porsche 917, the car that gave Porsche their first Le Mans victory, of course. And driving that car is the son of one of the greatest Porsche 917 pilots, Formula One pilot Joe Siffert's son, Philippe. He's driving that car. It's a car in which they actually won a couple of races, Buenos Aires 1000, and I think they won the Daytona 24 in that chassis number 29. We've got chevrons and Lolas, and we've got a lot of Lolas in this T70s. And intriguingly, the guy who won the previous race in this series at Spa a couple of weeks ago, Nick Chester, is the chief technical officer of the new Cadillac Formula One team. We're hoping that after the race he's going to come and talk to us. And Nick, years and years as a race engineer, a runner. I think he was the guy, the race engineer for Alonso when he won the World Championship. And so it'd be nice to talk to Nick. Now, that's interesting. Lola T70s, they look the same. Lola T70, Lola T70 Mark III, Lola T70 Mark IIIB. Nick Chester has the older Mark III, but it has a 5.7 litre engine, because that's allowed. The next year, when the 3B came out, they had to run. They could run wider tyres, but 5 litre engine. And we also in this race got a former Formula One racer, huge successful driver in the American Sports Car Series in Le Mans with Chevrolet, Jan Magnussen, little Jan Magnussen from Denmark, whose son, of course, has gone on to race in Formula One. And there is Jan right on cue in the middle of our picture. And this car has been acquired very recently by an American enthusiast. He's calling the team Legends Motorsport. But it's basically run by Chris Fox, and Chris is the all-time expert on Lola T70s, and Chris is down there spannering the car, and he built they built quite a lot of continuity cars after the original one. So some of the cars here are original, some of them were built in the 80s, and some of them are built more recently than that. But they all go well, they're all great show.
They do, and they make a brilliant sound, and Chris Ward, who'll be sharing that car, be doing the second part of this one-hour race, was down talking to Jan, but Jan has said, give him a car. Yeah. He will just race. He will just race. He loves it. Of course, he's had all that illustrious career, most notably, you know, powering up with Paul Stewart Racing through Formula 3, getting to Formula 1 in short order. But really, it was what he did in the States for so long that just cemented it. But now he's back, mainly in Europe, and he's racing. He's just getting involved the whole time. Yeah,
he raced a little Tiger as well. He's had success in that, owned by the same chap, incidentally. We just saw a quick shot of another T70. The dark green car was the T70 Mark IIIB of David and Olivier Hart. We speak a lot about them in this series because they're in a lot of races and they win a lot of races.
They are. They're starting fourth. David will go the first leg, and then Olivier will take over in the second half of this one-hour race. A bit further down, we talked about the evocative shapes of the Porsche 917s. A bit further back, we've got some Ford GT40s, including one. It's an ex-Jochen Rindt car. Yes, I mean, talk about pedigree.
It's in the Essex Wire, the F English Ford dealer colours. We had, before the lunch break, we had the CER2 race, and lots of things happened in that, and we saw Nick Padmore up there in second place. I found out over lunch that he had a rear suspension wishbone broke, and it gave him quite a big scare. So that took.
Did he say where on the lap it broke?
He did, and I can't remember, to be honest. And then we also had one of the front-running DFE Cosworth powered, the father Guinard car.
Dominique Guinard.
In the BP one, that had an oil leak, and so that's why it retired. And then we had a great performance, didn't we, from Ross Hyatt, together with his
son Charlie.
And Charlie limped it home with no sixth gear and the throttle sticking open.
Blimey.
So they were very, very pleased with that result, as well they should have been.
Porsche aficionados will get slightly hot under the collar when this car is revealed. It's a 9083. It's really rather special. It's gone well in the past. It's been a winner here, Mark Siebenthal and Enrique Gampele.
Yeah. This car hasn't got quite the history of some of the... It was a genuine works car, but it was a sort of test machine. and it didn't race in period. It only went to America and raced in historic races there. Oh, just to clean up one other thing, because we've had 2 races so far. They've both been won by Max Guinard. Bit of a question mark in the first, hanging over Max Guinard, wasn't there? Over a possible
it was
steward's discussion, really.
Yes, it was. It seems to be cleared, and that was we're talking of the Heritage Touring car.
Yes.
The Heritage Touring Cup. He won it in his Ford Cologne Capri. It was a Cologne Capri 1-2, but a cracking race. But you know, he drove beautifully, and it would be a shame for that to be taken away. But the official results appear. I haven't checked if they're official or provisional. Right. Chevrons, they would be in the thick of the action, you know, a little further back in the period, but it was multi-class sports car racing, of course.
Those who watched the previous race saying, well, aren't these the same cars that we saw racing in the previous race? No, they're not. These are earlier versions. So just trying to remember what the cut-off is, Bruce, for this, between
74. So, in fact, some of the cars could jump into both races, and some of the drivers try to do that. Little loaders down at the back as well.
Look, there's the 2 917s together, and Mr. Jonaby, the French entrepreneur, made his money out of liquid gas and composites and things like that. We talked to Mr. Jonaby at lunch and trying to find out what the B is.
We're still waiting.
And he didn't seem to have an answer. His English is not very good. No, it's just B, he said. But he likes to race under that assumed name. His actual real name is Jean-Luc Guettard. But he's got a huge collection of mainly French. He's got lots of Ligiers. We'll see some of those going around later in a demonstration. He's got lots of Matras, both the screaming V12s sports cars, but also, of course, the Formula 1 Matras as well. And he's got a Bentley Speed 8, and he's got a Maserati 250F, and wow.
That's picking them off the list, isn't it? Alex Furiani, looking forward to this race.
Yeah.
There's his Chevron.
He sounds Italian, but he's German. And they also run a lot of Alphas, I think, don't they? Furiani? Yeah, absolutely. They do. But look at that Porsche 9083. As in the Martini colours. All the big names, Kelford and Brian Redmond, people drove this particular car, but it was a test car.
Yeah.
And we talked about 917. Porsche were running that car and the 917s at the same period of time, and there wasn't that much between them, but they tended to use a car like that for the 908 for the Targa Florio, where it's a bit more nimble.
Yeah, and on the twistier circuit, sometimes they'd run the 90803s, but when they started working out the 917 might be really rather useful in a straight line down the Mulsanne Straight, for example, then gradually you got the longer body, the Langheck coming, but still quite early days in terms of aerodynamic experimentation.
But the Lola T70 was a car that never really achieved anything at Le Mans. A lot of success nationally in Britain and over the years. And won, of course, the Daytona 24 Hours with Roger Penske's team. But the international success was limited. But, you know, the big races at big international race meetings in Britain, places like Alton Park and Silverstone, they dominated, mainly with Denny Holm as the driver. The world champion would step back into a sports car for the Sid Taylor racing team and would often win those races. Another Formula 1 driver, Trevor Taylor, who raced for Lotus, he raced the same car on occasion. But Sid Taylor had about 3 or 4 different T70s. Now the 917, of course, is mainly iconic, I suppose, because Steve McQueen and Jackie Stewart were entered to race it in Le Mans, and a plug was pulled by an insurance company, but Jackie was meant to drive alongside him, and of course he made the film, and his big thing was in the filming, because they used lots of the track, could he go through White House flat? And Derek Bell told me this, because I made a film about Steve McQueen. He managed to achieve it. And you know, after that, I mean, in the 908, he'd had a great result at Sebring, of course, and he just stopped racing. You know, the insurance wouldn't let him do the Le Mans. He made the film. Lots of things went on with that, and he never raced again.
Yeah, maybe the hassle factor.
Off-road motorbike racing.
Did he have a day job? I never remember with Steve McQueen.
No, I think he made a film or 2.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, but I mean, there's John B, it says there.
Cars tend to carry the 69, and there he is.
I've got to get to the bottom of how he's come up with that epithet, I suppose is the word, isn't it? That,
yeah, a little bit further back down the grid, behind all these Chevrons, the 917s, a little Lola in there as well. But I love the little vignette. There are a couple of nose to tail. A couple of De Tomaso Panteras running in the Group 4 class.
Well, Helmut Kellerner's race is one of those very successfully. Helmut Kellerner's former factory Toyota driver at Le Mans, of course, and Porsche factory driver.
But it's the boy Ralph who's...
I mean Ralph, sorry.
Ralph,
Helmut was his father, so
exactly.
I do that sometimes. That's old.
Oh, God, don't we all?
But Ralph Kellerner's, but I believe he still works for De Tomaso because the company's been resurrected.
Entirely so.
Yes.
That sort of broke, but there's one, and there's the other De Tomaso's blue one, ex-Achille Motors with Renzo Zorzi's name on the roof of that car.
Zorzi,
also came into Formula 1 fleetingly with Shadow.
Yeah, and I think one year he won the Monaco F3 race.
Yes, I think
it
about
main claim to fame. Yes.
or something like that.
It was all a long time ago, isn't it? So we've got the two T70s there at the front, and this is down about. Car. How many have we got?
Right.
In this?
One I think you should look out for is that number 55. It's a little chevron, and it's being started by Francois Rivaz, but he's got a rather handy secondary driver in that, Frank Stippler, who is quick in contemporaries and very, very quick indeed in historics. Seems to race pretty much every weekend.
I think he's pretty well, and he's always done historics.
Yeah, always.
But he's an Audi. I think he's the sole remaining Audi factory driver now.
That's quite
he developed the R8 and has won, of course, Nürburgring 24 hours 3 times in an R8, but he won many other races.
Well, he's raced the Nürburgring long distance series, the NLS, the Langstrecke series. He's in that the whole time, and if a car pops up on pole, you go, Stippler, and you're right half the time.
And I worked with his wife in the DTM. She was our pitch reporter 10 years ago, and very good at it she was too. I mean, she was doing it in English.
Yeah, well, there we go, multi-talented. Right, looking back further down the grid, we get the GT40 we were talking, that's Jean-François Decaux, and we'll see one of his other cars later. It's had a lot of people drilling, 1967 Formula 1 Ferrari, that's in the for the Formula 1 parade. And then a little further back, De Tomaso Panteras, the white one with the black bonnet, that's the Kellerner's car, and then the Achilles Motors one behind, and 90806 tucked in behind in dark green, almost a clandestine car, and then a whole host of Porsche 911 RSRs, and for a lot of people those are very, very desirable cars. Good to see the grid walk here. There was a huge queue of people waiting to get out on the circuit. Brilliant circuit to go and find spectating points. You know, any place with as much gradient change as Dijon-Prenois makes it special, and the older the car, almost the more spectacular to watch. So the RSR's down at the tail of the grid, but it's the Lola T70s up at the front, filling the first 6 places, and in 6th on the grid is someone we'll have up later today. You mentioned his name, Nick Chester. Let's see how he gets on. He was down on the entry list with Nick Manassian as his teammate, but Nick is not here, so the other Nick, as of Chester, will get to the whole 1 hour race. But of course there will be a pit stop window, normally 10 minutes between minute 25 and 35, so straddling the half-hour part. Fans leaving the grid, just enough time to go and walk down behind the paddock and look over Bretel, which is the corner where the track drops into a compression, then drops down towards a hairpin lower down the slope. Great place to watch.
Yeah, just obviously we had 2 races in this series thus far, and Emil Breitmeier won the first. That was at Barcelona. I think, do you remember it rained a lot in
or did it ever?
And really screwed the result around. And then at Spa it was again wet, but so Nick Chester won that with Robin Ward, and Magnussen was 2nd, and Armand Miel was 3rd. And just looking at in the past, the last year it was the Porsche 908 that won it, the Siebenthal car, and then the 2 previous years Armand Miel had won.
Yeah, so the car we're looking at is the 90883 that won last year, so that's easy to pick out in the crowd, but it's not starting at the sharpest of sharp end of the grid, so it's down in 9th place on the grid. Plenty to do. The 917s line astern in the blue and orange livery of Gulf that was made so famous, first of all, by Ford GT40s in their quest for glory against Ferrari at Le Mans. But look, a little heat haze coming off the track, but it's not a notably warm day. It's you know, shirt, jumper and possibly jacket. 17 degrees air temperature, 39 degrees track temperature. That is much higher than it's been all weekend, so that could be a factor that comes into play. It's only an hour's race, and there is a pit stop where the tyre temperature will drop away a little bit, but this is a circuit, Andrew, you're using your tyres pretty heavily, a lot.
Absolutely.
Quite a lot of loading, particularly the first corner, which is just goes on forever, and the final corner that drops into a compression and accelerates you up onto the grid. That's somewhere you really get some loading on your rubber.
So here we are, massive grid of best part of 40 cars with some absolutely iconic. I mean, for me, this is the best field of the day with those 917s. You don't see them racing very much.
You don't. There was even a third here, but that was just went out testing, I think, on the Thursday.
Yeah,
a lot of people come here and they look at cars and maybe get a chance to test them in, you know, unofficial practice effectively, because other people are looking to buy them, because that's the thing with cars in historic racing. People don't keep them forever, and other people are looking to trade up. Other people are just new to it, and if a car is available, where better to come and test it if a team's already here and the mechanics are here. And but what we're faced with is 6 Lola T70s at the front of the grid. Emil Breitmeyer will start from pole position, Armand Miel alongside him. So that's 1, 2, 4 ahead of 35. Then Jan Magnussen, yes, that Jan Magnussen will start third in the dark. Number 70, number 42, David Hart will start his. The number 40, GT40, well, that's applicable, will be clearly making a pit lane start. I did notice a car was missing from the grid. And
so, yeah, one of the Shamama brothers, Philippe Shamama.
So that will have to wait until the field goes past and blast. So we'll look for him working his way up through the order in the first half of the race. But right now, the field dropping into La Bretelle. That's the left-hander that takes them onto the shortest straight down to the hairpin, which is the furthest point on the loop that was added in 1976. Just 4 years into this circuit's life, opened in 1972. They needed a bit more lap length, and they added a really cracking section down to the furthest point.
Yeah, this circuit was built privately. There wasn't any government money or regional government money in this, and the guy behind it was a wrestler. Apparently a professional wrestler.
Monsieur Chamberlain, or was that his stage name? Was he really known Mr. John B?
No, he was a masked raider or something, I think. he was a big character, big man, big character. Didn't take any nonsense, shall we say.
Well, things get done with big characters.
Yeah.
Right, 2 by 2, the 124 with the SDP sponsorship. That will be Emil Breitmeyer starting from pole position alongside Armand Miel, who's in and out of cars in almost every race. And, he is of the Richard Mill family. The watches are huge for a lot of people in this race. And
lots of Chevron B8s as well, which beautiful cars. Going through the picture of red with a white stripe down the middle, designed in Bolton, Lancashire by an intuitive engineer called Derek Bennett, who suddenly died in a hang gliding accident. Absolutely, it was a sort of understated Colin Chapman, really.
He was, but he was absolutely hands-on, and they had huge success.
He's a very good racing driver.
Right, 1 hour to come. Emil Breitmeyer on pole position, Armand Miel alongside, waiting as they come up the climb. It's a rising start-finish straight, and it'll be a longish hole. They've got to let the drivers at the back, and this is a 47-car field. One starting from the pit lane. Well, big change. It's 46 on the grid. Lola's in the first 6 positions. The best of the rest going to give chase. The Chevron B19, it's France Rivas, but it looks like a tidy start at the front, and the noise is fantastic. And straight from pole position, the yellow car into the lead of the race, Emil Breitmeyer. And in behind you have Jan Magnussen chipping away. He's starting third. I think he's already got past Armand Miel. Yes, he has. He's got up into second place.
Where's Chester? Because he's got that more grunt of the older T70 Mark III.
Well, he's lost a place already.
Has he got?
Yeah, I think that.
Says it's quicker down the straight. But there isn't many straights here.
Right, Jan Magnussen pushing on very hard indeed as he holds on to second place. He's not going to want that yellow T70 get away from him. And the little Chevron that started with Rivas, in fact, JB Constable at the wheel, 199, has got up into about 4th place.
Yeah, historic Formula 1 champion, I think, Jamie Constable. And we saw him out earlier, but he'd go well in that.
So totally different body shape, the open top of the Chevron, but those grumbling roofed. Of course, a lot of the early Lola T70s were the Spiders. They raced with no roof, but once a roof was applied. Look at Constable all over the tail of David Hart. David in the dark green Lola T70. This is the final corner of the lap, and just wait. The nimble Chevron gets almost alongside the Lola. The Lola's bigger, heavier, but more powerful. That should blast clear as it does up the start-finish straight. The first 5 cars getting clear. Who's next in line? It should be Jason Stewart Wright, I think, in one of the other T70s. David Hart challenging our man Mill now.
Nick Chester did drop to 9th, and I see Mr. John B in the 917. He's up in the top 10.
That's good. He's gained probably a couple, the equivalent of a row or 2. So a good start for the number 69 Porsche 917. He's got about 4 cars between him and the second one of those. Jamie Constable all over the tail of David Hart. So much more nimble. This is the hairpin, and the driver in second place, Jan Magnussen, got too close to the tail of Emil Breitmeyer and almost outbraked himself. The Porsche 908-03 gaining positions, but the Chevron in the gravel is gaining nothing.
That's Rivaz. That's one of the front runners, isn't it? Francois Rivaz.
Well, that was the car that Frank Stippler was going to take over.
Yeah, it is.
Well spotted. So that had qualified 7th, best of the rest behind the best T70s, top car in the under 2 litre class, but going nowhere in the gravel.
So Nick Chester dropped to 9th place, I notice.
It's all right, the cars coming to the pits are not relevant to those on the track. So the first 4 cars, all Lola T70s. The car in 5th place is still Jamie Constable, tucked in behind in his little Chevron B19. But it's 1, 2, 4 on the nose. It's STP on the front end. And it's the lead for Emil Breitmeyer. Oh, it's just such a fantastic flow. First corner's hard enough, Andrew. It goes through about 150. Oh, well spotted. Right, can't quite... The car that was off is just immediately behind the graphics bar, so it's on the entrance to turn 1, so that's why they've got full course yellow. Yep. Clearly they had to do that. They needed to get that car out of the way, because that car is effectively dead ahead as the drivers come down the start-finish straight, and sitting there in the gravel would not be a comfortable place to be for Rivaz. So big disappointment for the crew for the 55, and definitely for Stippler. He was waiting to take that over around the halfway point in the race, but it may get removed from the gravel. But it's just one of those things. It's a very tricky corner, plus the fact it drops away. It doesn't just turn through 150 degrees, it drops away to the right.
Terrific corner, isn't it? Yeah.
And I think any mistake is really magnified. No course vehicles yet there, no Manitou pickup vehicles to remove, but some marshals at least with Francois Rivaz as he sits. That's a shame, as the best of the under 2 litre class at the start of the race. But that said, already Jamie Constable had blasted past to be 5th overall and lead that class, but on the grid.
Jamie will hand over to Martin O'Connell. They were racing together in the previous race and got pinged at 2 minutes, which had they not had, they would have finished 2nd. But that was for track limits. And it must prove that, somebody as experienced as Jamie Constable would get pinged for track limits. Means it must be rather tricky to hang on, I suppose.
I think so, and I mean, you hear from the drivers who talk about diving down into the final corner where you drop into the compression and the track's kicking up to the right and you're supposed to be going with it, but you can just how physical it is there. You've really got to force yourself to do that. There's the face of disappointment, Francois Rivaz.
Yeah, he's climbed out.
Started 7th and was running in about 7th, but he had already been passed it in the under 2 litre class by Jamie Constable, fellow Chevron driver.
Disappointing non-starter car we would like to have seen was the marvellous Ferrari 365 GTB4, which was going to be run by Kyle Tilley, the boss of ERA Motorsport. Seen him in other races. He'll be in a Lotus Cortina. But that broke a front stub axle yesterday in practice, and there wasn't another one around. So just look how squat. I think squat's the word, isn't it, for that Porsche 917.
One thing that absolutely shocked me the first time I saw a Porsche 917 with the bodywork off, I suddenly thought, there's not a lot under the bodywork, is there? And the feet of the drivers are so far forward.
And actually, yesterday I saw one of the 2 cars with the panel off, so you could really look to see where the pedals were. And they are in front of the front wheels. And those tubes are very thin. Those tubes are pressurized.
Well, they had warning meters in the car, and if a pressure dropped, that was possibly a time to come and visit the pit.
There was gas in there because those frames did crack. We talked yesterday about the birdcage Maserati. Not quite like that, but towards it, a number of tubes, and the car designed by Helmut Bott, with the engine, flat 12 engine designed by Hans Metzger.
Right. The Union flag on the front end and the Austrian flag. So we've just seen Jean-François Decaux's glorious pale blue SX4 GT40, and number 40 for GT40 was one that started from pit exit, and that has gained a few places for Philippe Schemama.
So the great world champion, only ever posthumous world champion, Jochen Rindt. His name was on the side of that car, and he raced it at Le Mans the year after he won. So 65 he won in a Ferrari with Maston Gregory. Following year he drove that car, it broke, but he did then go on to win a race with it on his home Zeltweg circuit.
And when we talk of the Zeltweg circuit, we're talking of an airfield circuit. It's still a military airfield, and we've now gone green again. And
3 or 4 miles away.
Incredibly bumpy. It's at the bottom of the valley before you go up to what was first of all the Österreich ring, and then curtailed became the A1 ring for a bit, then the Red Bull ring. But you look down at there, and in fact, I flew into it with Formula 1 too. You disgorged from your plane, walk into a military hangar, and then you got escorted. And I tell you what, the little ride out was very bumpy indeed, because of course it broke the cars. Right, change for the lead. Jan Magnussen has pounced immediately on the restart, and the yellow pole-sitting car 124 of Emil Breitmeier down one position, and suddenly he's being challenged very hard. Armand Miel is in the mix as well.
And then Olivier Hart, just a little gap behind.
And then Jamie Constable, then Mark de Tiebenthal really getting that Porsche 9083 going very, very well indeed in 6th place. But you don't have the field, shouldn't have compressed too much. It was a case of reading the restart. And you know what? Jan Magnussen's probably done an awful lot of those when racing in the IMSA series in the States. And I sense, that Jamie Constable has picked off David Hart. He's got, look, wait for it now. There comes the little blue chevron just over the rise into the fantastic right-hander at Courbe de Gourgiol, out of which the track drops away. But that was opportunism. I think the Porsche 9083 has come through as well. Yes, it has, to Siebenthal. So David Hart's lost 2 places on the restart.
It is David, because I saw him not Olivier take over later. Well, that 908 in the Martini colours just looks mint, doesn't it? Fantastic.
It really, really does. We actually had, I think, this car out on the lake at an event at San Maurizio this year. Don't worry, the lake was frozen, place called the Ice, which is fitting. Right now, looks like Emil Breitmeier's got a good toe down the start-finish straight on Jan Magnussen. He's got his nose in front, or has he? Yes, he has. No, he hasn't.
No, he hasn't.
It's funny, the longer it looks like he's pulling through, and now the power of the Porsche 9083 nearly got it past Jamie Constable's little chevron, giving away horsepower by the handful, but got the nimbleness and just gets into the first corner first. Not first in their little gaggle. That's 4th, 5th and 6th. Who's 7th? Just got to look a little further back, and it's Nick Chester. We'll hear from him later, so he's got to keep an eye on that pack in front and chip away at it, but he hasn't got anyone pushing him immediately. That helps.
And the 2 917s are running nose to tail now. It's
called choreography.
Yes.
As I said, Jan Magnussen admits he would happily sit in the car every weekend and race, but when you're here at a circuit like this with this much gradient change, a field of cars around you like this, the view in the background, alas, we'd hope to get him up into the commentary booth to join us, but he is literally hopping onto a plane when he gets out. Shame, because he's always got something worth to say. Always sort of slightly, it always sounds tongue-in-cheek. He's just so sort of laid back, isn't he?
So just to Mr. John B 917, we'll probably see them again in a moment. There's also a car with history, but not a great one, because it was the 917 Golf car that Mike Hailwood and David Hobbs ran in the 71 Le Mans, and Hailwood crashed it and incurred the wrath of John Wyer.
Yeah, which isn't something one would want to do very much.
Yeah, the car was subsequently rebuilt, and it was later run in the following year in the Inter-Series by somebody I'd never heard of. But, so it hadn't got a great history, but the history is that, and David Hobbs, who wrote Hobbo's book, thought they had a real chance of winning that race, and then Mike, the great former bike racer and wonderful character and very good racing driver, unfortunately dropped it. So there you are.
There you are indeed. Now we've got Brumos livery Porsche being passed on all sides down into the hairpin. So others trying to keep out the way, but busy. Up front though, 1, 2, 3, Lola T70, Lola T70, Lola T70. Give them a couple more laps. If they don't pick off the back markers, you'll suddenly have Jamie Constable on their rear end in his chevron.
Well, that's an audacious move.
Well, it certainly is.
Chevrons all round.
Well, that's the GT class leader, the 116 Ford GT40 of Damien Kohler.
Oh, well spotted, yes. He's got quite a lead, though.
He's got quite a lead in class, because the next one is 5 positions further back, and that's David Denat in a Porsche 911.
Well, I think that's it. Assuming they don't get pinged for track limits again, you got to think that Martin O'Connell, we know, is quicker than Jamie Constable, though Jamie is quicker than he's so historic Formula 1 champion and so on. But they could be right in amongst those T70s, couldn't they? Well,
he certainly could. There's been a change for second position on the last lap. That was Armand Mill going past Emil Breitmeier. So our pole sitter has lost another position right at the end of the lap. But super close between them, just 0.2 of a second. So that was probably just a change going up the start-finish straight.
Disappointed to see in the pits number 41, we haven't mentioned it, John Sheldon, the racing dentist, who survived one of the biggest ever accidents at Le Mans in an Aston Martin a long time ago. And John's well into his 70s, been racing chevrons for probably 50 years.
Well, the biggest twitch of the meeting I think I've seen so far just happened. A little chevron just in front of the, it was the Hatton car, left and right as it went. Here it is, one coming up the rise, but it was twitching under braking, heavy braking as he approached the first corner. But somehow he got it pointed back in a straight line and is giving chase that little Frank Jacob Lola T10 in front of it. Here is our GT class leader, and I think he's actually well out of that battle with the other cars, because they were getting very frisky indeed, those Chevron B8s.
Bruce, but it's incredibly close at the front, you know.
Well, it's covered by 0.4 of a second. Sorry, 1 second. Let's have a look. This is replay. Look at the Ford GT40. Look at the little bright blue chevron on the outside.
Oh,
that's going one way. That's going another. Should we try turning it? Thank goodness. And
Take
breathe.
a deep breath.
And breathe. Great camera work there, but that was a gift presented to the camera.
Yeah, so
through down there.
Jan Magnussen from Denmark, leading by 0.6 of a second. He's raced all sorts of different historic cars. He raced a Turner at Silverstone last year and won his class because he'd never driven it before, and he liked it.
It wasn't Darren Turner's Turner, was it?
No, it wasn't Darren Turner's Turner. Darren Turner got a Turner because I suggested he did, and he didn't even know there was a sports car.
Did he not? Turner. Oh, that's so funny.
I worked as a schoolboy. I worked for Team Turner, the factory racing team, and now I'm very proud to own one when it's running.
When it's running, you don't have to put that operative in, because that glorious little Porsche 9086, dark green. It's sort of almost, as I said, on the grid, a bit of a stealth car. The brighter liveried, say, Porsche 917 stand out. But now we're getting the period of lapping, probably for the first time, in that Ford GT40, trying to keep it neat and tidy.
Breitmeier's dropped to fourth, though, look.
Well, he went from first to second to third to fourth. Right, okay.
And Siebenthal's gone up to third.
Well, that's the story.
That's the point,
It's Mark Siebenthal had picked off first David Hart, then he got past Jamie Constable, and as we saw for several laps, he's got so much more grunt up the start-finish straight from that Porsche 9083. Oh, I just love that shot. The rear shot as you're looking down to the penultimate corner, Virage de la Petite Com, with the track falling away, the banks of trees in the background. Must be stunning in autumn.
Lovely Porsche 906 there. But not much power, as you can see.
And again, if you have a deficit of power, that start-finish straight, it's not long, but it's uphill as well, and particularly uphill right at the start of it, so it really does hamper your form. Ralph Keller was the better of the Di Tommasos, is running car 46. Stefan Lemeray, the Belgian racer, on board in the early stages. That's
David Hart's been warned for track limits. Second infringement, I think.
Yeah, second infringement for him. He's running in 6th place overall. He's about 3 seconds or more off the tail of Jamie Constable, but he's got a decent buffer over Nick Chester. Nick's about another 11 seconds further back, so that'll be helping hand, at least for David Hart. But he'll be handing to Olivier Hart as soon as that pit window opens, one would think. So the good news for a lot of these drivers, of course, who do multiple races, is the fact that after this event, there is then a demo, then the historic Grand Prix cars. So the next the races for the regular Beta Auto Classic group is at 3:20 in the afternoon. So they've got time. With a lot of the others, they're literally cheeked by jowl.
Yes. virtually having to jump out of a car like Max Gwynard and run to the next one.
I mean, it's almost the equivalent of someone having the next horse ready for you at a staging post with the reins ready to give you.
Like polo, isn't it? Well, they're switching ponies, which aren't ponies.
No, exactly. It got lost in translation somewhere along the lines.
So Magnussen, Miele opening out a bit now. The how many times did you win Le Mans class in a Corvette? 3 or 4, I think, Jan. We could check it, but
I shall check it right now. But I mean, all those years with Corvettes, where they just ran the team in such a metronomic fashion, didn't they? Super organised. A lot of the time running
with Oliver Gavin.
What I always liked was watching a team at Le Mans when the team hit trouble. Not because I wanted to see them trouble, it was how they dealt with it. And you looked at the top teams, you looked at Audi in the prototype class, but you looked at Corvette. So many years, and just they'd go about sorting the problem calmly, and they'd have systems for it. Jan Magnussen, what have we got? Tell you what, he's a Danish touring car champion in 2008. How many wins has he got? And 3-time, effectively 4-time American Le Mans Series IMSA GTLM champion.
Yes.
So that is quite something. But obviously had his fleeting experience of 25 Grand Prix in Formula 1. Got there probably, as he said latterly, I got there too soon.
Yeah, he's told me exactly the same thing. Yeah, he said I wasn't mature enough for it. And he would have thought that Jackie Stewart's team would have put a nice big arm around him and sorted him out, but it just didn't work for him.
The trouble, actually, the worst thing for him was he was so successful so quickly. He was winning multiple Formula 3 races and going after sort of Senna's record.
Dominated.
And then he vaulted very, very quickly up the charts, and perhaps and a year in doing the equivalent of Formula 3000 or whatever it was at the day, that would have been a helping hand.
Bruce, isn't it amazing how many great drivers have come out of a little country like Denmark?
So in terms of punching above your weight,
Christensen, of course, but many others.
Yeah, and obviously entirely inspired by Tom Belso. No, the other Tom.
Belso, the smiling Dane.
Yeah. It's funny how a little nickname stuck forever and a day, didn't it?
Yeah, well, he did a bit of Formula 1 with Frank Williams, and was a very big favourite of Ford of Denmark, so they put a lot into Tom, and he went on to make breakfast cereals very successfully. Because he'd worked with John Jordan. He raced for John Jordan, who's
Jordan Series in the UK.
He went to that, but there's the lovely Pantera with its Ford V8 engine in the back. So.
Well, I mean, if people want to know the story of the Di Tommaso Pantera, of course, Alejandro Di Tommaso came over from Argentina. He's of Italian stock, started building cars, but his masterstroke was to link up with Ford, and they sold them in their showrooms across the state, the Panteras, and some of the early ones. I was up in Grass Valley in California, 2.5 decades ago, and I heard a burble, and I turned around, and it was a bright yellow Mark 1 Di Tommaso Pantera. None of the wings, none of the augmentations that to me ruined it. And I thought, there's someone who's got their life under control. Yeah, fabulous.
Absolutely. I'm just wondering a little bit about the yellow T70.
Yeah,
it started at the front, and now Breitmeyer dropped back to 5th.
Yeah, he's 4.5 seconds down, but I don't know if he's got a slight problem. I mean, he certainly had the good 1-lap pace. No.
Just looking at the splits, Magnussen's certainly the fastest guy out there at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's not pulling away by the last 3 or 4 laps. He's gained about a second. It's a quarter of a second a lap, but that's quite a good building block.
Yeah.
Now, just pit window opens in 5 minutes. Just saw someone standing in the pits, already helmeted, suited and booted, waiting to go. But I guess they're just in that quiet contemplation zone before the calm before the storm. I
wonder how early Constable will come in to put the flying Martin O'Connell in the car. The Walsall whiz.
Well, Jamie Constable has got back ahead of Mark de Siebenthal.
Yeah.
And locking his brakes as he did so.
Go to a race like this, spectator, there's so many different battles to watch. There's so many different things to watch, and all these cars making so many. You've got the Porsche sound, which is so different from a Chevy V8 sound, which is so different from like, maybe the BMW. So those Chevron B8, some had Ford Cosworth engines in, some had BMW engines. Most of them had BMW engines in them, actually.
Yeah, it sort of gradually went that way. But again, so popular at circuits all around Europe. And you actually look back in the late 60s, early 70s, a host of names drove them. And
well, Brian Redmond in particular, you know, who was famous for racing T70s, but and Porsche 917. Brian, you know, still running events out there in Florida with his son
James, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, but they were just exquisite little cars, and they did the job supremely well. Didn't Martin Hone used to race one, the man who did the Birmingham Super Prix?
Well, he didn't do the Birmingham Super Prix in the end, actually. But therein lies the story.
Okay, not for now though.
No.
2 laps time we'll go to it.
He invented it.
Okay.
He invented it.
Okay.
He did not get the contract to run it.
Oh, okay. All right. The idea without the hassle. You did?
Yes.
There we go.
Well,
it's a dreadful event. I make that up as I go. I'm joking.
My company did. And there's a story. I like Martin. And,
yeah.
Very interesting. Oh, he mainly raced a Porsche 906.
Oh, was it 906, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Because he wrote a book, you know, about sports car racing in Europe. And I proofread it for him. It was really enjoyable.
And he ran a terrific club, you know, in Birmingham Gas Street. And it was called High Street. He called it I've forgotten any. It was the opposite lot club in Gas Street.
Ah, excellent. Right. A lot of the front runners have been embroiled in traffic. Where we're at now. The De Tomaso's come in, but that's before the pit window is open. That's the Achille Motors one. One of the T70s and possibly one of the RSRs just had a bit of an off, but they've gathered it together, and that was at La Bretelle, the downhill left-hander, a corner that actually provokes many a spin because you're not just turning, you're dropping and then going into a compression. So if your car's not quite sitting four square, it's going to be a little bit tricky. And it was the number 99 Lola T70 that had its moment there, and that's Nick Chester, the man who's going to come in. We won't talk about it then. That's fine. But, so the Porsche had spun in front of him. 2 other Lolas went off. Yeah. One Lola went off and spun.
Couldn't it?
Well, it certainly could. Okay, and Jason Stewart Wright auto went off, and Nick Chester, completely innocent party, but good evasion because with that white 911 sideways across the track, when your car is already loaded going down the drop. Now, talking of drop, there's something liquid dropping out of the De Tomaso.
Saw the De Tomaso badge, look, with the Argentine flag. The T is
blue and white background shot, but yeah.
It looks like engine related, doesn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't look as though the second driver is maybe going to get a go unless they've already stuck him in. It's not the driver window, the pit window open as yet. That's another 1.5 minutes away.
So Constable's 3.3 seconds behind Magnussen, but Meals right in there, and so is De Siebenthal. I don't know if his co-driver is quicker. I think they're pretty similar.
Well, him Gempele, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Meyer in the yellow one, 5th.
If you'd said before the start...
we got Olivier Hart to go into the...
Yeah, into David Hart's car. Could be very soon.
Yeah.
1 minute till it's open, but Jamie Constable in second place. That's outstanding. He was chipping away at the cars in front of him. There he is. In behind is Armand Mill, car number 35. So it's Lola T70, Chevron B19 with the smaller engine, and then the second of the many T70s, which is Armand Mill. And he's got half a second or so over Mark de Siebenthal in that silver and Martini striped 908-03 Porsche.
In 12th place and third in class, Rory Jack. We haven't given him a plug, have we?
No.
So far.
It's Chevron B19s all the way in the under 2 litre class. First, second, third in class, and for variety in 4th place, another Chevron B19. Best of the rest is Serge Kriknoff's Lola T212, which is running 6th in the under 2 litre class.
So the other De Tomaso just lapped.
And Emil Breitmeyer still in that bright yellow number 124.
Still got
Lola T70, still going at decent pace, but he's now 7 and a bit seconds down on the lead. He just fell away somewhat. He was really good in traffic early on, but the main thing for him was to get away from pole position, which he did. But eventually Jan Magnussen hunted him, caught him, and passed him. And then others have found that chink in the armour as well. And still Damien Kohler, the French racer in the Ford GT40, number 116, leading the way in his class, which is the GT class, but that he hasn't got too much of a cushion, because next in line is Uwe Kolb. No, he has still got a cushion. He's 18 seconds or 17 seconds clear in that class, but fewer cars from other classes between them. There used to be about 5 between them in the early stages. Well, this is full course yellow being held up because everyone's had to slow. That's just been thrown. Car number 17 is stopped out on the circuit car.
That's Benjamin Hatton.
Ben Hatton, the driver, had that amazing twitch and going into the first corner in his chevron, but something untoward. Maybe it was untoward at the time. Car 45 already in the pit window, already in one of the many chevrons, and that was quite well placed on the grid.
Yeah, those are an Italian pair, isn't it?
Yeah, Candiani
and Rouvier, they go pretty well. So I suppose a lot of people come diving into the pits next time round.
Well, the pit window was open, and if they'd been wise enough, they could have nipped in straight away and done their pit stop.
The 1917 did the...
That's Sir John B. Yeah. It's Sir John. I promoted him. He's Mr. John B. And that's Alex Furiani. He's staying on board. So quite a number of the drivers are not changing, but they still have to go through the pit stop sequence.
Tightening up his helmet.
Well, again, if you're in an open top car and it's just slightly loose, it will gradually work its way up, and it's not a very nice feeling. It's the first time you have that, and you find you're looking a bit at the sky as your head's thrown against the roll hoop.
The number 19 car, Rolf Sigrist. Where is that? I'll talk to Rolf.
That's the one he's sharing with Nigel Greensall.
Yes.
I'll find him for you. He's in 3rd place in under 2 litre. He's 9th overall.
He's only 6. He's only started racing 2 or 3 years ago. And Nigel's been training him, and he's getting quicker and quicker.
Such a great field of cars. You know, I change my favourite if I'm standing on the banking probably every second lap.
Sigrist is 9th.
Yeah, 9th overall, 3rd in class.
So Greenall could definitely wind that up a bit, and we're going to be joined by a guest.
Well, it seems extraordinary that John Spears isn't in a car at the moment. He's scarcely out. We'll put him on the middle chair, and we'll even turn his microphone on, because we're quite nice like that.
Yep.
John, we've just been lapping up all the racing this weekend, the sheer diversity of it, and you're pretty much in every 2nd race. You must be having a horrid time.
Oh, it's terrible. Why did I come? Yes. Dijon, all this beautiful wine and food and fantastic racing, and
the track's pretty fine, isn't it?
It's my 3rd time at Dijon, and I've got to say, previously I've seen good bits of it, but I didn't quite get in tune with it. Yes. And after the practice sessions on Friday, I was still in the same situation, but with Nigel's help, I then sort of worked out where I was dropping a lot of time, and so I just had a fantastic day yesterday. 3 of the most enjoyable track stints I've ever had in my life.
Well, that's a mighty accolade, but I think that, you know, we had someone in here who races a BMW 2002, and she described the circuit as graceful. We rather like that, because when you've got the flow right around here, I know you're working very hard, but it does have that wonderful flow.
Exactly. I think that's it. You know, each corner typically leads into another, and if you can just get it to where you've got the right line in the first, and then you're thinking ahead, whereas say until yesterday I was always a corner behind.
Okay, but that's a nice feeling when you actually think I'm riding the horse isn't riding me.
It was wonderful. I mean, I was particularly in the last time out in the E-Type, and the E-Type's a lovely car to drive when it's set up properly, and it was yesterday, and it was just unbelievable. You know, I had a huge smile on my face the whole way.
Can I start this interview again? I should have introduced you as John Spears Formula 1 racer now, shouldn't I? Explain.
Yeah.
Well, you know, my 75th year, I thought I'm finally ready to try F1, and people like Tiffany Dell for a while have been telling me you must try this. And I said, I won't be able to do it. But I bought Ronnie Peterson's Italian Grand Prix winning March 761. And I was out in it the first time just over a week ago at Brands on the Indy track to do some practice, and You know, and actually it seemed quite easy, but of course when you're not driving flat out, most cars seem quite easy. It was a different story when I tried to be competitive.
But of course you've got a Formula One car from a different era in the Maserati 250F, which you're going to be racing after you've left this box. And Sterling Moss said it was such a wonderful car to drive, and compared with the Van Wall, he always preferred a 250F.
Well, that's right. Yeah. And you know, when I was first contemplating doing some open wheel racing, and it's going to sound a bit like I'm name dropping here, but Tony Brooks, who I knew a little bit, very kindly wrote to me when he saw that Van Wall were doing continuation cars, and he said, "John, I think you should get one of these." And I wrote back to Tony. You know, he doesn't do email or didn't do email or anything like that. And I said, Tony, if you and Sterling said the Van Wall's a very tricky car to drive, it's not going to be one for John Spears. So then I bought the 250F, which, as you rightly say, Sterling had always said was maybe the nicest car to drive, and it absolutely is. You know, it really it looks beautiful, sounds beautiful, and it drives superbly.
I mean, we shouldn't do it with girlfriend. Do you have a favourite of all your wonderful racing car collection?
It's the next one.
Good.
That's a good answer.
Which in this case is the
okay, John.
Yeah.
We're looking at the pit stop sequence in Classic Endurance Racing 1, this field of 47 cars. Is there a sports car of this sort of era that you fancy?
Well, I've got an Acela PA3, and indeed the first time I came to Dijon was to race it here. But at the moment, there isn't an obvious series for me to use it that's compatible with the other things I do. So it's sitting in the garage, sadly.
But it is about mixing it. When you're doing multiple races within a weekend like this, you want to know how the races lie on the schedule, don't you, as to what gymnastics you're going to have to perform to get from race 1 to race 2.
You do, and then sometimes you don't know at the time. You know, Peter Auto are very, very good about giving a lot of visibility a long way in advance.
They are, aren't they?
Extremely helpful. But at Zandvoort in 2 weeks' time, in theory, I'm going to be jumping out of the 250F and straight into the March, which, since they don't bring, they don't end up in exactly the same place, it will be challenging.
So your driver coach, co-partner in crime, is in this race and about to get in, Mr. Greensill, with a German gentleman, I think.
Yes, he's driving with Rolf.
Yes, and Rolf actually was going pretty well.
He was, Rolf.
I think he was.
I think they're making a pit stop now. So
when I last looked, Rolf was third in class.
Hold on, he was up there. I've dropped away.
Be very happy with that.
I didn't realise that IARI is getting into the 917. So IARI Formula 3000 ace of the past, and
Okay, I was just going to explain we're on full course yellow, but I was checking, it's just coming to it, just gone green, so the engine notes have gone up, and the cars that are now still doing their pit stops will be suffering a little bit. But if you could get in during the full course yellow, that certainly was a helping hand. You'd have lost way less time. So we do expect, we've got Armand Mills still listed as the race leader, but it was according to the spacing of the pit stops. We're waiting for Chris Ward, who's taken over from Jan Magnussen. Jan was sitting on a lead of about 2.5 seconds before the pit stop, maybe 3 seconds, and that should be enough for Chris, historic racing expert, to pick his way back to the front. But Jamie Constable also been in the pits and come out.
We thought he was handing over to O'Connell.
Yeah, just waiting to see if that's going to flip over.
Yeah, sometimes it takes a lap to click over.
Yeah, I've seemed to notice that sometimes when you have full course yellow, things don't quite go so smoothly for some reason.
Nigel's
on the
definitely
timing
in the car, because I see that it's popped up.
And Olivier Hart is definitely in second place.
Yeah.
Father David Hart had fallen to a 5th or 6th position, wasn't it? It was not quite with that lead group, but was not losing too much ground. So Olivier, the young Dutch charger, who we were saying at lunchtime, has got his first modern race coming out. He's doing the Spa 24 Hours in which is the third of my 3 consecutive 24-hour weekends after Le Mans, Nürburgring, and then Spa. He'll be fresh. I will not be.
So Miel is currently leading and won this race in 22 and 23.
Yeah, so look for the car number 35. Car 70, another Lola T70. That's the one we've got our eyes on because Chris Ward's at the wheel of that. He's chasing after the bright yellow Lola T70 of Emil Breitmeyer, but also it still does seem to be Jamie Constable. Let's look at the helmet.
Yeah,
it's the taller figure of Jamie Constable, still in the 199. He was really in the groove beforehand.
So in the groove, it's my car, so
yeah.
I'm not going to hand it over.
Yeah, Martin, back to the pit wall for you.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
Martin O'Connell.
And he'll be spattering it as well.
Well, and Jamie's probably got to drive half the distance as well. So
Yes.
yes, you know, under the Peter Auto rules, the owner has to do half.
Yeah,
we know.
We've now just passed that because the pit window just closed as you started speaking. So with 25 minutes to go, that option is gone.
Gentlemen drivers versus pros. Gentlemen usually start, don't they? You like to start.
I like to start because, you know, the start's always exciting.
Yes.
You know, I mean, the 60s race yesterday was exceptionally exciting.
Yes, was it ever?
Yeah.
I had all members of the Hart family around me.
Yeah, you did. Well, I love that race at Silverstone last year where you drove both your listers. And you swapped over with Nigel, didn't you?
We did, but I've got to say, I made a mistake because my stopwatch wasn't working, so I came in a lap too late. So he ended up, you know, we didn't actually swap that time, but we're for the third time running.
No, you didn't do it in the end, did you? No.
We couldn't do it. Yeah, the year before we did it, and actually we should have won the race, but we got disadvantaged by something. But this year we're going to try it again. So
reason for confusion was you stopped your start watch in Murray Walker terminology.
Well, there was a fault in my stopwatch, and for a change, it wasn't my fault, and
right. Chris Ward has just picked off Jamie Constable. He sort of expected that. He's moved up to 5th place. His next target is a second.
Yellow one,
a bit. The yellow T70 going up the slope. Little Lola between Chris Ward's dark green and silver stripe Lola T70 up the slope they go to corner at the top of the hill. As you rise out of Rivage and go up to the next corner, what do you see? Is it mainly track and then sky and then eventually tree and track again? Or
yeah, I mean, as you first go up, you can't see anything, but what we were talking about yesterday is that the video seems to accentuate the elevation change.
Oh, okay, normally it flattens it. That's interesting.
Exactly. When you're on it doesn't feel quite that steep. I mean, I guess it must be, and because you're still turning quite sharp.
Yeah.
That's a corner where I had the wrong line on it, and I was always coming out too wide, and then it's too slow to get on the power, which jeopardised the whole of the section. And with Nigel's help, I think I've got that about right now.
John, were you racing before you got your Best Invest business going and so on? Were you into racing before that, or
not really? I mean, no. I'd done some long distance stage rallies, London to Mexico, London to Sydney. Carried on doing stage rallies in Ireland and the UK, but the third time I turned a car upside down, I decided perhaps it wasn't just bad luck.
I don't know if you know this, Bruce, but John's an ace croquet player and has represented England, I believe. And
I have played in 2 world championships, but
man of many parts.
Very unlikely I'm going to ever do that again. I assumed I'd be able to carry on playing croquet competitively longer than I could do motor racing, but at the moment the indications are the other way around.
Where do those World Championships take place?
Well, they're rotated. I've played in Egypt and South Africa.
Oh wow!
Gosh, that's extraordinary.
I mean, you're a pensioner. You're in the 70s.
Yeah.
How do you keep so fit and be so on it? Do you have a fitness regime? Or do you go?
I've got I try to eat carefully. I try to make sure I have at least 1 glass of red wine every day.
Yes, yeah.
And
Professor Sid Watkins, that was one of his
other essential things like that. But I think a lot of it's it's a mental thing.
Yes.
If you once you tell the body this is what we need to do,
yes,
it's pretty good at doing it.
Yeah.
And as I've been racing, I've done a lot of races, especially in the last 3 years. I'm much more relaxed in the car now. So at the end of it, I'm just a lot less tired than I used to be. Because
that's a very good point.
John, it is phenomenal what you do. It really is. I mean, we're in awe.
I just feel so privileged to be able to do it. If my dad could see it, because he was racing was his passion.
Oh, was it? Oh, I see.
And he never saw me do circuit racing. He just saw me turn these rally cars upside down. I think to see me doing what I'm doing at the moment, he would just be over the moon about it.
Oh, that's a lovely side story. I tell you what, I think David Hart will be very, very pleased with what he's seeing, and his lads going great guns. Olivier Hart is 1.5 seconds down on Armand Mille. Of course, Armand did the first half of the race, so he's sort of conversant with the car, but Olivier gets in and gets on, and now 42 is the number on his nose, 35 is on the flanks of Armand Mil's race-leading T70. It's T70s in the top 4 positions on the grid. It was in the top 6 positions. Emil Breitmeier, he's quite some distance back, about another 15 seconds, but he's got Chris Ward coming through. That was the car started by Jan Magnussen. Seemed to lose out through the pit stop sequence. I think the timing of the full course yellow didn't help their crew whatsoever, but Chris Ward in the green T70 is pushing big time, and he's got another 3 seconds back. It's the really well driven Porsche 908-03 now in the hands of Enrique Gempele.
But Nick Chester had that great win at Spa. He got down in 9th place.
Yeah, well, obviously lost the ground when he had to avoid the spinning 911 in front of him at La Bretelle. May yet come back, but in terms of pace, fastest lap of the race has been set by Armand Mil. He's leading the race, so you have to say well done, well done.
And just looking at IR's time in the 917.
Yeah, he's down in 10th place overall.
A couple of,
He's quite close to Nick Chester. Be interesting to see how they can split that, because, you know, Soyel doesn't have a day job that involves running a Formula 1 team technical side, so he might have a bit more mental capacity, free for the job in hand.
He does run a sort of experience day with Formula 1 cars, which is called IRE Formula 1 Madness.
Yes, it could be a two-edged sword, that one, I feel, but there is IRE. In fact, as we speak out the hill, fabulous puffy clouds up ahead, and he's right on Nick Chester's tail now. Nick thinking, please leave me alone.
Just never fancy a 917, all those tubes and 917 is, you know, it's a wonderful racing car. Great memory.
It's you know, it's one of those tracks where, I mean, it's pretty hard to overtake except at the end of the main straight. But there's lots of places where you get tempted to have a go, because the track's quite wide, and you know, so as you come into the parabolique, very tempting to go down the inside there. And on turn 8, it's if you're brave.
Then you see Olivier Hart just dive down the inside, jumped over the curbs on the inside.
Yeah, we didn't see the outcome of that yet.
We didn't see the outcome.
He's listed as being just in front by a quarter of a second, so he clearly got through. Yes, he has, because the stripes on the nose of Armand Mil's car definitely back.
Lead with that rather bit of audacious move.
Yes, I think he rather presented Armand Mil with no option to slightly move out of the way there.
And then Breitmeier's got Chris Ward all over the back of him. And Michael Speyer, who's taken over the Siffert 917 and moved up a couple of spots, I think, as well.
Yeah, after that deed was done, Olivier Hart starts the latest lap 1.1 seconds to the good, so going the right way for him. But it was about making that pass, and as John Spears, as you were saying, there are places where you think you might pass here, places that could be possible, but still judicious approach is not a bad one.
Absolutely, but Olivier's on great form this weekend. As I say, you know, in the beginning of Six's race yesterday, he was on the outside of me in his Cobra, and you know, he's full of confidence. You know, he's always been a very fast driver, and I think he's probably, you know, at his best ever at the moment.
There's the ex-Jochen Rindt Jean-François Decaux driven for GT40. Looks about the right colour for the sky as it goes through, but it's running further down the order because obviously the GT40 is some of the earlier cars in this race, and in fact he is down in 25th position. We still seem to have better part of 40 cars running, so for the fans watching all around the circuits, we get to see and commentate on what we're shown by the director, but they see all the battles down the field, so it's you know, just a great place to come.
I see Nigel's just got the fastest lap in his class.
Yeah,
not surprising.
That's no surprise.
Yeah, so he's third in the under 2 litre class, Chevron B19. Alex Furiani second, also in the B19, but Jamie Constable way up front in that class, 5th overall for a very, very meritorious drive.
I think Nigel's going to be he's gone past Wright actually in his T70, and next target is Nick Chester, and he's lapping, well, it was middle sector was 3 seconds a lap quicker.
Yeah, Nigel is absolutely on it. I don't know if Nick Chester was interrupted. 2 seconds down in one sector alone, so should be right on his tail before the end of the lap.
In sector 2. So he's going to be right on his tail. He'll be having fun. And
I don't think he's going to catch Viriani for second in class. I think he's probably a little bit too far ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that clock continues to count down. 35, Armand Mill, well, having been passed, he was 1.1 seconds down. He's now 3.4 seconds down. So in the blink of an eye, Olivier Hart has done what he does so many times. He's herring off into the distance. But Armand Mill should be safe in second place because he's got a buffer of 14 seconds with 14 minutes left on the clock over Emil Breitmeier. But Breitmeier's the one in danger because he's got Chris Ward right on his tail, car number 70 in the battle of the Lola T70s. And you'd have to feel the British driver is probably going to overhaul the Belgian in short order.
If you excuse me, I think I've got to go and get ready for something that's happening in well, John, 45 minutes time.
Smith, thank you so much for joining us. It is fantastic you made the time, and it's just adds something. I will now look up the records of the World Polo Championships and see how you got it.
Okay.
When I say polo, you not done polo. Well, maybe next year, sorry. Croquet.
They tell me it's more expensive than running a racing team, running a top polo team.
That's hard to believe, but yeah.
Very good,
lot, guys.
Thank you so much for coming up, and have a great race. See if you can be the best 250F. Yeah. So, Hart in the lead by 5 seconds now from Miel and Breitmeier. They've battled together in the past, and at the moment we're looking to see if Ward can get Breitmeier, just running nose to tail. It's got Chevron in the way.
That was Nick Chester with plenty of company. With Jason Stewart right, and again sometimes using the back markers.
Car, I think that one's run by Andy Wolf's organisation. A lot of British teams over here that prepare these cars for people. John, we didn't mention it with John, but he chooses specialists, so his 250 Maserati is prepared. He doesn't have them all prepared. He hasn't got his own racing team with his own mechanics. He puts them out to different people who are the specialists in that particular type of car. We mentioned GPAO yesterday that run his Lister, for instance, from down there on the south coast in Rye. Hart leading then and pulling away a bit from Miel.
Yeah, he's gaining a couple of seconds.
Right there. Chris Ward's would like to see that battle actually, wouldn't we? Because Chris Ward is trying really hard.
Yeah, need to look for the yellow 124 Lola T70. That's Emil Breitmeier, and tucked in behind be Chris Ward in the green one. But in other classes, of course, let's scroll back down. GT1 is suddenly a bit closer. Yes. Damien Coda still leads that in his Ford GT40 116. We've seen that quite a lot in the race, but being caught by 263, which is David Denat, who's certainly giving him cause for thought. Didier Denat, I beg your pardon, Swiss Porsche driver.
Furiani is over the back of the Speyer 917, the Siffert Speyer 917. I was down in the paddock, and Michael Speyer was down there trying to taking a picture with a mate of his with Jan Magnussen, who wanted to capture him, and so I offered to take a picture of the three of them.
You are a star. Right.
I'm very pleased with that, but anyway.
This is the battle we want to see, the battle for third place. Emil Breitmeier in the bright yellow car with the STP sticker on the nose, car number 124, but Chris Ward tucked in behind, dark green with that silvery stripe, looking for his moment. He'll be scanning up into the distance, see where the tail enders are, what they could pass. Doesn't make a move into La Bretelle because he was forced to the outside of the track as it left the S's, which is the inside going into La Bretelle.
And a lot of traffic. See if Chris can work the traffic here.
Well, they've both had to go around the outside of the George Lewis Porsche.
Yeah. And now he's got the Chevron B8 in the way. And Chris taking quite a lot of curb there. Do you see and he twitches mightily, the Chevy engine pushing it along.
Well, I think he was in the desperation to get that throttle planted and the tail kicked out.
It's not working out for him quite so well with the back markers, is it? And I have to say that Breitmeier is driving his car very well. Team Bright from Germany run rally cars as well. It's quite
begin to suspect, having watched them over the last few weekends, there's not much they don't run. It seems the Bright brothers have just endless desire to compete in the cars they love, and they've really assembled the most extraordinary stable.
Yeah, he's doing really well, holding off Chris Ward. Chris, of course, raced for a long time with a lot of nice Jaguars with the JD Classics outfit.
He did, raced them very, very well indeed.
Yeah, and when that collapsed, it rather left him in the lurch for a while with his driving. And now he races and trades in racing cars as well. And one of the people he coaches is the former Force India owner.
The inimitable Vijay Mallya.
Vijay Mallya, and he was racing with Donington a few weeks ago in a Fraser Nash of all things, and I think that they won their class, or they're certainly on the podium.
And he was actually in a car at the Goodwood members meeting. He was a voiturette in the class for cars that are largely aeroplane engine cars with enormous numbers of litres. But
this is Mallya.
Yeah. But I said, has he done much practice in it? When he 10 kilometres?
Yeah.
And he went. It was the slowest car in the race. But
in the Fraser Nash, he'd come on a lot in a year because he'd raced the same car a year before, and he was substantially quicker. And Chris said he's just got to keep at it. He doesn't have enough time.
Well, he did used to race sort of Formula 2 cars in the Indian Grand Prix down in Madras back in period, and then Formula Atlantic things, but then that thing called work and starting a team got in the way, really. Oh, and the family business.
And running India's biggest brewery and an airline, which sadly caused him lots of aggravation.
Well,
Jamie Constable.
5th overall. He's about 14 seconds down on Chris Ward. Chris just had a mighty twitch about half a lap ago going into turn 8, the final corner. Turn 8, I hate calling it that because it's really Corbe de Pouas, but it's the one where you've just got to use every bit of gas you have and hope the car balances enough to get the acceleration up the climb to the start-finish line.
I noticed that Ted Tuppett, one of the British drivers, didn't start this race. I'm not sure why. John Sheldon, the racing dentist, did get back into the race. He's about 8 laps down, I think.
I think it's important as a dentist that you have a name that puts fear into your patients.
Yeah, you've got
Driller Sheldon.
Driller Sheldon.
And I knew someone who was a dentist with the surname Bloodsmith, which I'm not sure was really that welcoming.
No. Well, my first dentist was called Stringer.
Jamie Constable seems to sort of be all on his own. He's got about a 10-second margin over the Porsche 90803, which obviously Enrique Gempele isn't quite the same as Mark de Siebenthal, but they have had great success in it here. But you will always find that going well, but he's gradually falling away. But he's got a comfort buffer as well over the Porsche 917 of Michael Speyer, which
Olivia Hart's very consistent, isn't he?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, consistent and super quick. I mean, he's adding 2 seconds a lap.
It's going to be very interesting to see what happens at Spa and how he compares with guys that regularly drive the Corvette that he's going to be in.
Yeah, well, it's a circuit he knows well, but bear in mind, I think it's a 75-car field.
Yeah.
It's very easy to get lost within that, but he's racing out. Didn't we decide it was the Stella Motorsport Chevrolet Corvette Z06R?
Has tested at Spa in the car. And he alluded to the fact he was the quickest. I'm sure. Still alluded. He said, I went very well there. I was pleased with my times compared with the regular driver. So.
Okay. Well, good to hear. It doesn't enormously surprise me because ever since I first saw him competing in Historics, he just gets in and just is super.
Not sure how old he is. He must
26, I think.
26, yeah, that would be about right. Yeah. So Hart, Meal, Breitmeyer, T70s, 4 T70s. And the Chevron and the Porsche.
The Chevron just looks so well balanced, doesn't it? And here's Alex Furiani all over the tail of Michael Speyer. They're fighting over 7th place overall, then Porsche 917 in front. Soil Irie is only a 1.5 seconds behind, so he's coming onto their tail in the second of the Porsche 917s. Isn't it great? Here we are in 2025 talking about a pair of Porsche 917s. Racing, and the fact that apparently there was a third one here that went out and was tested by someone who maybe bring it out later in the season.
they built in total 43 917s.
Really?
Yeah, but of course quite a lot of those are Can-Am cars. Towards the end there was a whole different, just ultimate Can-Am car, wasn't it? It killed the Can-Am really.
Well, absolutely.
Final version.
Yeah, the Penske run 9:17:30, and when you speak to drivers there, with the turbo wound up, it was warp speed fast. The number of horsepower just went off the clock and kept climbing.
But I mean, obviously the factory round 917s in the Martini colour. You had the Golf colour. You had obviously Golf with the JW Automotive. It was almost a sort of semi-factory team, but then lots of privateers could buy them.
Yes, and those are the ones you largely need to sort of look in the record books to find, because of course the works and semi-works seems to be the ones right at the front.
On the internet is a list of every 917 that's built and who owned it in its history. How correct it is, I'm not sure, because it's not completely up to date, because the Mr. John B car, and because I've never had this before, but at this race meeting we've been given all the chassis numbers. And
there's a rabbit hole for you to fall into.
There's a big rabbit hole, but then I was able to check on this list, and the 917 is attributed to Mr. John and B. It's definitely, it lines up. The site hadn't been updated, but then people do this out of love rather than get paid, don't they? And of course, there's lots of books about 917s. Yeah. The likes of Mike Cotton. Yeah. Mike Cotton would write books like that about 917s, and they even write about individual cars, don't they? Sometimes a whole book about an individual car.
Yeah, and even I was trying to look into the records. Some of the Maserati 250Fs are here, and I've got a book with pretty much the record of all of those, and the Cameron Miller replicas. We'll get to those later when we see them in the HGPCA race later this afternoon. We haven't got much time left. 3.5 minutes. You'd have to say with a now 14-second advantage. Olivier Hart is stroking off at the distance. The GT class is still being led by Damien Kohler in the 116. That's the dark blue here, just coming. Into your shot, the blue GT40.
Ward is still trying to get past Breitmeyer.
Yeah.
But not finding. It's very interesting. John said that the only real place to pass at the end of the pits.
Yeah.
And of course, if you're in a car that's got a bit more horsepower, it makes it difficult. And
absolutely so.
You go down there and dive into the. They call it the Droit de Villeroy, that first corner, don't they? And it's a sort of double apex corner.
Double droite.
Yeah, double droite.
Jason Stewart-Wright still having a real battle with Alex Furiani. The Chevron driver just holding off Stewart-Wright's Lola. That was, again, a corner where lots of people seem to try is when you've had the climb from Parabolique into the next one, the Courbe de Gouguiol.
Still got 13 minutes to go. Oh, sorry, 2 minutes.
2 minutes to go. We're almost there. The hour has almost passed here at Dijon-Prenois. This is the classic. It's Endurance Racing 1, or CER1 as we call it.
But I mean, can Chris Ward have some last-ditch effort to get past Breitmeyer? They're the two 917s running nose to tail. Isn't that fantastic?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely.
To Brian Redman and.
Yeah, well, Nigel Green sort of gone past them.
There's a real battle going on. So. Iari was making a pass on Speyer there. I don't know if you saw that.
I did. I dare say if Iari can get past Speyer, he'll go off after Greensall. Greensall's job in the remaining 1.5 minutes is just complete the break. He's done the climb, helping Rolf Sigrist's number 19 Chevron up the order a little bit more. That's the Team Ombre car from years gone by, but they have no answer to the predominant Chevron B19, and that's the one that Jamie Constable has started and will finish, hopefully, in 5th place overall. Bear in mind, it ran as high as 2nd in the early stages of the race, and getting 1, 2, even 3 Lola T70s behind it. Very, very impressive job.
We've got some nice Formula 1 cars lining up.
It's just tempting, sticking their noses out into the sunshine.
McLaren M26 I can see down there, and
the Borough
Ensign
in the back. Yeah, exactly.
Or
Borough Ney Ensign.
And you just see the tiny edges of a couple of Mr. John's Ligiers, because we're going to see 3 Ligiers. We hope Nick Chester will be able to join us. He'll be disappointed finishing in 12th, and I suspect he had a problem with the car.
I think so too. Ordinarily you would expect him to be there, but this is the start of the last lap. You need to look for car 42. There it is, dropping through the long first corner, and it really does drop from entry down to exit. Then suddenly the track kicks up again, And his lead, 16.7 seconds at the moment, is enough for the chasing Armand Mill to not even be in shot. Armand has about almost a 10-second margin over Emil Breitmar, but Chris Ward has just moved past him, starting the final lap. He's got his nose in front.
How did he do that?
Well, it must be on the run over the start-finish line. Will he still get into the first corner ahead? That would mean third place, or will he be outbraked by Breitmar into fourth? Well, we'll wait and see, because we're waiting to see what Olivier Hart can do. We think, barring mechanical disaster, he's got this one in his pocket. Margin of 17 seconds, you'd have to say so. Armand Mill should be safe in second, but that battle for third place, is it Ward? We're going to see next in car number 70, or 124, the yellow loader T70 of Emil Breitmar. But here, DHG on the windscreen, that's the David Hart group, but it's son Olivier who's into the final corner now, goes up the inside. Yeah, that's the Camel Racing Porsche 911, and accelerates up the hill, up the hill, up the hill, and then eventually, as the track flattens out, he'll see the checkered flag waved. There it is for him. The job is done for Olivier Hart, flashing across. His margin may be, you know, he's backed it off actually a little bit, but he didn't need to press on too hard. Armand Mill was out of his sight and certainly out of his slipstream. And so D&O Hart, victory for them, and that's so big is his margin of victory. Only now does Armand Mill cross behind him. And who's going to be next? Is it going to be Chris Ward, or is it going to be Emil Breitmar? I need to look for the pair of them. Ward from Breitmar. Ward got ahead, stayed ahead by a quarter of a second. Andrew is going down to speak to people down in the paddock, hopefully. We'll keep an ear out for that. Jamie Constable winning the under 2 litre class, and that's in 5th place overall, so exceptionally good job from him. And the GT class, Damien Cole has taken the flag in 19th place overall in his 1969 Ford GT40. Job done that for them as well. So that is the outcome. But really, Olivier Hart took over the Lola T70 from his father, the family's Lola T70, and made it work very, very well indeed to go through to take victory. So 4 Lola T70s in the top 4 positions. The first of the under 2 litre class cars, the Chevrolet B19 of Jamie Constable, and then a Porsche of another shape, an unusual shape, the 90803 of Marc de Siepenthal and Enrique Gempel in 5th place overall. And then 7th and 8th, special mention to the Porsche 917s of Soilari and Mr. John of B, and the car that followed them home, just a whisker over 2 seconds in arrears, Michael Spare and Philippe Siffert, son of the late great Philippe Siffert. But victory to the Hart family again. It's been a fantastic meeting for them here at Circuit de Dijon-Prenois. And David started the car, kept out of trouble, dropped back to about 5th or 6th position, but Olivier was on a massive charge and made short work of those in front of him. And actually at the end he was listed as 3 seconds clear. I'm just wondering actually if there's a penalty, or did he back it off that much, because he's sitting on a lead of more like 13 seconds as they went on to that final lap. Job very well done. The dark green family Lola T70 enters the pit lane and will rumble up towards the crew, and then presumably on up to where the winning combos need to get, which is up towards pit exit. And really, I do feel that drivers coming here will just adore this circuit for what it offers in terms of the vertical, the constant twisting and turning. And they will know, I think, any lap where you nail it at any circuit, you feel pleased. But when you've mastered the gradient change here, I think it would feel even more special. So Olivier Hart out, Father David waiting to congratulate him, the family watching on from home, and Andrew Marriott's down there waiting for his moment to leap in.
David, what a win. The boy did a great job again.
Yes, I'm happy. I don't have to pay him, but so that's good. No, but I'm happy. There was a nice race in the beginning. I had to learn a little bit, but yeah, I'm happy.
God. Olivier, terrific race. You got a big smile on your face, and the Lola went perfectly.
Yeah, it all went pretty well. I think we got 15-second penalty for track limits, so one track limit gets 5 seconds added. But I don't know who looks at the lines, but I didn't do any track limits, but it's fine. I knew it because my dad was...
It was me.
Yeah, no. I saw my dad waving, so I knew, okay, I have a penalty, I need to go on. And when he did the thumbs up, I knew I would be safe. So, yeah, I was just pushing.
I didn't know it was 10 seconds or 15, so...
Well, I must admit, in the commentary, we hadn't noticed that, so we thought you were just...
That's why I was pushing him.
Yeah, but it was really fun, especially going through the traffic. I think I gained a lot of time against Amal there. So, yeah, pretty happy, and the car was going all right, and yeah, pushing hard, but we got the win, so I'm very happy.
As we said, next week, a modern racing car. See how you get on at Spa.
Yeah, no, that will be the 28th, 29th of June, so not next week. So yeah, that will be fun. Excited, I think I'm ready, so I wanna race more.
Excellent, well done, Hearts.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Great to see fraternal pride there, and paternal too. And yeah, well done. But yes, I just wondered why his margin has suddenly fallen to 3 on the screen, where we couldn't actually see the second place car in the background of Armand Mill. But with I just guessed eventually a penalty came his way. But you know, it was working the traffic as well as the speed lap over lap that really did it for Olivier. Very, very positive indeed. Right, the next track action coming up is a demo. It's a bonus. We had this yesterday, and it was a Formula One show from 1967, one of the most fantastic Ferraris of all time in that. More in a moment. Here are the highlights. Enjoy. So as the Hart family continues to celebrate, we enjoyed the highlights there of CER1, Classic Endurance Racing 1. And that was an hour action-packed with fabulous cars, some great racing there, but really Olivier Hart did everything that was required of him and moved the family car back to lead a 4-car Lola T70 train, even withstanding a 15-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. That's what it said on the tin, but he did the job and still won with 3 seconds in hand. Now we are turning our attention to a special display of Formula One cars from 1967 through into the early 1980s. It's a great chance to have a sort of guest show. We're going to have the Historic Grand Prix Car Association coming up next with a race, which is a guest race, but this is going to be a demo. And certainly when Andrew Mariott gets back to join me in the commentary box, we will love going through. But to have a trio of Ligiers here is rather special on home ground. And we talked a lot about Mr. John of B, one of those coming from his stables. But We have the JS11. We have from 1979 and 1980, the JS17 from 81 and the JS21 from 83. But it was the earliest one of those, the JS11, that in the second year in which ground effects was being used in Formula One, they Lotus nailed it in the first, and everyone was given a shot when Ligier went to the first 2 rounds in 1979 in Argentina, then in Brazil, and Jacques Lafitte won the pair of them. Then the following year, their form fell away a little bit as Williams came on strong in end of 79 and into 80, but then in 80 they still won a pair of races, that time with Jacques Lafitte and Didier Pironi, or albeit the other way around. Pironi won in Belgium and Lafitte won in Germany. But great to have those, but a car that just draws the most attention, I would feel, and certainly when you look at the extraordinary layout of all the exhaust behind the driver, a car made famous by Chris Amon, the 312 Ferrari. We have that out on the circuit and very, very much looking forward to that. Well done, Andrew. Good charging down there to get the interview. And it's also lovely to see a father and son so proud of each other's performance on the track, because he knew that Olivier had to work. But I love the way that David was explaining how he was leaning over the pit wall and waving him on.
And I hadn't realised they got a penalty. And the other thing, there was a lot happening here in the booth, wasn't it? Because we had a guest and everything. But of course, Jan Magnussen was 30 seconds longer in the pits, because he's Jan Magnussen, and then he got another 30-second penalty as well. So that's why he dropped down, and we hadn't appreciated that in the race.
No, we knew he was dropping back with a longer pit stop.
Should have remembered he does get that 30-second penalty. Of course, the Harts are so-called amateurs. I'm not sure how long Olivier Hart.
No, I think the cover is blown. I think you'd say in certain.
I think it is a bit, because he was really pilots. Quick. But that skewed the result of the race to a degree. But they were worried that they knew they got track limit penalties, which we hadn't noticed, and they were very worried. That's why he was really pushing on all the time. So interesting.
Yeah.
Lovely to see T70s. Just marvellous to see those 917s racing that 908.3. I mean, Porsche enthusiasts would come from far and wide just to see those cars race, wouldn't they?
For a lot of people, and, it's like hen's teeth, really, so very special.
Yeah, and Nigel Greenstone, of course, was over the moon, particularly his driver, because he's been racing 3 or 4 years, and that's their best ever result in that car. So they were very happy.
Yeah, that was Rolf Sigrist was his teammate.
Rolf Sigrist, exactly, B19. Yes.
Chevrolet B19 seems to be the car to have in that under 2-litre class. Nimble, super.
I was literally down there a minute ago. It didn't seem to be quite ready to go yet with the Formula One display. But maybe just explain what we've got coming up after this, because we have got Grand Prix cars of a previous era coming.
Exactly, and they're split very simply according to front or rear engine. Doesn't matter, they're all in the same grid, but a brilliant grid of cars.
It covers 30 years Grand Prix racing, and we'll talk about that, but Will Nuttall was going to win the race yesterday, had this rev limiter problem. They think they solved it. We'll talk a bit more about that. So
I hear a noise in my ears, and that's a Formula One noise, and it sounds like the V12 whale of a Matra, or possibly the Ferrari V12 going out.
I think it's the Ferrari.
Okay, be the Ferrari going out, and we have 6 or 7 cars coming out to play, and the good thing about this is they weren't just tootling around with their demo yesterday. They were really starting to wind it up, which is what they want to do, what you want to do as the fans. And the engine notes, there's a lot of conversation about Formula One having had a disappointing engine note for a very long time, and people were clamouring for the V10s to come back. They certainly would wake you up 5 kilometres from the circuit. That will not be happening, but now we can delve into the box of tricks from the mid-60s through to the early 1980s, and the sound was still visceral.
Yes. Of course, we have heard DFV engines racing here this weekend.
Indeed.
And what we didn't... We said there was 3 DFV cars in that, not the last race, but the previous one. Actually, it should have been 4 because of the Ligier. But I found out it had an oil pump problem, and that's why it didn't start. So just covering that. So the McLaren out there, the M26 Chassis 5 is the actual car. And... driven by James Hunt, amongst others, designed by Gordon Coppock. And the car that was raced very successfully by Bobby Vernon Rowe. This is the car that Bobby won a lot of races in. Bruce knows very well. And
Yeah, I mean, he started his career racing notably against Jason Plato when they were in Formula Renault and stuff. Bobby very, very quick. Jason very, very quick. Obviously, Jason went on to great success in the British Touring Car Championship. Bobby went away, came back. He raced Listers in GT1, the FIA GT1 series, so would have raced here because that was sort of the highlight for quite a few years at Dijon-Prenois, but then he moved into the historic scene, and particularly with that M26 McLaren was
won a lot of races, and I think he's got a Cobra now.
Yes, he races a Cobra at the Goodwood events, very beautifully presented car, and you know he's back in the swing of things again, which is good because he's one of the naturally quick drivers. I think our director just giving the cameraman a little bit of a breather at the moment. He's taking a little bit of a breather because we got what in business is called a locked-off camera, but I'm sure we'll get some. We had great coverage of these cars yesterday. We did indeed. All we can really do today is possibly pick them out in a locked-off camera. We can hear their engine noise. They get through the first corner and then start dropping down the hill through the first corner, then accelerating. You can hear the engines really getting many more revs. They go up into the S's and they're feathering it a little bit because it's a demo. It's not a race, but then off into the distance and down into the valley beyond. But we should have 3 Ligiers, shouldn't we? JS17, JS21. What was the third? The JS11, which was the earlier JS11, the one that really set the ball rolling for Ligier. You know, they came in with that V12 Matra engine, and it was a little bit cumbersome for the car. It was heavy. Eventually they went to Fords, and then it was the time, of course, Lotus has suddenly pulled an absolute blinder with introducing ground effects and masked it so well. It was really a season and a half before some of the other rivals had something capable of challenging, and you wouldn't have expected Ligier to be the team to do it, but going into 1979 Lotus was expected to continue its predominance, yet they went to those South American races and romped off into the distance. Now we're going to get some nice shots of them. Look. Okay, into the dip, which is the Ligiers. This is Sir John B. I keep promoting him to Sir John, Mr. John B. Mr. John B. And this is the JS17. This is the one from 1981. It says it has a Talbot. Now, the Talbot factory has the most convoluted history in the world. When you say the Talbot factory, there have been several, haven't there? There's several. I mean, it started as an Anglo-French company, and then there was separate English and French. It's very complex. I've got it all in an article somewhere. But there is a really good pub called the Talbot Arms in Mells, just outside Frome in Somerset. Was that? And many other ones, and I recommend that one for you. Yes. Yeah, and around Mells, of course, was where, not too far up the road, was Nunney, which is where Bob Walker had his base, so that little part of eastern Somerset. Right. There's the Iberia sponsor, Iberia Spanish Airlines, of course, also sponsored the Formula 3 team. Prior to that, with the Lynn car, and they had the Lynn car for a while, didn't they? With Emilio de Villota driving that, but he really took to this McLaren. But this is an unusual one because this one was made effectively when McLaren was thinking they might do Formula 3 5000, but it didn't get raced. It was left on side, and they suddenly thought, actually, James Hunt's just won the World Championship in 1976. Let's try and see if we can move it on. And Emilio de Villota took it on, but he ran it with 3 paid employees and 4 mates. Only 2 sets of tyres for a weekend, so no wonder he was hampered, but he qualified a couple of times in 1977, so full marks to the Spanish ace. All kinds of people. Well, the 23 was a competitive car over about 4 seasons. I mean, obviously James Hunt won his World Championship in it. But 2 years before, Emerson Fittipaldi had taken the title, and already in 73 we had wins for Denny Hulme up at Anderstorp in Sweden. That's right. We had obviously Mike Hailwood, we mentioned earlier, raced an M23. Now here is the Boro, and you know the HB alarm systems, that's the Dutch sponsor, and you know the whole story about this, sir. Yeah, well, allegedly, well, not allegedly, as the books will explain, that the Hugenbroom brothers, and that's Bob and Rodi, so their BO and RO became Boro. They were unhappy with some deal they had. They sponsored the team in 1975. This is the Ensign. The Ensign team, I beg your pardon. And there was some disagreement. They said, OK, well, we'll take the car in recompense. They took the car, and for 76, they retitled it the Boro. It was run from Amsterdam by Gordon Horn. but the performance wasn't what they wanted, and Larry Perkins ran it for one race, then it went into the hands of Brian Henton. Unhappy with the progress, they then just pulled the plug on it before the season was out.
But the fundamental chassis that was very good, the whole Ensign N173, and of course in period they couldn't match the money of the McLarens and Lotuses and Ferraris at the time. But in historic racing, more recently, the Ensign has become almost a must-have car. It was a few years ago, it isn't any longer, but a lot of races won by Ensigns in historic Formula One, and they look just like that car, actually.
Yeah, and you know what? I think in many ways they just needed more money. They had some tip-top drivers, you know. They had Chris Amon in 1976, had Jackie Hicks as well.
Yeah,
and so it went on.
Oh, now here's a man that
talking Formula One.
Still a little bit, no, not red in the face from his race, but Nick Chester has joined us.
Just untangle your microphone for you.
Technical officer of the new Cadillac Formula One operation. Oh, thanks so much for coming. You must have had a bit of a
we saw one of the moments you had in that race down at La Bretelle, but
a bit of a challenging race. Did you have a bit of a problem with the car later on?
Just running out of tyres, to be honest.
Were you?
So, yeah, I suppose the Mark IIIs have slightly narrower tyres than the 3Bs, and they were getting very hot.
But of course, you came from a high of winning the previous race at Spa. It was absolutely brilliant, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was fantastic. It was one of those races where just everything goes right.
Now, you're going to look at these Formula One cars, Nick, and you're going to say, the technical regulations allowed us to do so many more things than you're allowed to do now.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, I think, back then the rule book was probably 15, 20 pages, and now it's 266 pages.
Yeah, and very prescriptive on what you can do.
Very prescriptive.
And as a designer, is that a big challenge for you or not?
Yes, I mean, there's still so many areas you can improve. You know, I think I suppose because it's quite prescribed and a lot of the work goes into the detail. You have to add up lots of little gains to make a quick car.
We'll ask about the Cadillac in a moment, but your history is a long one in Formula One. You worked as an engineer with some brilliant drivers, and I think you were the mastermind behind Alonso winning the World Championship, weren't you?
I wouldn't go so far as say I was a mastermind, but I ran the vehicle performance group at the time, and we did work on things like tuned mass damper, new rear suspension.
Well, you're the mass damper man, aren't you, Nick?
Well, it was a group effort.
Yeah.
Actually, it was one of the people who worked for me in the vehicle performance group who said, "I've seen this mass damper in the wind tunnel. What do you think we could put it on a car?" And then we put it on a 7-post rig, saw it was really good, and then I think only 4 weeks later we were racing it.
You must have worked with a dozen or so Formula One drivers, maybe even more, have you?
Yes, I haven't counted.
But does Alonso come out right near the top of that group? Or?
He's very special. I think the impressive thing with Alonso, but also the really best drivers, is they've got such huge bandwidth. They can control the car beautifully, but they can also think about what they're doing with their switches. They look at the TV screens to see what's going on in the race. They've got incredible bandwidth.
Yeah.
It's the modern-day equivalent of Jackie Stewart smelling cut grass at the Nürburgring and realising someone's had a spin over the hill in front of him.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at this. I mean, this was a classic McLaren M23 that dominated the World Championship. Gordon Koppel at the time, I didn't know Gordon from years ago, but it was a beautiful. And what about this Ferrari?
Lovely. Yes, they're always beautiful, aren't they? And that does look beautiful. I guess it's probably a 3-litre F1.
Yeah, it is. It's got a V12 engine in it. It's a 1967 car.
So it was a season when aerodynamic tweaks just began, and later on they put a few little elements on the back, and then suddenly the wings came sprouting.
Yeah, look at the exhaust system as well. It's fantastic. A very sort of visceral look to them. But you're designing cars to set the rules, and that's what you've got to work with. And
that's it. Yeah, you've got to decipher them and work out. Is there anything in the text that allows you to do something interesting? Yeah. So I mean, we're doing that, but everybody's doing it.
Yeah. And you assembled a good team there, based at Silverstone.
Based at Silverstone. But a fantastic team. We've got some people I've worked with before at Renault, McLaren. But there's, yeah, I mean, some really good people, and also a lot of help from General Motors as well.
Yes, because they must have a lot of computer. They'll have clever engineers on the road car section, I suppose. That can.
They've got a motorsport.
Well, of course, they've had a lot of success with them.
So we're really linked in with the motorsport.
Yeah.
How about your racing career, Nick? Because I know you've wanted to dabble with cars, but you have dabbled with cars. But where did that begin?
Well, my dad used to have a garage, and he loved racing. So I'd go with him, and then later on when I was about 19, I started doing a bit, and it's been one of those things where I like to do some racing when I can, but it tends to come and go depending on, on what's happening.
What was the first thing you raced? Did you start in single seaters, or did you start in?
I'm trying to let me think back. I did some rallying in a Opel Ascona was the first thing I did. So I did a season of rallying, and that was good fun.
Well, it's all learning, isn't it? And particularly with your job, and that was obviously the main driver for you. But when did you start, for example, getting into things like T70s?
Oh, only 5 years ago. So before that, I raced a Group C Spice.
I remember that.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Really good fun.
Yeah.
And then I started racing the T70 in 21. But it's a fun car to drive. It's very busy. You have to do everything yourself.
Yeah.
And not a lot of grip.
So you're starting with a Ferrari engine, but GM are building their own motor.
Yes.
Yeah. So but you're designing for a new set of rules. But have you got to you've got to design a complete new car for the following year when you've got your own engine, or are they more or less all the same shape and size and fit?
Yeah, it will be quite a different job in going from a Ferrari engine to a GM engine.
Yeah.
And one of the things we really want to do with the GM engine is to make sure that we can package everything beautifully. So,
yes.
The back of the chassis will be different, and we'll be thinking really carefully about how we sync in electronic boxes, how we make very nice work with the plumbing around the engine.
Yeah, so it's all GM, so you can work together. Where sometimes people have to just work with the engine they're given, which has not been designed by the same group, which is probably more difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, you have a bit of an advantage when you're a works team and you can do it all together.
Yeah. And how many people you got working there? I mean, I drove past the other day. There's quite a few cars in the car park.
Yeah, it's busy. I think we're spread across 5 units now.
Yeah.
We started with one, and it's just grown.
Yeah.
So we're about 300 people now.
And will you have your own wind tunnel? It's a wind tunnel. GM must have wind tunnel. Fantastic wind tunnels, I suppose.
They do, but not quite suited for
racing. Yeah.
But we are using Toyota at the moment.
Right. Okay.
Alone, and that's working pretty well.
Yeah. I've seen that tunnel. Yeah.
And then long term, we may build our own.
Yeah. So you got your racing today, but presumably as the season gets closer, you'll have to put that race car away, won't you?
Absolutely. This is sort of my chance while we're getting ready for next season to get a few races in, and then next year I think it'll be very hard to do any.
And everything. I mean, we hear that Adrian Newey still takes a pencil. Is that a bit of a myth, do you think? Or,
I believe he still does.
Yeah. So you don't do that. No, it's all CAD CAM.
It's all CAD CAM. Yeah. So we'll tend to look at things on the CAD and discuss how we can, a different interpretation or how we can change them. But
And how do you choose to? Seems to be quite a lot of the teams are using basically the same programming, are they? And that's why the cars tending to look the same at the moment.
You mean CAD system?
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought you meant ChatGPT.
No, I didn't mean ChatGPT. No. Yeah.
No, I think there's two main manufacturers, Dassault and Siemens, and most of the teams are Dassault, and a few were with Siemens.
Yeah.
But effectively, it's really the rules that drive the show. When you plot all the regulation boxes out, you have something that looks like a Lego version of an F1 car.
Yeah, wow. And I suppose some stage soon, you're probably in the know, but the drivers will be announced, because at the moment you're not knowing who's going to drive the car, I presume. Yeah.
No, not yet. We should have an inkling, I would say, in July.
Yeah. Very good. Well, it's very exciting times for you. But you had a little period, didn't you, with the Mercedes Formula E team?
I did, yes.
How did you cope with that?
It was very different. So you had to switch your mind onto where you're going to find performance with a Formula E car, which is different to a Formula One. And a lot of it was in motor efficiency and control systems.
Yeah.
And then after that, we put a lot of effort in just to be operationally as good as we could be.
Yes, and then there's slightly strange rules with these odd whatever the laps they called them, when they went wide.
And the attack modes.
All that stuff. I mean, attack mode, nice to hear the engine going nice, making a lot of noise when you get back to the racetrack.
Yes, yeah, I think.
I just think somehow, I mean, you understand the engineering challenge and everything they're trying to do, but for old blokes like us, racing cars make noise. I think.
Yes. Yeah, there's something emotive about it, isn't
it? Yeah. So what do we got here?
Well,
obviously we've got the Ligets. I mean, that was a very strange thing. The one Liget came out of the box. It was Buenos Aires, wasn't it? That first race where Jacques Lafitte looked at the season, or I was going to be Lotus, or
possibly Williams, whoever.
And suddenly, Lafitte pulled. Not Jacques Lafitte was driving. The Ligier design team and pulled something. They found something. Of course, the others caught up after about 3 races.
Yeah, but it was when they did it 2 races running. You're thinking,
yes,
if they continue on that rate of progression, but the others didn't. The others responded quickly. But actually, you think back to the Argentinian Grand Prix.
Yeah.
You think back a handful of years earlier where Jean-Pierre Jarier galloped off in the Lotus, but it always seemed to be a bit different. But now it seems in Formula One, you arrive at the start of the season, and it's quite rare that someone who starts strongly isn't going to continue. You did seem to have some not rogue outfits, but teams that just had something on point for a moment until other people maybe saw it, copied it, and got it to work. But it's not so easy now.
Now in Formula One, everybody's pretty well financed, aren't they? And the difference between the worst and the best is very narrow. You're all looking for the tiny infinitesimal little changes and adding a few of those up to get the speed.
Yeah,
but it proved, isn't it, with McLaren over the last 2 years, gone from the back of the grid to the front, it can be done.
Yeah. I mean, they've done a fantastic job. They've made so much progress.
Yeah.
But it's all about stacking up tenths.
Yeah.
They'll find a 10th game, and then your next 10th game, and just keep it going.
Yeah. I mean, these days, heading the design team, it's a group decision mainly, is it? You sort of lead that, and
so a lot of it is making sure that we're looking in all the right areas.
Yes.
So we're sort of optimising our design, and then a bit of discussion about we're going to trade off aero performance for weight on this component. But a lot of it is numbers driven.
Yeah.
Just for what's going to give us the fastest.
Is it hard to get down to the weight then?
Yeah,
is it?
We'll be in 26.
Oh, in 26. Yeah.
Yes, all the teams realise it's a challenge.
And you're going home now. You'll obviously probably go to Silverstone tomorrow morning, will you? Do you find it relaxing racing? Does that just calm you down a little bit? Or you've been at a long time, so you.
Yeah, I think it's just something I like doing. So it's nice to always feel good. You've done a race.
But your win last time out, was that the pinnacle of you?
That was very special. Yeah, particularly on
in those conditions. I mean, it was easy to drop it, wasn't it?
It was. I mean,
and then Robin Ward did a nice job as well at the end, and so on. Yeah.
Yeah, he brought it home at the end. But, doing it, not making mistakes, was great.
Yeah. Yeah, we look at these cars now and how the aero is, and it looks agricultural, doesn't it? But at the time, of course, that was it.
At the time.
But there was quite a lot of different solutions. So I was lucky to be involved and working in Formula One at that time. And you had we discussed yesterday about the 6-wheel Tyrrell came out of the box, and obviously Chapman's twin chassis car and all that sort of cleverness that went on. And it's a shame that the rules are so prescriptive, I think, really.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of feel, I think some of the teams agree that it would be nice to have open regs.
Yeah.
And we've got a cost cap, so you can't go so crazy.
Yeah.
It would be quite fun, but I think there's a concern in the sort of FIA level that if you opened it right up, they could have things that they either don't want or a team gets a long way ahead.
Yes.
Then again, I think lots of people watching the sport just like expertise to be rewarded and initiative, but it is constrained as it is, so that's how it shall be. But I think hugely exciting times. But one thing that really strikes me, when I used to, be involved in a little bit of Formula One, the teams are still quite small. If you wanted to go and speak to the designer, you go and shuffle up to them at the baggage carousel. But now you have phalanxes of young designers and crews coming in sort of by the 50. It seems like the Roman army is invading.
Yeah.
And It's a very, very different game. But, you know, that's what we see from the outside. But you've still got the personalities involved, but it's just harder for them to be revealed, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Even with the sort of the new world of, well, it's not new, 5 seasons in or whatever, in Netflix Drive to Survive, it's given people a sort of view through the door, but only really to the antechamber, not to the heart of the sport. Would you say that's fair?
Yeah, I mean, I think that has been good because it's opened Formula One up to, you know, a massive audience.
Yeah.
And, there's a lot of people, you know, now watching that may not have watched without Netflix.
Yeah, and I think commercially it's stronger. But I mean, Bernie did marvellous things, but to a degree it was a bit of a double-edged sword. And you know, he was a bit funny with some of the sponsors. I always thought there was a lot more sponsorship, possible commercial opportunities there that they didn't really seize. You know, we said yesterday, and they haven't done it yet. Why don't they have a sponsor for Rookie of the Year like they do in the States? Or, you know, Bernie didn't like people flying flags because he didn't like the colour, and he didn't like the colour of the toilet paper, stuff like that. You know, I think personally, I think Liberty have done a pretty strong job. I know it's very hard running 23, 24 races. That is hard. I mean, it's almost having 2 groups, isn't it? In a way like NASCAR have done.
Some of the teams have rotated.
Yeah, rotating. Yeah, yeah. Look at that, Nick.
It is a beautiful car.
You know, you see bits of the engine and the exhaust, and obviously, you know, all the injection system there. And of course, no aero whatsoever. There's no aero on there. It's all down to mechanical grip. Is that?
Yeah, and some of those cars even used to have lift rather than downforce. You know.
Yes. Yeah.
Until they started getting devices on there.
You know, I've seen a Formula One car take off actually. It knocked a TV tower down.
Oh.
Ian Ashley at Motorsport Canadian. Mind you, there's a famous place at Motorsport, you know, where lots of cars have taken off.
There's a
but he actually he hit the back of somebody.
But he hit the tower quite a long way up, and he was a very lucky individual. Nick, thank you very much for joining us. We're going to go into the HGPCA, but it's really nice to get it.
Yeah, we're going back.
The window's been opened a chink.
We're going back even further in Formula One now, right? But you know, the real insight for us. You know, it was a privilege to have you here. Thank you so much. We wish you the very best of luck next year with Cadillac as a newcomer. They had to fight to get there, didn't they? But they got there, and it was absolutely terrific. I couldn't understand what they were playing at.
No, nor can I. I think it's just adding more colours to the palette, which makes it more appealing.
Well, I'm sure 20 cars isn't enough. And I mean, regularly was 24, wasn't it?
24 to 26 became the standard, didn't it?
Yeah.
And
you'll be there, and I'm sure your group's going to be right in there, writing some headlines.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Congratulations for that, and congratulations on your win at Spa. That was brilliant.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, and maybe Cadillac will be given a springboard with victory in the Le Mans 24 hours beforehand.
Oh yes, that's.
You know, of course, they're pitching in. The car's been quick, but it hasn't picked the ripest of fruits as yet. But we will see. Yeah. At Rich Time coming up. Oh, next weekend. Must prepare.
Yeah, then you've got Spa the weekend after. Yeah.
Nürburgring, then Spa. That'll be fun.
Then Spa. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Nick.
Thank you.
So, as some exquisite Formula One machinery is wheeled away, some more exquisite Formula One machinery will be wheeled out, because we're going straight into the second of the 25-minute races for the Grand Prix Cars Association, and we're talking cars from as early as the late 1930s. Maserati 6CM, Marcus Nisius, I think his is the oldest car in the race. Then a lot of cars from the 1950s and a whole host of Maserati 250Fs. And then sort of the British Challengers. They weren't level at the time, but the Cooper Bristols were laying the groundwork for what followed. And then the other class of cars in this field are rear-engined. And this is really what happened when Cooper, Lotus et al. Started to put the engines at the back of their cars. And soon Formula One was absolutely transformed. And the established, particularly Italian teams of Ferrari and Maserati suddenly thought, oh, we've got a challenge coming, and it came over the horizon very quickly, and in the space of a handful of years the world had changed.
And the cars, the engines had gone from the front to the back, and
the cars had got smaller and smaller, and then Sterling Moss took that incredible win in the Argentinian Grand Prix with tyres in tatters, but by not having to stop as often and put new rubber on as the big cars did, suddenly there was a new challenger. It was unbelievably hot down in Buenos Aires that weekend, which made it really hard for everyone, but Formula One was a changing. The world of motor racing was a changing. And then, of course, we had the whole process of some of the Formula One constructors taking cars over to compete in the Indianapolis 500 that still was resolutely front-engined.
Jack Brabham was the first.
Jack Brabham was the first.
They laughed at it when they saw it.
What are these diddy little things? Yeah. And there was one victory that sort of went to Parnelli Jones, but it should have gone to Jim Clark, shouldn't it? Count back of laps and leaking oil and so many things. Yeah. But, you know, these were rich days. But it was, what people forget, it was hand to mouth. These weren't wealthy constructors tilting for glory. These were desperate constructors trying to just get enough results to gain the money to pitch in and hopefully, you know, be more competitive as they sort of pursued their ideas.
Just harking back to, wasn't it wonderful to have Nick? I want an insight into current Formula One.
You know, I think Nick is very, very understated.
He is. I mean, just going to use the same word.
The pressure he must have on his shoulders. Yeah. It's not just designing a car to work for the new regs. It's to get it right with what will be a very demanding client.
Yeah.
Manufacturers are not known. Automotive manufacturers are not known for patience when they come into motor racing.
Not. I mean, this is. We're not quite sure of the structure, but unlike the Mercedes Formula One team, which is not that much owned by Mercedes anymore, actually. I think the engine shop is probably owned by completely.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Yeah, the ownership is always opaque.
Wolf owning some of it. You've got various Middle East funds owning some of it.
And likewise, an awful lot of McLaren is owned by Middle Eastern funds and so on and so forth. So all is not obvious from the outside.
But anyway, I think it was a coup to get Nick here.
Oh, I think it was fantastic, and it's also just nice to know that this time of the year, because he's not, you know, if the Cadillac was in Formula One now, we would not be seeing him.
Be here, no.
But as he's preparing for next year, it will give him a chance. It may be years until he gets to race regularly again.
70, yes. Well, the cars are out on the track, and actually two very rare cars just went through, actually, that you wouldn't normally have seen.
Yeah, the Lister Monza-Napoli was one. It was silver, and it raced in this bizarre race on the banking at Nürburgring. There it is now, actually, sitting up high. What did I say?
Nürburgring.
Did I say the Monza-Napoli race at Nürburgring?
Yeah, it's been a long day.
We haven't finished yet.
We haven't finished yet, and so there is that Lister, because it didn't actually sit in the middle. That's the other thing, because it was a Lister sports car converted. But the star of the show here is usually a guy from Nottingham called Will Nuttall, and he's in a wonderful Cooper Climax T53 from 1960, and a car that in the World Championship, we've been talking about the World Championship in 2026 a moment ago, but in 1960 Coopers finished first and second in the World Championship, and Jack Brabham hadn't started his own company then, won the World Championship with the younger Kiwi driver Bruce McLaren second, and this is the car that Bruce used through that season. It's now owned by a guy called Giorgio Marchi, and Will was looking at going to win the race yesterday and was 3.5 seconds faster in practice than anybody. As it left the line, it only revved to 6. Something was holding the revs back. It went to a rev to 7.5. And I spoke to him this morning, and they're not sure they've cracked it.
Oh. I thought he was just...
They've tried all sorts of things. But he said it was a rev limit. Look, there isn't an effect. It normally runs to 7.5. And then if it goes over that, blows up. But it would only rev to 6. And it wouldn't go any further. And that's why everybody went past him at the start. And... anyway, we'll see. Will is coming from the back, of course, now, because the results are based on the race yesterday, and that's why you've got that lovely Brabham at the front.
We're going to have 2 cars coming up, though, as long as Mark Shaw's...
We had a Brabham one too, didn't we, yesterday?
Yeah, but we have the Lotus 2021, hopefully number 99 of Mark Shaw. That was going well. That suddenly pulled off. So 34 cars hopefully coming out of the grid. That's a fantastic field from the HGPCA.
So we're going to see... I said to Will, how many laps before you get to the front, assuming it's going to rev to the 7.5 it's supposed to. And I said 3, he said 5. So we'll see what happens. But he's a brilliant driver, is Will Nuttall from Nottingham, and his father's in the race as well, in an older Cooper Bristol that you just mentioned. There's a X-Hill X Brabham. Well, that's a great car to have, isn't it? The little
Brabham, Tim Childs BT34 running in the red livery. Number 100 there is one that was at the front end yesterday for a bit for Jean de Mestral. That fell down the order. But Little Heron's there. Car number 37. What is a heron? It normally might be nicking your fish out of your pond, but that's a car that was designed in Britain as a Formula Junior, raced down in South Africa and stayed on after this.
They put a bigger engine in it. So
they put
it
the Alfa Romeo
Formula
in.
One car, because at one stage it was only 1500cc for Formula One. Not that it's that much more now. And that is a very rare beast. It's an immaculate, actually, in the condition.
Clinton McCarthy sitting in number 18, which is suitable. It is a Lotus 18. It was the third of the rear-engine Formula One cars built by Lotus, Lotus 18. So they'd had the engine up front 12, then they went to the engine at the back 18.
No, the 16.
Sorry, the 16. But you know, many periods.
But this car's Jim Clark, the great Jim Clark, Scottish world champion, raced that. Still considered on many people's list to be the best racing driver of all time. It's impossible to really compare people from different eras, but Jim Clark was a hugely popular, another understated guy, actually.
Yeah, he got in and just excelled. Didn't seem to matter. Sports car.
No, it didn't look as if he was trying. It didn't look as if he was trying either.
Super smooth. Right, what we have on the grid is a pair of Brabhams on the front row.
Yeah.
Child and Kuiper, McCarthy and Horseman in their Lotus 18 and 1821s on the second row. Then another Brabham, Max Blees and Justin Mayers. We saw him. Number 7, there is Max Blees in the Total team. That's a French liveried car. And down at the back, number 10. Look, and 99. These are two cars that can round at the front, but they're starting at the back. Number 10 is,
Will Nuttall.
Of course, Will Nuttall. Yeah. Number 99 is Mark Shaw. And then in front of them, they've got some cars they should pass very quickly. A sit up and beg Maserati, that should be picked off. It simply will not have the performance because that is a car from eons before it. That's
we've got cars that were designed before the war.
Yeah, and they would have been raced after the war because obviously during the war, not much happened for a while in terms of having the equipment. But soon we moved through to the wonderful shape of the Maserati 250F. I think we have 5 or 6 of those in the race. And then we went to the rear-engine cars that dominate the front end of the grid.
But interesting, one of the Brabhams we're going to see there that's competitive was bought to do hill climbs or mountain climbs.
Yeah.
By a chap whose family has been racing here this weekend, Charles Vogelé.
Yeah, the European, mountain climbs, many of them are very, very long runs, a proper championship across the continent. The British hill climbs scene has always been strong, but we don't have enough vertical to get some of the climbs they have, don't have the mountain scape. Maserati 250Fs, a pair of them, they're still just exquisite to look at.
A lot of these cars have engines built by Coventry Climax, not an engine manufacturer. Some people will know, the younger people, but Climax made engines for fire pumps and things like that, or aluminium. They're very, very clever. And a company in Buxted in East Sussex now has all the drawings, and they reproduce those engines exactly as they were. So you can get a brand new Coventry Climax FPF engine, which will be in some of these cars. You can go and order it brand new.
Well,
but it's exactly to the spec.
But it's expertise that exists.
Well, that's
often not quite small sheds, but not industrial units. You can never tell what's behind the doors. But there's some.
Yeah, well, Ollie Crosswaite runs a business now that started by his father. You go past that place and you wouldn't know what it was, because I lived near there and I've been around it. And that's a company that's recreated the pre-war Auto Unions and Mercedes-Benz. Fantastic.
Most of Cooper Bristol's just towards the tail of the grid, and of course they were the sort of cars that Mike Hawthorne got into and started making a name for himself. But soon the world moved on. Of course, he became the first British driver to win a round of the World Championship, 1953 at Reims. You know, and when you can win a Grand Prix, that's something. When you can win a Grand Prix ahead of Juan Manuel Fangio, you know you've really hit the heights. But these cars at the front, the little Coopers, Brabhams, and Lotuses, they will be the ones going for outright victory. It's a 25-minute race, so you've got to get it right very early on, and that makes it harder for Will Nuttall in the number 10 Cooper at the back and Mark Shaw to work their way up the order. It will be really, really tricky, but at the opening laps, you can be sure they're absolutely going to be going for it.
Interesting to see how Will Nuttall comes in. Tim Child, we mentioned the one Brabham was built for hill climbing, but his Brabham was actually built for Jack Brabham and sold to a guy sold to a guy in Australia called David Mackay, who had a team called Scuderia Veloce. Yeah.
It's red with the green nose on it.
Team Speed, I suppose.
Team Speed, yeah. You can't argue with it, can you?
But Graham Hill did drive that car on a number of occasions. So that's the...
and again, that's an emphasis of...
The BG3 upgraded to a 4, which is sort of thing you could do then.
Yeah, but it's also the fact that there were so many non-championship races before the season started, during the season, after the season. I mean, Britain alone had about 4. Yeah. And lots down in South Africa over the European winter. But right now, all eyes focused as the field works its way around. This is the penultimate corner. They're dropping into the compression of the final corner. And then 25 minutes for the GPCA will be on us.
And of course, we'll also be watching out to see how those 250 Maseratis line up. And our previous guest, one earlier guest, John Spears, see how he gets on when he loves his 250, as he told us. So there's Will's car, and IN Racing, Ian Nuttall Racing. They prepare a lot of they obviously prepare that car, but they also prepare a lot of racing cars.
Yeah, John's starting 8th, and that's not the front of the 250F field, because he's just behind Guillermo Fierro,
who has won races, for front engine cars a lot, including in Monaco.
7th and 8th overall. Right, the safety car or the pace car peels off, and the drivers looking at the lights on the starting gantry. 25 minutes of racing. This is the second of 2 races for the GPCA here at Dijon-Prenois. The first corner, they can now see it over the crest of the rise, and the track is going to drop into the first corner. Brabham's first and second, running in grid order, and Clinton McCarthy tucking into 3rd place, started 3rd in his Lotus 18, remains 3rd. Will everyone get through the first few corners okay? What a field of cars, absolutely packed. And from the rear, Will Nuttall and Mark Shaw will already be picking off those ahead of them.
Will had picked off about 5, I think, when there he goes, just gone past another.
Gone past one of the Cooper Bristols there, kept that inside him. UDT Laystall, the pale green liveried car,
very early Formula 1 sponsors, finance company.
United Dominion Trust and the Semengo Turner brothers, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
A trio of young brothers who hit the scene running, and we have got a Ford and one.
That's Peter Horsman in the Lotus 18.
And he'd started 4th, so that's really unfortunate. He's got down to the hairpin, but car going nowhere, so we didn't see how it happened. We saw where it ended up. That's the answer. But Tim Chard leading from Michel Kuiper. Yellow flag, not surprising. Will that lead to a full course yellow? Hopefully they can move it. And the advantage of it happening on the first lap, it's the longest period in the race before the longest gap they get before the cars come round again.
And Michael Kuiper, who's one of the newer drivers in this series. We talked about him getting his love of motorsport from his father, who restored an Alvis, which was a very nice English make. They still make Alvises, believe it or not.
Do they?
Yeah, you can get a brand new Alvis if you want, because the guy bought all the parts. They had a massive amount of parts, and a guy who was an enthusiast bought all the parts, and they got brand new engine blocks and things in there. You got a lovely TD21.
Wow. Right.
And they did build a Formula 1 car once, Alvis.
One of our visitors is pushing very, very hard. That's John Spears, came and visited us in the commentary box. He is fighting. He's in 34 against Fierro Eletta.
Yeah.
Again, Fierro in the 250F battle, and going very nicely. Fierro's car is just that little bit darker shade of red. That picks them out. But up front, it's the first 3 cars getting away big time. They've got about a 6-second gap back to 4th place to Justin Mayers, but it's Child, Cooper and McCarthy.
We should say this is the shortest race of the day. 25 minutes.
But there'll be plenty of action to keep us going.
Yes, absolutely.
And the work with the marshals, they removed the car that had stopped at the very point we're looking at now at Parabolique, Peter Horsman's Lotus, very quickly indeed. 2 cars off on the outside of the circuit, and I think that was avoiding one another, but you could say getting a wide line is good, but I'm not sure there'll be that's the approved way to take Parabolique.
And with Kuiper, I mentioned yesterday, he started in a Peugeot 205, and his next racing car was the Brabham. And he had to wait quite a while. He was going to buy something else, but he was too tall to get into it, or it had to be modified or something. But anyway,
car, not him.
Yeah, yes. So Will was 22nd, on that lap, and
he's now up to 12th. He's up to 12th, and Mark Shaw is up to 14th.
He's getting all his revs then, isn't he? He's getting his 7,500.
Full quota.
Yeah.
Right, Clint.
Lotus 18 and Boxy number 18, of course.
And of course, the most famous shot ever of a Lotus 18 is one with the side panels missing when Sterling Moss won in very hot weather in the Monaco Grand Prix. But the first three...
That was the Rob Walker car.
The Rob Walker car.
And it was, yes.
Yeah.
That's the way they called it. Just the then fiberglass panels just sort of fitted around the space frame chassis, tubular chassis.
Right, looks so John Spears is winning that. He's got ahead in the Maserati 250F battle. But I tell you what, they've been 7th and 8th to the start of the lap. I think he's maybe just picked off Nick Topless. Let's wait and have a look at that. The car number...
We're all 7th now.
Well, 7th, OK.
I said 3 laps, didn't I, to get...
He said 5. You were...
well,
may not be accurate. Let's see. That was for the lead.
We're on lap 3 at the moment, yes.
OK, Justin Mayers, Max Bliesky out the hill. Then comes Nick Topless and the gang with Will Nuttall right in that mix as well. Up the slope they come. 53 is Mayers. Number 7 is Max Blies. But Clint McCarthy's got ahead of Michel Kuiper for second place overall. So things chopping and changing all the way up the field. Mark Shaw has only risen as far as 13. He quickly went up to 14th. Yellow flag at turn 5, however. So I think that's another one at the crest of the hill, or is it down at the Parabolique? It's often just between the pair of corners. Parabolique being the right-hand hairpin that leads up the slope so fast. And oh dear, the UDT Laystall livery car, is that? Car number 23 is off at the side of the circuit. That's Andrea Stortoni. Car racing period. Actually, I just noticed on the side of it, it says Masson Gregory, so I guess he may have had a run.
Yes, he did drive for that team. One chap we haven't mentioned is out there in a marvellous Ferrari 246 Dino recreation, is Tony Smith.
He's been racing that car forever and a day, hasn't he?
Tony was the manager of Phil Collins in Genesis, and had his own record label and stuff. Terrific chap. They've been racing for a very long time, but that is a marvellous car. It's
got a Cooper pulling off at the side. It's Justin Mayers, car number 53. He started that lap down in just fallen to 5th place. He's been having that battle with Max Blies for 4th and 5th place, but unfortunately, he ain't going any further.
Just seen Nigel Greensall walk past our commentary box. I don't know if he's looking for us or looking for the stewards.
I think he was looking for the stewards. He came in earlier, and he can come and put his story to us. We'll have a kind ear for him. Right. In the world of 250Fs, it's still John Spears from Guillermo Fiera, but it's chopping and changing.
Strange enough, Will hasn't got the fastest lap of the race, I don't think. 1:32.349.
He's up to 3rd overall, but no racing Tim Child, untroubled. Bear in mind, all of Will's laps so far have been picking off other cars, so he's compromised by the line that he can take.
But just in the second sector now, he's taken 2 seconds off the leader in that second sector, and
just outside the top 10 is a car that didn't race at the Nürburgring, as per my earlier gabble. Of course it was Monza-Napolis, because it raced at Monza, where the Formula 1 team said, no, we don't want to take on the American IndyCar teams, and it left the door open for prize money for the likes of the Lister.
Remember who drove it?
Who drove the Monza-Napolis Lister?
Yes. And Bruce is very good at this stuff normally. Jack Fairman.
I do know that. I even wrote it in my notes. I just was struggling at this meeting for a second.
There's so many things to remember.
It's the top line of my notes. Car number 2, Jack Fairman. Nonsense. But Jack would drive everything, wasn't he?
Yes, he would.
He was
I said earlier that the last time I saw a front engine Formula 1 car win was Sterling Moss in the Ferguson P66 4-wheel drive car in the rain. But Jack Fairman raced that car a lot as well, if you remember.
I saw Jack.
It has passed to a new owner, a new German owner recently, and raced last year at the Monaco Historic, and the guy was going pretty quick in it too.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Jack was famously a really strong, tough individual. But I saw him later in life. He was living in a nursing home quite close to where Autosport was, and occasionally see him. But he was such a safe pair of hands. But if you needed someone to do the hard yards, Jack was your man.
And good in sports cars as well, with Aston Martin and so on. There, look at it, unpainted, polished aluminium.
And again, it's great you can have a race with diversity. I know we've got it with front and rear engine cars.
Yeah.
The HGPCA just do a phenomenal job of getting an array of cars to race at great circuits. It's a guest race or pair of races this weekend. But, why wouldn't you turned down a chance to race at Dijon-Prenois, and it adds single-seaters to this race weekend, which is another thing.
Yeah, of course I like that a lot.
I agree.
Yeah, and it just gives that extra variety. And
right, the story of what's happening at the front. Tim Childs led from the outset. Clinton McCarthy went up from 3rd to 2nd and is sitting there 6.5 seconds down. But Will Nuttall has come from the back of the grid. He's 2 and a bit seconds down, nearly 3 seconds down on McCarthy's Lotus 18, but he's hunting it, he's closing in all the time.
Oh, just a quick shout out for Martin Grant-Peterkin, who ran the HGPCA for many years, and he's just retired now because his son Mike sometimes races on our programme here. But he did a lot to keep this series so buoyant. So Tim Child, 7 seconds, and Will is going to snatch 2nd place. He has got the fastest lap of the race now. He's down in the 1:30s.
Quarter of an hour and a little bit more to go. It was a 25-minute race, and we're on to 5 laps completed, so neither of you are accurate in terms you reckon 5 laps would be taking the lead.
No.
5 laps, he's within 8 and a bit seconds of the lead, so he's closing, but his fastest lap is about 1.5 seconds better than
just looking at
Tim Child's best.
Looking at his sector times now, Bruce, and I mean, he's 3 seconds a lap quicker than Child at the moment.
Yeah.
Actually. So
coming in, he's now 7 and a bit seconds down overall. Clinton McCarthy surely won't resist for long. Got his Lotus 18, number 18 in 2nd place, but that number 10 Cooper of Will Nuttall is closing in.
John Spears still behind Fierro, the Cyprus-based Spanish businessman.
Yeah, but Fierro's got the better now of John Spears in the battle to be top Maserati 250F driver, but we were talking about a second or so.
Yeah.
Right, bit of traffic in front of our race leader, Tim Child. Just bide his time, check the car in front, goes to the outside line of the circuit. He's got then he puts the power down. Of course, these cars don't have a lot of grunt, a lot of them running with 1.5 litre engines, which is all fine if all your rivals had 1.5 litres, but when some had 2.5 in non-championship races, then that wasn't...
there's different classes to go for. Yeah. There's the leader then, soaring away at the wheel, and neat rear to the car. Brabham just airflow in the back of the gearbox. Some other teams didn't do that so well. We got the Hart Lola sitting down there in the pit.
So going off to find something else to race in another event later today.
Yeah. So Will Nuttall now in 2nd place, and he's got 5.6 seconds to make up.
Yeah, he just was hunting down, yellow flag at turn 5, so again, a little bit of problem to be mopped up. Not affecting our race leader, though. 5.5 seconds.
If I noticed this, in the 1st sector, which is, I suppose, up the hill from the start, isn't it? Tim Child is quicker, but then Will's a lot quicker on the rest of the lap. But Tim will be pushing hard to try and to hold on, I'm sure. They've had one fixture before this, which is at Hockenheim a few weeks ago, where Will also had problems. He broke his crown wheel and pinion there, but Child finished 2nd in both those races.
Still waved yellow flags at turn 5. Drivers come up to the crest of the hill, the Courbe de Gourgiole, and then it clears up ahead of them. But right, where are the changes coming? Well, the changes are coming that Will Nuttall is chasing after Tim Child and halving the lead is just coming down with every lap. 4.4 seconds in arrears. Time of plenty, just under 13 minutes remain in this race. But number 10, Will Nuttall, visually faster than everyone else on the circuit. So all the mechanical maladies, the maladies only hit late in yesterday's race, but they made him pull to the side of the circuit. We'd literally written his name, started carving on the trophy at that point.
We got the family Rettmeyers, haven't we? Which I think it might be 3 sons or 2 sons and a father, and I say they're running together. They were running together.
And a daughter.
Oh, is it a daughter?
Rebecca.
Yeah, Rebecca, that's right. Maybe it's 2 sons and a daughter all racing. Oh, it could be a father. We'd better
find out. But it's a Maserati with the Rettenmeyer on the side. Yeah. They absolutely are true to the mark of the Trident. Right, gap is coming down clearly. Right, another lap about to go on the board, waiting to see Tim Child 4.1 seconds clear. So the interval isn't coming down quite as fast as it was. but I still think there is time aplenty for Will Nuttall to catch Tim Child. I think we've got clear track ahead of us. The top front engine car is down in 8th place overall. It's the Maserati 250F of Guillermo Fierro. And then likewise, John Spears also in a 250F. He's down in 11th, so he's a handful of seconds further back. Only about 3 seconds further back, in fairness, or 2.5. So there's a really good gaggle at the tail of the top end. And obviously, if you could take a shot of that, suddenly see the much taller front engine 250Fs against the, these were the cars, the rear engine Formula 1 cars, the early 60s, that were just known as the cigar tube cars for such obvious reasons. They were really tiny, and the difference between one racing in Formula 3 or Formula Junior and one racing in Formula 1 visually was next to nothing.
Well, the 250F was a successful car for over 5 or 6 years, I suppose. And then there was the Tech Mech was sort of slightly lower re-engineered version, wasn't there? We see racing sometimes.
Yes, sort of shorter, slightly lower, but if you squinted from a distance, looked remarkably similar, if a little more knobbly in the rear end department.
Well, Mark Shaw, he's up to 5th, of course. Mark's progress has been pretty spectacular as well.
Yeah, he's got quite a few seconds to find to catch Max Bleese's pale blue Brabham, but try he will, and certainly Mark Shaw, the Scottish racer, his car was illustrious, ex-Jim Clark works car. I can stop at that, but he went down to South Africa at the end of 61, start of 62, 4 races, all non-championship, won every single one of them. That put money in the coffer. Then the car was taken over by the Lawson organisation, which was one of the strong teams in South Africa for a long time, and run for Ernest Pieters.
Pieters. Yes. So Max Bleese is the more modern Brabham, really, from 1963. That's a blue car we saw.
Yeah, blue, pale blue, number 7, Max Bleese. Raced by Frank Matish. I'm getting everything wrong. In the Tasman series.
Cars,
he did, and they ran for a very long time in Australian single-seater racing.
He was a really strong runner, was Frank Matish. He was, because obviously they went down there, the big names for Australia, but there was 2 or 3 really strong competitors they raced against.
Oh dear, a little bit of a late break, and a little too late in the day for car 100. That's Jean de Mestral, Brabham BT11A, one of the later cars, but alas, being later wasn't much good at all when the braking was required. But again, I just have to keep emphasising, as you come up the start-finish straight, it's very different. You only just flatten out before the start-finish straight, then drops into that first corner. Will Nuttall, 1.9 seconds now down on Tim Child, but the clock's got to 8 minutes and 46 remaining. He should be able to do it.
He'll do it. So last 2 races, it's broken. So.
Yeah, but this is the should.
Yeah. But track limits going on there with the 250F that he is lapping.
Car 47, that's Brian Jolliffe, Cooper T45/51. He's running down just outside the top 20, having a good little scrap with the Han Maserati. So cars almost of the same period, but out by a few years. And of course, the very big difference was the engine going behind the driver's shoulders, but still that classic shape of the Maserati 250F. They didn't always run in mid-red or dark red. I always remember it was quite nice to find something a bit different. Some of the ones run by American teams like Temple Buell, run with blue with 2 white stripes up them. But it doesn't seem to matter what colour you put those cars in, they just look fantastic.
Paul Grant there in his Cooper Bristol Mark II from 1953.
So
a little air scoop on the front of those Cooper Bristols.
When you look, they sit so high that when you're not just the top of the car, but when you look underneath, you've got one under the scuttle as well. But what we need to see is the lead of the race over the start-finish line.
Yeah, it's very
just
close
down to
now,
half a second, so we need to catch sight of the number 76 Brabham being chased down by the number 10 Cooper. It's coming there. Is Clinton McCarthy in 3rd place overall, being rather obstructed. He'd be a little bit upset about that, but it happens when you go through traffic. But by now, I expect Will Nuttall to be right on the tail of our race leader.
Yeah, we're just cameraman.
Tim Child hanging on, and now the move has been made. Just out of our sight, the move has been made. Half a second to the good. And it's Will Nuttall into the lead of the race from Tim Child. It's Cooper now ahead of Brabham. Brabham has led this race from pole position. That was Tim Child.
And we still see Will start to pull away now pretty quickly, I would suspect. And now I suppose the excitement now is Mark Shaw coming up in maybe into the top 3.
Yeah, don't forget we lost the Brabham from the outside of the front row. Michel Keeper pulled off a few laps ago, so it has helped other people up the order, but no help was required for Will Nuttall, number 10, as he crosses the start-finish line. 1 second to the good. And the middle sector of the 3 timing sectors around the lap, he gained over a second on the last lap. That was the helping hand he required. So that means going down towards the parabolic hairpin, that's the middle sector, and powering up the hill. Clearly had a great line, and carrying as much as he can in terms of momentum.
And Will's dad's having a pretty good race, isn't he? Ian Nuttall. Oh, the 43 hand up problem, he's going to pull off. And that's Stuart Tizard.
Stuart Tizard, yes.
Petit 53 from 1957.
Again, with these cars, if you hold your hand up, the cars are so small, people behind can see, which is a rather helpful element. Obviously, cars that followed on in the decades subsequent to this, drivers really, it was quite hard to even get your hand out of your cockpit by the time you got to the sort of mid-1990s, and all those high collars went up on the cars to protect the drivers.
Yep.
And they became more and more immersed within, but here, head, shoulders, all in full display. Will Nuttall now 2.5 seconds clear of Tim Child, but Tim doesn't have to worry. He's got a 20-second margin over Clinton McCarthy. Cooper, Brabham and Lotus. That's how we like it. Not in that order, just the fact we've got 3 different makes. But Mark Shaw
just moved to 4th.
Yeah, he's just got ahead of Max Blease. So that was done. He's just passed Blease's pale blue Brabham. So back of the grid to 1st for Will Nuttall, back of the grid to 4th thus far. But I can't see any further change for Mark Shaw. He's not going to find 20 seconds in the remaining 4 minutes or so. That's what he'd be required to catch McCarthy.
Yeah, so the clock ticking down now. And I bet, having had those different problems, I bet Will's heart in his mouth that he's gonna hang on.
Yeah, he'll have his extra observant ears listening out for, and feeling any sort of.
There's a great shot there at the Lotus 18. You could see the joints of the drive shafts. And that's, I mean, you can't see anything like a Formula 1 car anymore. The actual universal joints in the drive shafts, you could see them turning from that shot.
But that's the wonderful thing. When you get up close and look at these cars in the paddock, you can see so many of the working parts. It gives you just much more of an understanding. Or you think it does. Uphill, down dale, on they go, keeping the flow going, and most notably, as Clinton McCarthy presses on in the Lotus 18, that's car number 18, all on his own. Almost a similar gap to second place to him, 21 seconds as it is back to Mark Shaw in 3rd.
So Will went past Tim Child, but he hasn't really motored away. There's the 43 car into the pits now, and that's Tizard, as we mentioned. And actually, Ian Nuttall's team's running that car, so.
Again, just explaining, but very little chance for him to go back out for the final few minutes of this race. We just have 2 minutes 40 seconds remaining. For a lot of the drivers, though, they know their relative level of competitiveness. They know they may not be pitching for a win.
Within the front engine section, Fierro has now got John Spears just behind him.
Yeah, 4/10, a third of a second is the gap between them. They're 8th and 9th overall.
That will be a good battle.
Well, let us wait and see. But when we had John Spears in the booth, 74 years might be on the clock, but he wears it lightly, and he's talking about his fitness. And I saw him walking away. He's definitely, you know, not giving away years to his rivals. He's keeping them in check. 122. Haven't really talked too much about the Horseman car. And Peter Horseman, that's the black Lotus 1821, going smoothly, 6th overall.
Back limits then.
Yeah, smoothly and over the limits. And now he's locked up and he's got... We take the camera away from him. It's,
he's all right.
It's got a problem, but it's just he just ran wide on the corner. And that is a corner, turn 5, Parabolique, where there have been track limit warnings, but most of them are for exceeding the corner line at the final corner at turn 8.
Yeah, Will's pulled away 4 seconds now. We're lapping at 1:30, so...
Yeah, as the clock counts down. Glad we've caught sight of the battle because of the 250F. Fiero is just in front of John Spires. John, take now. This is the line he reckoned was quicker. What he didn't want was a Cooper coming up the inside, but what he said, the ability to get the power down sooner.
Yeah, it was that green special line then maybe, but...
well, it hasn't helped him, and he's got Alex Morton has just tucked in between in the green and gold Lotus.
Not sure how you'd cope if you're in a car like that. Front-engine 250F come past you.
Yeah, certainly the drivers of the little Lotuses, Brabhams and Coopers look up big time to see the drivers in the 250Fs. Yeah. They sit so much higher. Number 10, Will Nuttall, still pushing, still twitching slightly as he drops into the compression at Courbe de Pouas, the final corner. Then he accelerates up the hill and he will be about to start his final lap as he crosses the finish line. There will be only about 20 seconds to go before the checkered flag could be unfurled, but it'd be therefore for him next time around. So this is the start of the final lap. Will Nuttall leads onto it by 4.4 seconds. That surely is enough, and hopefully his sake we get it all the way to the finish. Yesterday he was frustrated, he pulled up.
We talk about Motorsport Valley now, don't we? All around the Northampton area, nearly all the Formula 1 teams are there. But back in the day, Cooper's factory was in Surbiton, Surrey, in the outskirts of London. John Cooper and then took over the business from Charles Cooper.
Yeah, and don't forget that when Brabham started building the cars, they were built just down the road as well in that little slice of Surrey.
And of course the Cooper name lives on with the deal with now with BMW with the Mini Coopers.
Yeah,
the family's still involved in that deal, I believe. But of course both Bruce McLaren and Jack Brabham broke away from the Cooper family, set up their own racing car manufacturers.
Well, I think it was a fantastic school for them then. They saw how it could be done and maybe how it should be done, and decided to go their own separate ways and see if they could do better.
Having won the World Championship, and they carried on for another 6-7 years, finally with the Cooper Maserati. It was a bit sad at the end because they weren't really competitive anymore.
No, indeed.
Having dominated and also changed the whole way the cars were built for the Indianapolis 500 into the bargain. Right,
the checkered flag is waiting. The Will Nuttall is approaching victory in the bag for him. The checkered flag waves. Yesterday disappointment, but today he's looking likely to have won by 7 seconds or so. That was from the back of the grid. That was a special win for Will Nuttall. So he'll be able to breathe out and enjoy that. 7.3 seconds was the gap back to Tim Child, who drove a really good race, but he had no answers to the pace that came all the way from the back of the grid from Will Nuttall.
The next race is meant to start in just 10 minutes time. I'm going to pop down there just to
give it a go.
If I can give it a go and see if I can grab Will.
So Clint McCarthy coming home in 3rd place overall, just waiting for Mark Shaw's run, also from the back of the grid, to come through for 4th place. Mac waiting. He's just in front of Max Blees. Max Blees fighting back. Will it be the Lotus or will it be the Brabham? Still waiting for them to come up the rise. Still waiting to see who's going to finish in 4th place. Cooper Bristol crosses the finish line, and in the background of the shot, still waiting for Mark Shaw. Here we go. Here come a couple of cars. Is it going to be 99 ahead of 7? Yes, it is. Mark Shaw beating Max Blees by, oh gosh, I mean, we are talking thousandths of a second. That was super tight at the end. I could do the maths. 13.0, 17 thousandths of a second. So Max Blees very nearly getting back up to 4th position. Has to settle for 5th. And Peter Horseman will complete the top 6. One presumes. Yes, everyone else has finished. Nick Topless has been lapped in 7th place. But that was a race that belonged very much to Will Nuttall. Sometimes he's strode off into the distance. Today he had to do so from the back of the grid. So he really had to work hard for it. But did it well. The car didn't let him down. And good to see the drivers coming in, waving their hands. That's Nick Topless. Ended up just being lapped in his Cooper. But they all appreciate the work of the marshals every time there's an incident, particularly at a circuit like, oh dear, car number 22 has come to a halt at the side of the circuit. That's Elliot Hahn. No, it's not 22, it's 122. I was going to say that is not a Maserati, so that is very much 122, which is Peter Horseman's Lotus at the side of the circuit. So that stopped, but I think will still be classified in 6th place. That was the car we were waiting to get to the checkered flag. But today it was Cooper from Brabham from Lotus. It was Nuttall from Child from McCarthy. Then there was really quite a gap back to Mark Shaw, who come up like our race winner Will Nuttall from the very, very back of the grid. But Nuttall had this one in the bag, and it seems they're going to have to get something to tow 122 Peter Horseman's Lotus back up the slope and put it into the paddock. Next race will follow sharp, sharp, sharp on the heels. And that's one of the great things on the programme here. It's super, super busy, so the fans in the stands seldom have to wait long at all. But Will Nuttall, after the disappointment of yesterday, will be delighted. Tim Child is down there. Andrew Mariott is down there, and Andrew will pounce as soon as he can to get us some interviews. But for Will, he'll have plenty of stories to tell. But he was cautious as he came up through the field. He didn't want to take risks. He knew he had the pace to pick off quite a lot of the cars in front of him quite quickly. After about a lap, he was, I think after 2 laps, he was up to 12th, which isn't bad. And then he proceeded from there. So let's go down, because I think we may be about to get an interview with Andrew. I'm just waiting for sight of that one. Well, car number 76 is Tim Child. Will Nuttall, no, Clinton McCarthy's there in car 18, and waiting for car number 10, so it might hit, because it's going to be really tight on time for Andrew. He might just have the thoughts of Tim, who led for so long until Will Nuttall came through. And just to reiterate, in the battle of the Maserati 250Fs, it did go the way of John Spears on that final lap. The cameras started focusing on the front of the field. They were both lapped, but John nipped through to win their battle by about 0.9 of a second. So well done to John, and well done to Guillermo Fierro for fighting so hard. That was fun, 25 minutes, and again, such a diverse field of cars, from Maseratis from before the war. But let's go and hear from Tim Child, down with Andrew.
So we missed Will, we've got Tim Child second today. We'll win yesterday, so a pretty good weekend for you, Tim.
Yeah, very good, thank you. It's the first time I've been to the circuit and I absolutely love it, and I knew Will would be charging from the back, and I was basically waiting to see how long I could keep him off for, but he's a quicker driver than me, so well done to him.
So you're having a good season. I think you had a second back in Hockenheim a couple of weeks ago.
2 seconds in Hockenheim, and the car's really reliable. They had problems this season, so touch wood. So far, things are looking good, and just loving the circuit here. It's amazing.
And a beautiful Brabham with a great history too.
Yeah, so it was raced by Jack Brabham. It was his own personal car, and then passed on to Graham Hill. So it's a really good mid-60s, early mid-60s provenance there.
Well, congratulations on your podium finish, and hopefully Will return.
I think he might have pulled up out on circuit.
Do you? Yes, it's possible. So we think that Will Nuttall actually stopped out on the circuit. So back to you up in the commentary booth.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and good to hear from Tim. Thank you for nipping down there. Yeah, we saw one car parked at the side of the circuit on the final lap. That was Peter Horseman's Lotus, but for number 10, Will Nuttall, he came from the very back of this grid of 40-plus cars, and had to be careful the first few laps, but he had the speed. But he also had in his mind that yesterday his car pulled up with a lap to go when he was in the lead of the race. So today, redemption. And for Tim Child, victory yesterday and second place today on his first visit to the circuit. Well, that's really quite a marker for him, and he'll very much hold this in high esteem, and I'm sure he'll be aching to come back. Let's take a look at the highlights of the second of the GPCA races. Tim Child led into the first corner. Enjoy what followed.
So Will Nuttall came past waving, but he never made it round to complete the victory lap. So he's going all right there, isn't he? Waving to the crowd. But he's stranded out there somewhere.
Well, he had a problem yesterday, didn't get to finish the race. Today he importantly took the checkered flag, having risen from the back, and I'm sure the people sitting on the banking have enjoyed all of that action. But quickfire here, we're already ready for the next race. So this is the only race, as well as that HGPCA race, that has a second helping, and it's the Gentleman Challenge. I'm almost starting to weep at the thought this is the penultimate race of this meeting, but it's a 45-minute race, and then we'll end the action with the earlier touring cars in the Classic Touring Challenge. But right now, brace yourself for a whole host of listers, a Tejero in the mix as well, and then we move down through Lotus 11s, Austin Healey's, TVR Grand Tourers et al. In this pack. But it's Costas and Listons, it's Nobleys and Chevrolets, all gathered at the front of the field, with Dr. Afshin Fatemi's Tejero starting from third on the grid.
Yeah, that looking completely different, because that is a closed car, as are some of the others in this. And we've got Porsches down there, we've got Lotus Elites, we've got Austin Healey's. Cars a gentleman drove, I suppose, back in the 1960s.
Yes, and some of those, of course, Healey's notably raced as well as rallied, or rallied as well as raced. So a lot of this machinery, you know, would have had a diverse background. And then some glorious cars, particularly for me, Christian Dumoulin towards the back of the queue in his fabulous cream liveried Ferrari 250 GT short wheelbase. Just looks exquisite. But it won't have the performance, obviously, of the out-and-out sports cars at the front of the field, the open-top listers.
So getting ready down there in the pit lane. Now, disappointing not be able to get hold of Will. And I think up at the podium they were getting ready. They didn't know what had happened up there, so a little bit.
Well, it wasn't caught on camera. What was caught on camera was Peter Horseman's car stopping out at the side of the circuit. But of course, at that point, you're really beginning to focus on, you know, what is happening in Parc Fermé.
So, of course, we did have a gentleman's race yesterday. We've had them in this championship earlier on in the season at Barcelona and Spa.
Yeah, and they're forming up in their finishing order from yesterday, because there was that question mark as we left the circuit last night. John Spears and Nigel Greensall about track limits penalties, but listed in the final classification at the top of the chart. So we'll see what unfolds today. And it's John Spears starting. No wonder he had to leave our booth and go down and get ready. Because at that point,
these drives all been marvellous, haven't they?
They have. And I think maybe some of them enjoyed, you know, didn't have too much trepidation sitting in with us, and were enjoying it so much they almost forgot to move on to their day job.
Yeah. The Gentleman's Challenge, officially, this is known as.
Yeah, and it was a cracking race yesterday. The order was chopping and changing at the front. And when you get the cars round on the grid, we'll show you the comparison between the sleeker Lister Costin and the Lister Nobleys. Some have Jaguar engines, some have Chevrolet engines. You can't tell that from the outside so much apart from the exhaust pipes. But as soon as those engines are going, you can hear the distinctive V8 rumble of the Chevrolet engine ones, which were much, much more popular, of course, racing stateside. And Lister lapped it up because that meant sales, car sales.
Most of them ran with Jaguar engines, but you could get V8 Chevys in as well. John Spears and Nigel Greensall are on a hat-trick here, because they won the second of the races at Spa, of course. They won yesterday, so they're on a hat-trick. So let's see what happens. And Saif Assam went really well in his Nobly yesterday. And the best non-lister, well, the best non-lister was Tejero, which was third, but the best smaller car was the Stefan Koenig, Philip Koenig Porsche 9046 Carrera GTS from 1964. Some of those cars are actual replicas. I'm not sure about that one. But anyway, it went well. Look, what about an Allard? A little discussion about Allard, the
They were doing the preparation for Nick Chester's team for next year, weren't they? Preparing those Cadillac engines back in the 1950s.
Yes,
they really were, you know, street rod cars in so many ways. The body they were in was almost pre-what. Now, if you like your Porsches.
A chap called Sidney Allard is the first person in Britain to build a proper dragster. And that dragster has been restored quite recently. Now look at that with the faired-in wheels at that Porsche. 356. Well, there's a story about the bodywork of that, and I can't remember it, Bruce, I'm afraid. And I'm sure if John Hindhoff was here, he would tell us. But he is expert on all things Porsche.
Well, he's busy at the Le Mans test weekend. Yeah. Plenty happening down there. I'm delighted, though, to be treated to this circuit. But, you know, spats on the side of racing cars, you know, they came and went, but, you know, some teams put them on for aerodynamic advantage, then find pit stops are rather difficult. I think the Aston Martin Works team in the late 1950s at Le Mans.
And then go all the way through to shortcut Jaguars, of course, with spats on the side. So, as we know, it's
John Spires in the Lister Costin, that's number 88, alongside the Knobley. Spears, I say Spires, I've said Nürburgring instead of, I'm getting tired. But look at this grid of car, little TVRs in there, the 9046 Porsches as well, the Morgan, the Austin Healey's, the Triumph TR3S.
But John always starts, and he'll hand over to Nigel. There's an Austin Healey and an Aston Martin green.
Yes, in that sort of moss green metallic.
Yeah, moss green, that's good. Yeah, that's Philip Petty.
And then that really unusual notchback, the coupe back on the Porsche with the yellow flashes on the side, the Julie car.
It's a specially bodied car, isn't it? There is a story to that, but as I say, we're missing Mr. Hindhoff.
Now, a car that I expect to come up the order is the dark red Maserati Tipo 61, the birdcage. It had its problems yesterday. It's starting down the order, but from pole position, John Spears waiting for the lights to go from red to green. He's in the Lister Costin that's dark blue with 2 white stripes. The Knobley alongside fellow Lister racer Saifa Sam is going to hope for a real charge down to the first corner. The Tajero trying to make moves, but someone from about 5th place was definitely on a charge. Might have been Guillaume Mahe.
Yeah, we got the Hearts in this, of course. Previous winners today, and I don't know. I think both father and son are going to drive. I believe they are in the ex-Walt Hansgen Lister Costin from 1958.
Yeah, it looks like the car that lost out was actually the Tajero. Started in 3rd position. Dr. Afshin Fatemi, but 1-2 years down to 5th place now. David Hart had just swept past as they go into La Bretelle, which is the dipping downhill left-hander that feeds onto that short straight. They run down to the hairpin.
What about that beautiful Ferrari 250 GT?
Oh dear, our race leader just getting it wrong, having just taken the lead. Saifa Sam too deep into Parabolique. He got back onto the track, a few behind, going a little bit wide, but up to the crest of the hill, it's Lister Knobley up front. It's David Hart who's gone from 6th on the grid up to 2nd as those in front sort out, and John Spears from pole back to 4th. So chopping and changing, not all in our sight.
Yeah, these Listers are built in Cambridge by Brian Lister and his team there. And Lister's sort of come and gone, hasn't it, over the years? Had a second coming at Le Mans a few years ago with the Lister Storm.
Yep, indeed, for Lawrence Pierce running that team with a rod of iron. Yeah, what a character.
Yeah.
And of course, Listers would have raced here when the FIA GT1 series was coming through, so they do have experience. But right now, at the end of the opening lap, Saifa Sam atoned for a slight error. David Hart 6th at the opening lap. 1, 2, 3. He's into the lead of the race, the Dutch racer. And as Saifa Sam tries to readjust, he's about to be muscled back another place. Guillaume Mahe has just moved through what was 3rd, became 2nd, and then into 4th place. Dr. Afshin Fatemi leading the F class. We don't need to go into the letters. E2 is the class of the most of the leaders. But keeping them honest in that the first car with a roof. There it is, car number 100. Then John Spears tucked in behind. Don't know where he made his mistake, but certainly got shoveled down the order a little bit.
Yeah. But Greenswell will be getting in the car later.
It's a 1-hour race. So it's not. It's a 45-minute race. The last race of the day is a 1-hour race. I was going to say it suddenly moved very quickly through the order. But of course, they got a race yesterday, so sharing it out with great fairness, but it's the Costin body, the smoother body shape that Frank Costin crafted for Lister that leads the race. Jaguar powered for David Hart ahead of the Chevrolet power of now Guillaume Mahier, who's into second place in his Nobly Lister. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Saif Sam, and those behind, including John Spears, are going to have to get past Saif because they should probably be just that little bit faster, but they're all getting to see the first two cars getting away. David Hart and Guillaume Mahier having a battle of their own, but the others want to be with them, and at the moment they're falling back. Up the straight they go. It's going to be 2 laps on the board. The gap between first and second is a blink of an eye. I was going to say 0.2 of a second. It looks rather less than that over the start straight, and the Nobly trying to get a toe, and that's Guillaume Mahier over the start finish line. 11 thousandths of a second between them. Mahier carrying more speed. He's on the outside. David Hart's doing exactly what he needs to do. He's staying on the inside. And into the compression they go, beautifully driven by the pair of them.
Great to see the two different body shapes side by side. You can compare them there. And great racing.
Okay.
Just been on the Lister website. It's still, you can still buy a Lister Nobly Continuity. Price, it says POA on application.
It was 23,000. I bought a couple last week.
Yeah,
oh, no, it wasn't. Wake up, Jones. Yeah. Right out of your reverie. But what I've spotted in the background, I said that...
Well, look at this.
Saif Sam was slightly holding up those behind, and 2 of them have got past. Now the battle for the lead, the tight line in and the wide line in, which is going to be better. Mahier in second place, decided the wide line might give him a better exit speed. They're now being caught because Fatemi has got in ahead of Saif Sam. So's John Spears. So they went from 4th and 5th to 3rd and 4th. And look at the way that Tajero is catching the race leaders.
Mahier and father run this Curie Europe Equipe that we've mentioned lots of times, running 30-odd cars.
I must say, this was one of my favourite races yesterday. Yes. And today, it's absolutely not disappointing. John Spears starting to catch them up. He would have been frustrated having started from pole position to end up down in 4th, in 5th position. Then he's back to 4th, still in 4th, but he's giving chase now. The important thing is got ahead of Saif Sam. He's put a second on him since passing him earlier in the lap. And Saif then has Charles de Villecourt, who drove very nicely in his Lister Jaguar yesterday. That will be his new playmate.
And then John Fudge, we haven't mentioned much, and he's right there too.
Yeah, I really sense that Fudge is gaining pace with every lap that he does as he gains experience of the circuit, so it's good to have someone else in the Lister mix.
And the best of the non-big bore cars is Koenig, and then Vogelé beautiful Alpha going well. And what about the Austin Healey of Paul Ancelin of France?
Well, David Hart is being kept very, very honest indeed. Down to Parabolic. Who's going to break the later? Again, you get the wide, and oh no, the tail kicking out for Guillaume Mahier. That gives an opportunity for the Tajero to get a charge. Couldn't get the power down Mahier, but just about his Chevrolet Grunt gets him up to the crest of the hill there. Still in second place, but he's got real company for Dr. Afshin Fatemi right on his tail in the Tajero, and John Spears has caught them as well. So first, a little bit clear. Tiny breathing space, half a second, that's all it is. First, second, third, tiny gap, then John Spears in 4th. Bit of a wobble from Spears' Lister Costin, because he knew he wanted to get the power down as soon as he could. He wanted to carry the speed down the slope from the penultimate corner into the drop, into the compression, and up the other side, going past one of the almost jelly mold Porsche 356s with the spats on the side. No problem at all, but it just did it take anybody's attention away from where they should be putting the throttle down. And talking about putting the throttle down, the Tajero's got plenty of grunt, Andrew, and it's making a charge for second place now. Got past Guillaume Mahier and actually right on the tail of race leader David Hart. First 3 cars covered by 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, absolutely terrific racing. Tajero did build an open top car, very similar to the Listers, but this is one of the special coupes that they built for Jackie Stewart, and this car was for sale relatively recently for just under £500,000. So it's not cheap to go racing like this, but what a show. A plastic surgeon driving the car, and with this patchwork bodywork that we mentioned before, coming up to lap these Porsches now. A couple of Porsches with different body styles, both 356s with the great V8s going past them, and the Jaguar straight sixes, of course. But there is Hart with his blue crash helmet, and Fatemi is really on the charge, isn't he? He is really pushing hard.
Absolutely, just didn't want to have to tuck into line there and sit behind a slower car through the top of the hill at Courbe de Gourgiol. And you've got to seize your moments. It's a 45-minute race. You're not going to have loads of opportunities. We're only 8 minutes in, but the racing has been tip-top. As I said, 0.6 of a second covered the top 3 cars on the start-finish line. It's now gone out by about a second. David Hart bought himself a bit of breathing space, but that was down to traffic, basically on the rise out of Parabolique.
Damien's had some good results, Bruce, but I don't think he's ever won one of these, so he's got extra incentive. We've got the car coming into the pit.
Yeah, the Sandoz car number 26, and that's not where he wanted it. So that's one of the Lister Jaguar Nobles. That's Jacques Sandoz. So not one of the front runners, though.
No, that is one of the continuity cars that I mentioned, built relatively recently to the original drawings, of course, and with a lot of original parts. But the chassis and bodywork is new. There's John going through.
And then there's a bit of a gap, about 5 seconds back to Saif Assam, who's got Charles de Villicourt just tucked under his tail. So running down the top 8 positions, it goes 7 positions, it goes Lister, Tejero, Lister, Lister. That's John Fudge. He's about 10 seconds back from Charles de Villicourt, so not gaining, not losing. But then best of the rest is the second car in the F-Class, which is the Porsche 904-6 of Stefan Koenig.
David Hart running open-faced helmet for this race, interestingly. It normally has a full face with the blue colours. So I mean, in period, of course, all these guys would have run with open-faced helmets, but they wouldn't have the colour scheme. They didn't have many colour schemes. The helmets were pretty bland, most of them. And
yeah, I mean, you think
one colour, a few stripes, and checkered,
or perhaps a coloured brim like Jim Clark would run.
Yeah, Graham Hill with a London Rowing Club logo around the side.
Yeah, black with the white oar heads.
Yeah, which
very, very dark blue.
Son Damon used as well.
I'm just trying to remember if Josh used as well, the grandson. He did, didn't he, when he had dabbled in junior Formula E?
Oh, he's looking really good in Formula 3, and then he decided he wanted to be a drummer or something, and off he went to play in a band, which I thought was a bit of a shame. But I believe he's back working in Formula 1 now, behind the scenes.
Oh, yes, yes, I heard so. But, you know, Damon used to be in a band when he was at school, so he couldn't say no to his offspring. Yeah,
I think he plays a pretty good guitar, doesn't he, Damon, from what I've heard. He's a wonderful man. And terrific. I loved his autobiography, actually, Damon Hill.
Yeah, well, it was always going to be inside. He's a thinking man.
He is absolutely a thinking man. Oh, I love that Tejero going so well. So it's got a Ford V8 They built another one with a Buick V8 which was it must have been an aluminium block.
And it's funny, it's got a different sound to the Chevrolet V8 that's in some of the cars there, but it's also just the way it feeds out of the car. John Spears just doesn't seem to have the answer. It's just going, well, he should be able to pass that DB Jet because he's got an awful lot more cylinders and litres as well.
Yeah, 1100cc. He is going to be racing that at the Le Mans Classic, and I would urge people to think, if they love these cars and they've enjoyed this meeting and our coverage, they should really seriously think about going to the Le Mans Classic. I'm in the most magnificent circuit, and lots and lots of races over 3 days, and more car clubs than you've ever seen in your life. See a field with 1,500 Porsches, basically.
But you see so many other things you don't expect. It's like the only year I've been able to take the time to go and do it. For the navettes, the vehicles used to get photographers around and things, they were all Citroen 2CVs.
Yes, that's right. I mean,
Dragoon.
Good would do something similar to old.
Yeah, they do.
And things, but it's
looks like a big mistake into the first corner from Ashin Fatemi, but he's kept it out of the gravel. Oh my gosh, how did he spin? I know the Tejero's got a short wheelbase, but that was around on its axis and managed to get it pointing the right way. So he would have probably fought, definitely behind John Spears as well. John Spears is through.
Yeah, there he is. Fatemi tries really hard. We've seen him have a couple of incidents before this season, actually. He's obviously a bit on the ragged edge, but going really well. So Hart, Mar, Spears, Fatemi, Assam. So Assam not going as quickly as he was yesterday.
No,
That'd be a reason for.
Yeah, I just sensed at the start of this race he did very well at the start, gained position.
Piero is up to 7th in the Birdcage Maserati.
Wow. Okay, that's out of our sight.
Well, you flagged that.
Yeah, I did, but I hadn't picked on the progress for a while.
There's the smoke, and there it is going round. And
well, for Guillaume Mahe, that was a face full of what might happen next.
He's got a gear, though.
Well, what a save. So suddenly David Hart is sitting on the best part of a 2-second lead after that sort out. The car in second place, the Tejero going around, delaying Guillaume Mahe. That's allowed John Spears to get a little bit closer. What was fourth has become third, and for the Tejero, well, it's a question. It's brought Sam onto his help, but in terms of what he's done to his tyres with that very short rotation, that probably won't help the rest of his race in that fantastic little Tejero.
And I will hand over, I believe, to Yves Shamama, who's also pretty quick in these cars. Got a really good battle towards the end, couldn't we, Bruce, with Nigel Greensall in the Spears car.
Oh, God, absolutely.
I wonder if David will hand over to Ollie Hart, his son. He's been having so much fun that maybe he won't until he's in the lead, you know.
Well, that's the thing.
He drives this car particularly well, I think. He drives lots of cars. I think he's particularly at home in this.
Yeah, and if you know, as we saw at Spa-Francorchamps, he decided to not take his second stint in a race and let Olivier finish it off, and maybe today leading the race, you know, see if he can take it all the way to glory.
Yeah.
Ifs and buts and maybes, but what we do have left is still just over half an hour in this 45-minute race, but he's just stretching his advantage, just gone north of 2 seconds now. John Spears often comes stronger later in a stint, and he seems to be doing the same again today.
Yeah.
He's third. He's 4.5 seconds down on the race leader. It could be down to traffic as it ebbs and flows. Want to get line of sight back to car 61, the Maserati Birdcage, 7th overall. Guillermo Fieri's got to find a dozen seconds to catch up with Charles de Villecourt in his Lister Jaguar, but it's great that car's come up from the back. And Austin Healy's 104s and 3000s in this race, but I always think the 104 seems a little better balanced. Didn't have the big weight of that 3-litre lump up front. Didn't have the grunt, but when you see them race, they can really be thrown around a lot more, and they could on rallies, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, very good observation. Hart, we've got 3-second lead over Mar. And then Spears hanging in there. Fatemi, well, great save, and is still in 4th place. But his heart rate's gone down a little bit. There's the Allard going through. I want a great potpourri of cars. A masala of cars, you could say.
Get you? Yeah, totally. But it's just wonderful in every way. Of course, a huge performance difference.
Look at all these listers, nose to tail now.
Okay, well, suddenly John Spears getting right into the mix there. He's under a second down on Guillaume Mahe, 5 seconds down on our race leader.
They all got caught up, didn't they, behind those back markers?
The D-Type and the 250 short wheelbase Ferrari have to go around the outside. Did it well. John Spears has got the power down earlier than Guillaume Mahe. Could be a change for second place. Mahe has plenty of grunt from that Chevrolet engine, Lister knobbly though, and that suddenly gave him the advantage back. But John Spears has now got clear attacking space to go. Christian Dumoulin in that fabulous Ferrari keeps out of the way. The D-Type tucked it behind the little TVR Grand Tourer, and then the Cadillac engined Allard running line astern.
But Dr. Fatemi is a little bit quicker actually than 2 cars ahead of him. Just looking at the splits at the moment.
Yeah, well, he'd already managed to catch them, pass them, get up into that second place, and then the rotation into the first corner. But how he didn't end up in the gravel. So, in fact, Afshin Fatemi in that navy blue and unpainted, scratched sections of his Tejero. Bits are painted.
It should be in the Carrera-Cross colours, really.
Yeah. Bits where they've grafted on new body parts have just remained unpainted metal.
Yes, aluminium or alumina.
Aluminum, not molybdenum.
There it is, 100.
So that's Fatemi. Then there's a little bit of a gap back to everybody else. Charles de Villecourt's another 9 seconds back.
And the only D-Type in the race, the 29 car there of Pierre-Anton Lut. And seen lots of D-Types racing. You know, they race regularly. It just happens to be only one in this. The Pearsons, of course, very well known for racing those. There's that little jet, which Matra bought that design off DB, I think, and they called their car the Jet, didn't they? DJ
ET. But in those days, in the start of the 60s, late 50s, France produced so many little small, lightweight sports cars, and it's just faded.
Yeah, because they do Alpine, of course. We forgot, didn't we? We had a conversation this morning. There's a very nice Alpine course car outside. And I suppose that the idea that the Renault Formula One team now called Alpine is to try and promote that
absolutely.
sports car brand.
Yeah.
There's that TVR looks nice, like a Grand Tourer from Blackpool.
Does indeed. But it's the sheer size of the listers next to them. They've got the longer wheelbase.
The Villeneuve is only just about to take a place, I think. Going around the outside.
Yeah, but
and loses it.
Okay, that should be okay. It's not in the gravel, it's the grass. Hopefully he can get it going from there. There was a little bit of rain the other night, but no, it's been generally a dry late spring, early summer here. Not so hot as you'd normally expect at this time of year, but he's got it going before... just waiting to see if the number 61 Maserati Birdcage would get past. It hasn't, but he's now within about 3 seconds. It was going around the outside of the D-type and just sort of wider than he probably wanted, and round he went as...
and he'll smell that tyre.
Totally.
That.
So for De Villeneuve, he's been driving really nicely this weekend. He'll get it going again. There'll be the frustration. One of the 9046 Porsches is
I think when the window is open.
Pit window is opened. Yes, okay. And yes, just got to that moment. Okay, so the 9046, it's the Vugale family car. Oh, another spin for Afshin for Tammy.
Yeah, just trying that bit too hard, isn't he? And he'll gather that up again.
Fourth place will become fifth, I think. Koenig, actually, he's still got enough an advantage, time advantage over Stefan Koenig's Porsche 9046. But De Villeneuve, who had a spin, and the Birdcage are both pitted. Wow.
He arrived very quick with that slower Healy in the way, and that's all he could do.
He did, and the thing is, when you're travelling with as much speed as you can out of the S's, you tend to be on the left-hand side of the circuit, but you really need to be across to the right to turn in. But at that point, to get to the right, he'd have had to clatter the back of that Austin Healy, and decided not to do that. But the Healy driver would have looked in his mirrors and gone, oh my gosh, here's a conclusion coming my way.
He manages to rotate
in a short space of
and finish point in the right direction, so he's done it twice now, and he's still in fourth place, and he's got the fastest lap.
Well, that's quite a point, isn't it? 1 minute 35.9 seconds for him. But right, David Hart has pitted from the lead of the race, leading Guillaume Marhay and John Spears out front, but they too will have to make their pit stops, their mandatory pit stops, as you can see. I was
wondering if the Greensill has a penalty in this.
Oh, what, you think it's a carryover penalty?
Yeah, no, just stops longer.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
He's, an ace, albeit a 63-year-old ace, but he is a full-time professional racing driver, after all. There's that lovely Lister. What I'm talking about, a lovely Maserati I'm talking about. Scuderia Serenissima, who are the people that had the famous bread van built, if I remember correctly.
Indeed, and from the shores...
Trieste, I think.
I thought they were from the shores of one of the Swiss lakes, or the Italian lakes. I could veer off and look into that, but I shan't right now.
Olivier Hart is in the car. There's a hearts around his helmet.
Yeah, and Father David reporting the conditions.
Yeah.
It's a winning car, son.
What such and such? What's that, Tajiro?
Yes, it's very entertaining. Watch that, Tajiro.
Yeah.
But again, the pit stops don't need to be hurried. That's always a good thing. You know, why make it that you could do something and not strap someone up properly? Yeah. Let them have the time to do that. Mandate it so that everyone goes to that same degree. Pit window closes in 6 minutes, so we've still got a large array of when people can come in.
So Marr is in the lead from Spears now. There's John, the former croquet ace, as we heard in our interview earlier.
The things you never thought you'd hear.
No, I know.
Right, just really waiting for the last of the pit stoppers. But if all goes smoothly, David Hart it was about a 3-second advantage.
That's a sort of very
Lotus 11 bodywork, that makes you laugh.
Yeah.
With the gnashing teeth down the side.
Yeah, and double truck. Look at that logo. It sounds
like
the I suppose on it.
It's like the sort of ones you see on the nose of a bomber during the Second World War.
Trouble. Exactly that, isn't it? And I think they've got a real problem. A D-Type comes in, a Helix comes in, a Porsche 356 is in.
Sorry, I had to look it up. Scuderia Serenissima Formigine in Italy. Count Giovanni Volpi de Misturi.
Count Volpi, that's right.
Yeah, Count Volpi.
Oh, he ran Formula 1 cars.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking it up under privateer teams back in 1961. They ran a Di Tommaso, get them. So back in the action, still waiting for the top handful of crews to make their pit stops. Of course, they're the top handful of crews because they haven't come in. But of the lead players, it's been a case of the Hart family team making their stop. They've just come out of the pits in 14th place, but they should resume in the lead.
One of our early visitors up here in the commentary box, Mark Gordon, I see, is shown in 10th place overall in the Jaguar XK150.
Yeah, he said he sort of described it's not really a racing car, didn't he? At the outset, but going well in the GT class. He's got car 177, which is Robin Ellis, just not too far behind as well.
Well, I'd say the 557 Austin Healey 104 with Philippe Petit from France at the wheel has a large BRDC badge on the side of his car. The committee will have to have words with him.
A suitable fine, I feel.
Yeah, well, no, you have to remove it. So Mahi's in the pits now. So John Spears staying out longer than all his rivals.
Again, that shows in a day when he's already done several races, following a day in which he did many races, that just his sheer love of the racing car, and when it's going well.
I have to see where he is. I do think maybe there's a penalty, or a handicap. What would you call it, really? It's a performance handicap. Assam second. Mar's in the pits. Fatemi is in the pits.
Yeah, we were praising John Fudge. I'm afraid he's just picked up a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits too much.
So easy to do.
And really, you sort of chip away. He's in the pits. He was at about 7th or 8th position, wasn't he, before the pit stop rounds started. The D-Type comes out of the pit garage. Not the pit garage, the pit lane.
Yeah.
One of the 104 Healey's just in front of the short wheelbase Ferrari, the 250 GT in the background, and then the Morgan weaving its way down to the corner. The Allard on the right-hand side of the screen with that seemed rudimentary chassis, but a great big Cadillac engine under the hood. There is John Fudge just leaving the pit, so he's had the 5 seconds extra.
Car in that American colour scheme.
And John Spears now into the pit lane from the lead of the race. He should shuffle back to about 3rd position, one would think, after those are all completed. Afshin Fatemi.
You can see really closely how they've blended the aluminium in. It's an aluminium body, and all these bits presumably have been damaged. There he is. I think of Lebanese heritage originally, but apparently very successful plastic surgeon in Cologne. Interesting, the Triumph, it's in the factory colours, because we discussed this yesterday, how TR had factory teams at Le Mans and took it really seriously and liked to win their class, and then would take whole page adverts in the national newspapers back then. How times have changed.
Yeah, it really was the win on Sunday, sell on Monday, but they also did a lot of success in rallying, didn't they?
They did, and for a long time after.
And events like the Tulip Rally and
later, obviously, with Tony Pond and the TR8 and all that sort of stuff.
Right, here comes the Maserati birdcage. It's been picking up its order from the back of the grid. Comes out and goes past the Tajeros. That is a place gained, but bear in mind that there was not one but 2 spins delayed what had been very, very rapid progress of the Tajero.
John Spears has to come in this lap. He hasn't come in yet, and
closes in under a minute now. So he'll be.
They know what they're doing.
Pushing the envelope.
So in the. And there he is.
There it is. Don't panic, everyone. They're already. Nigel Green's still in the car.
Look, and waiting. Gives us a thumbs up, and showing him the watch. That's his wife Nikki. Some army-style trousers. Didn't have those on yesterday.
Been on exercise.
And
waiting, and this is where
I think there is an extra 30 seconds. No, we'll see, won't we, when he gets back on the track.
Yeah. But again, so many races with a pit stop could be wrecked. All the work you do before and after the pit stop might as well be thrown out the window if you get penalised for sort of coming out before you should be rejoining the circuit. If you cut under your minimum time.
No, look, just looking at it now, I don't think there's a penalty.
I don't think there's a penalty.
The thing is that we've got these various different series and they've got different rules. And
but this is the gentleman challenge. I don't think gentlemen need to have penalties.
Nigel Greenshaw, I don't say he isn't a gentleman, he's a professional racing driver.
No, entirely.
He does 100 races a year. And he's off to Watkins Glen, being paid to be a racing driver next week.
What he needs to do is become an airline pilot, then he'd cut down on the amount of flying he does.
Of course, there was a famous sports car racer who was a BOAC pilot, who was
Hugh Dibley.
Factory driver. Hugh Dibley, still with us. Hugh. And even drove that famous Helmet turbo car. Excellent driver. And
so Olivier Hart in the lead of the race, best part of 11 seconds clear of Guillaume Marhay. We've got to see.
Well, he almost lost it again.
You look down, you look up, you spot it's just a Gero, and Frey is going to be facing the right way. But again, it's just no compromise from Ashton Fatemi. He sees a gap, he goes for it, but what he's also seeing is Guillermo Fierro just up ahead of him. When he rejoined the circuit, the Maserati was just up front, so that's his target. Each time he has a target, he'll aim for it, and he'll go for it, that's for sure. There is the birdcage Maserati car number 61 turning in. 2 back markers between him and the car that's chasing him. That will be comfortable for him. This is a replay of the very same corner we saw Tejero locking up before.
But 16 minutes to go, a bit under now, and Greensall's 16, 17 seconds to catch up. And I don't think he can catch Olivier Hart.
No, I don't think so.
We'll see the lap times in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, see as he settles down. Hart's had a few more laps to just get into the swing.
I would think Greensall will make second place, but we won't have this hat trick of consecutive race wins from the Greensall pairing.
Well, the Lister Jaguar costing car number 3, Olivier Hart. That's not an even battle as he goes past the DB Jet, but driving it with gusto.
I think Nigel lives down your way somewhere. It's certainly in the outside Cheltenham or Bath somewhere like that.
Oh, does he?
Yes, he does.
That's what I call up north from where I live.
Yeah, it is right, yes.
The sort of southwest of England or thereabouts, yes.
Yeah.
Well, Olivier Hart just getting the most fantastic flow, not exceeding track limits, but using as much of the bit beyond the white line that marks the edge of the circuit as is required to keep that momentum going. And his lead, I think, will go out on this lap to, he's certainly in the first few sectors stretched away from Guillaume Marhay. Waiting for Guillaume to come through. And then we'll see what his margin is in the number 32 Lister Chevrolet behind this number 3 Lister Costin. And the Jaguar engine costing to Nigel Greensall. What's the gap going to be? I think their lap times were very, very nearly identical. And in fact, the best lap for Guillaume Marhay and Nigel Greensall's car, 1/1000th of a second difference.
Wow, yeah.
So it isn't yet the performance advantage that Nigel Greensall was hoping to find.
It's Cheltenham he comes from, actually.
Cheltenham, well done.
So he's got a race course there, but a different sort of race course. So let's just scrutinise the lap times now. I think Greensall, it's quicker than Hart actually at the moment. The gap's the best part of 20 seconds. And
I sense on this lap we'll have Nigel fully into his full swing, and this will be where we see how much quicker he is than Guillaume Marhay. His other lap was his out lap, in which he pretty much matched him. Car number 56, a 1-minute penalty or 60-second penalty, if that sounds less bad, for overtaking before the start line. That was Jerome Anastasio in his Porsche, one of those 356 coupes.
The Birdcage's up to 4th place, so that's a good performance, isn't it? I mean, you did flag it, expected Fierro to come through. As we said, I've seen him race this car at Monaco with great effect.
It's gone as high as it will, though, because he's about 25 seconds down. Two
together.
Synchronised racing. Those lovely 904s.
3 of them together.
3 of them. Wow.
How did he manage to orchestrate that?
I don't know. I think one's a bit further behind than the others, but I think one's even a lap down on the others. But you know, it's still looking good through the sweepers.
And that one has got a Dutch. No, it's one with a Dutch flag on it. A bloke called Ben Pon was very quick in one of them.
Oh yes. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, and I seem to be getting a few things wrong today.
You got a lot right.
The was Ben Pon not instrumental in VW Volkswagen building its camper van? I have something in my mind. I think he became a Porsche. I think he became a distributor in the States.
Yes.
And oh dear, we've had someone drop their car going up the hill between turn 5.
Well, that was strange.
And the crest.
To be in the gap, didn't it, of the Armco there?
Yeah, I couldn't.
It stopped and been pushed back there, do you?
No, I don't, because I think I just saw it actually go in. And as I glanced from timing screen, just trying to see who may be listed as stopped. I think they'll have actually got to doing that as yet. No yellow flag at turn 5. Okay, that's the exit of Parabolic where you go up the slope. But suddenly I just thought I saw a car whip from right of circuit to left and go into the barriers. But
a blue flag waving there.
Well, that's further around the lap. That's towards the penultimate corner. Just going to take a look at the intervals at the top front. 18 seconds between Olivier Hart and Guillaume Mahé. That's gone out. But Nigel Greensol has not yet caught Mahé. But there have been some sector times that have been very, very good from Nigel. But maybe a little bit of traffic. But the clock's counting down. 11.5 minutes remain.
I think he'll be with him on the next lap. Lovely Lotus Elite there in the white and yellow.
Yeah, and 55 is Mark Gordon's XK150 S Coupe. And how's he going in his class? When before the pit stops, he was leading it, and in the GT class, no, Robin Ellis has now moved ahead in the Lotus Elite.
Lotus Elite we just saw,
but only by a second.
Yeah.
So plenty to play with.
A beautiful Alpha with the 250 GTO type ducts on the front.
Yeah, that's been going well all meeting. It's a Fogarty family car, and from the very outset, when I walked around the track during practice, when it looked good, it was handling well, but it was also just the way they were using plenty of throttle and really, making that car work for them. Carlo Vergley 10th overall in that. In fact, I think he finished 10th overall yesterday. So.
Finally, the weather's turned nice, hasn't they say?
Yeah, it was supposed to be like this first thing this morning, but just hasn't really happened. Okay, it was the D-type that went off at turn 5.
Was it?
It was the car number 29, so really sad for Pierre-Antoine Lutte. Right, the race counts down. 10 minutes remain.
And Nigel doesn't seem to be really eating into the Maher time, does he?
No, he has sectors where it's fine. I'm beginning to wonder. The third sector, I'm going to wait to see when he comes through it. Second sector, where it's a bit twisty, he really seems to gain on each lap. The first sector he gained a fair bit, but the third sector, wait for him to come through. Maybe there's a slight misfire or something as it's coming up the hill, and if it's not pulling cleanly, here's Lister Costin Jaguar. Well, there is the D-type that's bent its nose.
A big hit, hasn't it?
Yeah, but you can see that the skid marks take it from the right-hand side of the circuit across to the left, and then nose went in, crimped into the shape of the barriers on the outside. But it's a question really of how much damage was transmitted further back through the car as the car went round, and then looks like the rear end went in as well. So that would have happened very quickly, going up the rise, and then suddenly, whether there was contact, whether he just clipped a curb, but round it went. So I never like seeing a car being bent. But the good news is the driver is out of the car and looking there, looking sad, looking frustrated, and feeling frustrated, no doubt, but standing looking okay.
Now Greenswell is close right up to Maher, and is right on his tail.
Yeah, it may well be that traffic hasn't been his friend in the chase, but because we certainly, almost everywhere we look, there are great gaggles of cars in this Gentleman Challenge field.
And there is a championship going on here, so Nigel, I think he's going to be leading. Nigel and John are going to be leading that.
Yeah, well, Nigel's gone past Guillaume now, so into second place. But he's not going to catch our race leader. It's 21 seconds down, so the best job he can do is just bring it home in second place and bank the points. There, Nigel, well, of course, he's still pressing on. It's easier to press on than not. Taking it right out to not beyond track limits, but close. But again, that's the role of a professional driver. Push as hard as you can.
But yesterday, of course, on the last lap, we saw, well, not the last lap, but we saw Olivier Hart when he was leading, throw it into the gravel when the rain actually came torrenting down. But he was lucky that they stopped the race and went back a lap, so he still remained the winner.
It was, and it had us all scratching our heads. Did the red flag get thrown? You know, when? Who just crossed the line? And it was very, very tight either way. But the Hearts hung on.
.53 TVR there. That'll have an MGB engine in, presumably, yeah.
Yeah, at that stage.
Yeah.
In fact, I'd just like to correct what I said. The grid was formed in yesterday's finishing order and the Heart started 6th. So obviously it then got rescinded that they had, because there was confusion about whether they had just started the lap on which the red flag was thrown and then when it was thrown it off and then it was counted back before. But I think they just were the wrong side of the equation.
So you think they didn't take the win?
No.
No. Well, look at the results there.
I did.
Well, I
did.
I thought it showed them in the lead, winning it.
Bear with me, caller. No, I'm fairly sure. I think I've already done this, but I'm now starting to doubt myself. But let's go.
If you've got a TVR like that, why would you paint it in the Herbie Volkswagen colours? I wonder.
I don't know.
53 was the Herbie.
Oh, was it?
Oh, yeah, definitely. In those colours.
Maybe they think people don't know what a TVR is, and they'll...
Yeah.
Bear with. Games the Gentleman Challenge. Scrolling down. Did I just go past? No. Classic Touring Car Challenge. Heritage. I think it was right at the bottom.
Interesting to see. But maybe Olivier Hart wasn't given that win.
I don't think he was. Right. Starting grid. Let's go to race classification. That's better.
Yeah.
Nope. After 25 laps, John Spears, Nigel Greensall, one from Saifa Sam and Dr. Afshin Fatemi, and the Hearts down in 6th place.
What does it say at the bottom?
It doesn't.
So they had that victory taken away from them.
Yeah, it was.
I think that was fair, actually, because...
Well, because the big question, one of the questions being raised was, when the car was in the gravel, Olivier Hart's car, was it able to be running again, or had it effectively stopped in the gravel? It did get going again. We saw Olivier open the door, check how deeply the car was in. He ignored the flames that were coming out from the bottom for a while. Oh, come on, open properly. But no, I looked and I didn't see any clear results at the bottom. It won't. Okay, car number, what's their car number? 32. No, it's 3 in this race. No, there were lots of time penalties listed afterwards, and it's not explaining
why. Yeah.
You know, the count back, how far it went. But the big question was whether
where does it show it actually classification?
6th in the classification.
Okay, right.
So I think it's a question that was therefore in the gravel at that point and had been passed by others, and they counted that.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyway,
5 minutes remain, and 5 minutes and not even that anymore. But it's Olivier Hart leading from Nigel Greensall. The Hearts today should take victory. They're best part of 20 seconds clear, and whatever Nigel Greensall can do and throw his car up the track, it's not going to be enough.
Wave from the guy in the TR there.
Still showing a yellow flag. Car 7, 9 seconds time penalty, and car 7 is... that's one of the Porsche 904 GTSs, and the Tejero is off again. But at this point, is that it? That's the...
the door opens.
Yeah, okay. So out of 5th place, early-ish in the lap. It's... Again, the cameras have to look. It's at the hairpin. It's the parabolic hairpin, but he's pulled off. Is there a telltale spin or is something broken? I think he's pulled off there. Something mechanical, I would suggest, has come awry. So yellow flag, still warnings coming up for drivers getting time penalties. I don't think it's affecting any of the front runners though, so that's quite important.
Saif Assam still running in 6th, not having such a good run today.
So this race has settled down. Really, the chase was Guillaume Marhay trying to hang on to second place. Nigel Greensall looking to relieve him from it, which he has done. So John Spears ought to take another trophy home from here. They'll share victory yesterday in the Gentleman Challenge. Good points in the bag, trophy, and second place award today. But the driver, Olivier Hart, of the Hart family, Lister Costin. So it'll be Lister Costin 1-2. And another, stroking it home.
Another great weekend for that family. And also a standout performance by Fierro in the Maserati birdcage.
Yeah, it's not easy coming from the back of a field, but really you did expect a Lister 1, 2, 3. But there was the thorn in their side, which is the Tejero.
Yes.
And it got into the mix yesterday in third overall. But 1 spin, 2 spin, 3 spin out. Red flag has just been
in a different place, is it?
No, it's the same place. I think he might have moved it slightly. He's in the gravel, whereas I think he was almost kissing the gravel. But red flag with 2 and a bit minutes remaining. So victory has been declared for the Hart family. Spears and Greensall taking second place, and third to Guillaume Marhay. But for one of the challengers, car that had the most spectacular spin to start very early in the race when it just moved up to second place, Dr. Afshin Fatemi and his Tejero dejected at the side of the circuit.
That's a great shot of the car, isn't it, actually?
Yeah, it's really good, really good. And when you get a side shot, you can see just how short the wheelbase is. But on this instance, I don't think it's down to it having spun. I think it's the fact that it's stopped.
No.
Sitting in a straight line as the cars come down to the hairpin at Parabolique.
So our last race coming up in just a few minutes' time. And so more, but earlier touring cars.
Yeah, this is a classic touring challenge, and it's great to have these mix of cars. And we heard from quite a few of the drivers who are competing in both of those races.
Yeah,
so
lots of minutes. We've got Kyle Tilley, the Englishman from Bath, who made his racing fortune over in America, and now runs the ERA organisation. And we've also got a Ford Falcon with the management Jean-Marc Merlin. Should go well in that car. We've got Gabby von Oppenheim we had up in the commentary box. She'll be in a Alpha, although she tells us she's not eligible for any award.
Yeah, it's running the wrong tyres.
Wrong tyres.
But equally, she told us how much she enjoyed competing on the Tour d'Auto around France with races and time trials, and maybe she was using those tyres for that. But great enthusiast for cars.
We got the great American enthusiast that we saw earlier, Phil Mulachek. He's got a Mustang. But we've got lots of nice Alphas in this, haven't we?
Yeah, no, really.
And we got Frank Stippler in it, who started his racing career in Alphas when he was 18 years old, before he became the Audi man that he is now. So going back very much to his roots.
So one absolute feature of these meetings is for Peter Auto Classic is just how one race literally follows another. It's really quick.
As we've interviewed the Hearts a couple of times already, I think we'll
give them a break.
And but hopefully we can get the winner of the Touring Car Challenge at the end.
Yes, and for them, they've waited from qualifying on Friday afternoon. And practice Friday, first thing Saturday, they were the first cars on the track, and now the last thing Sunday from 4:20 they get their race.
Man we've got to watch for here is Bram Bontrup, who's part of the Hart group. I mean, he's friendly with them, works with them. I think they prepare his car. Hasn't been racing that long, actually, Bram Bontrup. And he's in a Mustang, and he gave that a couple of wins up. He was certainly won at Barcelona in it. And I think he win in Spa as well, but I can't remember the Spa. I don't have the Spa result to hand.
So, calm after the storm. There were quite some racing in the early stages of that event. David Hart, holding station, but obviously when Olivier got in. Looking back to the start, this is the highlights. Enjoy. John Spears led away. It wasn't to be his day, but what went on behind was fast and furious.
I think Dr. Fatemi might feature a bit in these highlights.
You certainly feel so. So great to enjoy the highlights there of the second of the races for the Gentleman Challenge. Plenty to keep people busy and great sights and sounds. But now almost brings a tear to my eye as we approach the final round, the final race here at Dijon-Prenois. I've thoroughly enjoyed my first visit here, and it's great to know that all this action is being streamed around the world on the Peter Auto website, but also on the Goodwood group of websites, and a lot of people obviously watch all the Goodwood Motorsport events, the historic events, and it's a rich church, a broad church from around the world watching this, and comments coming in from friends and colleagues all around the place. So it's good that they can watch these mixes of races as well. And Andrew Mariott and I have really enjoyed having drivers in to join us in the booth as well. We may yet get one more during this 1 hour final race, but they really do augment what we offer, don't they? Their personal insight. They give us
so much more insight that we can never have. So now, escape to our
attention.
Escape my gaze, yes, but we've got somebody quite well known in this race, Jean-Carl Vernet, who just raced in.
Oh gosh!
Indy Lights, did he not?
Well, he did loads and loads of touring car racing driver, as well.
Wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yep. And he is driving with Philippe Vernet, who may be his brother, in a Lotus Cortina.
Quite possibly his father, I would think.
Quite possibly.
Yeah, no, he's been around for a very long time, Jean-Carl Vernet, and done a lot of, I think, TCR racing, if my memory serves me correctly. But yeah, great to have people. Now, I think, we looked across this, we've talked about this.
Yeah,
it's lovely if you could be father and son racer, or father and daughter, or father, whatever. Porsche champion for France back in 2012. Won his class at Le Mans in 2013.
Yeah, 2000.
Bouret and Raymond Narac.
2018 was a champion in
TCR.
The TCR European Championship, I think. And what else did he win?
Well, those are his main championships.
Yeah.
But, great to have it. So a more relaxed environment for him. But if you can do it with a family member, all the better. And here at Dijon-Prenois, lovely for him if he was Porsche champion in France as he was 2012. I'm sure he would have raced at Dijon for one of the rounds.
Recently, it was 2022. Was racing for Hyundai, or however we say it, and finished second in class. I think there was a TCR race supporting the Nürburgring 24. I think there was.
2022. Hasn't been in recent years, but
anyway,
possibly was.
I mean, basically, he's been a Hyundai factory driver in TCR. And...
Right, the car's already out on the track for the final race of the weekend in this fabulous array of races put together for the Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or, the Grand Prix of the Golden Age. And it's the earlier touring cars. These are the ones that were out competing at circuits all around Europe in particular, up to 1966. Or sort of up to and before 1966.
Just finish my thoughts about Vinay. He won the Indy Lights Championship in 2010 with famous Sam Smith Motorsport, but didn't get an Indy ride afterwards, which is most unusual. They nearly always is a championship move up.
Not so much in recent years, though. However, Indy NXT, it went to a low point, and now it's bobbing up again. So that's good to see improvement. And
he did Le Mans last year in that ill-fated Isotte
Fraschini
car with a guy called Carl Bennett and Antonio Saraval. Well, he did actually race at Le Mans and finished 14th.
No bad job.
Yeah.
Carl Watana Bennett.
Yeah. Who was he?
I can tell you. He came...
Was he?
I'm fairly sure he's half Thai.
I think, well...
That rings a bell.
Look, he's got a Thai flag against his name.
Oh, well, that's good then. Okay, we'll go with that. That was me. I didn't see that. I was just... You were seeing it. I wasn't, but anyhow.
Yeah.
But yeah, he and his father go racing together, but Carl is the one that's being pushed up the ladder, so may see him in future. But if you like your Mini Cooper S's, whether Austin or Morris Mini Cooper S's,
there's a lot of them, and
huge area of tents in the paddock lined with these cars, mainly French entered. You tend to think of Cooper S's being British run, but
all prepared by the same outfit as well, the garage something or other. I forgot.
Yes, I did go and look at it.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, but I think this could be between Tilley and Bontrap, but also starting third.
Yeah, but don't forget we've got Rivas who's kicking off. He's got a certain Stippler coming along in the second part of the race. It's a 1 hour race. And then Mark Drain goes well, also in his Lotus Cortina.
Andrew hadn't,
Best of the Minis is starting in 5th place overall. It's
I mean, in theory, the car to beat should be that Falcon Sprint.
Yeah, you'd think.
When they came racing in Britain, they, in period in the British Saloon Car Championship, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, there are 2 of them in the race. There's Andre Widget towards the back. He's in 246. You see him lining up next to that early Corvette. Yeah. But much closer to the front is Jean-Marc Merlin. He's starting 6th on the grid today. He's in the over 2 litre class. No kidding. A Ford Falcon over 2 litres, quite right. And then likewise the 289 Mustang of Bram Bontrap outside of the front row, car number 76. He also has more grunt than the under 2 litre rivals. Looks like a long hold of one of the cars. I think it's Gregory Carini's Mini, not quite line astern. His little Mini sticking out in 5th place, waiting. It's a long hold. It's a long hold. Now the rising crescendo of sound and the Lotus Cortina of Carl Tilley blasting down towards the first corner up front. Et al, I think you can say, as they give the chase down to the first corner. But Bram Bontrap should have more grunt from his Mustang. Doesn't quite catch Tilley. Tilley was right on his tiptoes as he took the start. And Jean-Marc Merlin's picked off 1 position to go from 4th to 3rd in his Falcon. Actually, that said, Mark Drain doesn't let him go through.
No. And the Alpha's right up there as well, Rivaz. And the rest of them. So you should see the Mini's tyre smoking around in a manner of John Rhodes and John Fitzpatrick and all those guys that race them in period. Love that Corvette, that old-style Corvette.
Its design changed very, very quickly after that, didn't it, to get to the classic Corvette, sort of the Stingray model in so many ways, that then became rather broader of beam and reach over the years.
I think Carl did the first race of the day, didn't he? And then he's doing the last.
Yeah.
He's off to Watkins Glen for the IMSA race next weekend.
So big grid of cars, 30 cars coming out to play. I think everybody seems to have started, so that's a good offering. But what we're starting to see is Jean-Marc Merlin trying to gain a bit of ground, but he can't get past Mark Drain. But it's Ford Lotus Cortina at the front, Carl Tilley from Bram Bontrapp, and then Mark Drain, best of the rest in his Lotus Cortina. Best of the minis at the moment, behind a whole host of Alfa Romeo Giulietta's sprints. We've got François Riva, Collinet, and then Gabby von Oppenheim running up in 7th place. She'll be pleased with that. So clearly the warm-up of the Tour de France has given her some real succor. Hers is one of the red Alphas in behind car number 77.
But up front, just going down the inside.
Well, this is the battle between Mark Drain and Jean-Marc Merlin. They will keep swapping positions. Around the corners, the Lotus Cortina is better. In a straight line, more grunt for the big Ford Falcon. But actually, that said, it was the cars that followed from Ford, the mighty Galaxies that came over and were so big when they were racing the British Saloon Car Championship. But the first ones to come across were those Falcons.
Ford even put Falcons in the Monte Carlo Rally one year. And those sprints, I think they've got fiberglass panels on them. They're quite a lot lighter than the normal version. That little Mini up, getting on the inside of the Alfa Romeo nicely. But Bontrapp passed Tilley.
Yeah, past Tilley and may be able to pull away, but again, he was using the grunt, the larger engine.
Tilley's right up his boot now.
As you'd expect, you go through the twisty parts of the circuit, but it's really how they handle the final corner of the lap, the Courbe de Pouat.
Yeah.
Because the Ford, it may be slightly harder to position, but when it gets the power down, it ought to pull away from the Lotus Cortina. The Lotus Cortina is trying to go up the inside, but look, suddenly the red and black Mustang, around it goes. Always the wider line to be faster, but when you've got more cubic inches under your body, your bonnet, it really doesn't hurt.
Not sure if he's using that experience of racing Formula Fords in Castle Coombe a very long time ago.
It's all in there.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a fairy tale story, Kyle, because he wasn't making it in motor racing in UK. He was very, very determined. Went over to try and chance his arm in America, and basically was teaching people. Excuse me, and found a very rich gentleman who wanted to go racing properly. And Kyle runs his operation for him now, Merriman.
They do run a huge array of cars, and again, it's like drivers here. They pick out cars they just really fancied, and they go race them.
Yeah, but it's got an operation with the historic cars in the UK, and then it's got the operation with the modern LMP2 cars over in the States. And it was Dwight Merriman, the guy who's, I believe, a computer entrepreneur. And he really is living the dream.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. So
they run all the various arrows. I'm sorry, very Shadows Can-Am cars. Of course, they had a fantastic display at Goodwood with them last year.
Yeah, it was phenomenal to have all those. To be a perfectionist, it's wonderful to have those things, but for the rest of us who are prepared to have things a little loose around the edges, it's just as special, because you know how much effort went into gathering those cars, effectively almost exhuming some of them to get them back out onto a circuit.
When he first went to America, he was living hand to mouth, of course, trying to be a racing instructor and trying to find a drive and all that sort of stuff. And his brother's also involved. It's a bit smoky, isn't it, that Mustang?
A little bit from Bram Bontrapp.
Yeah.
Will that offer a little bit of enthusiasm? Oh dear, one of the Alphas off at the side of the circuit. That's
Daniel Hager from...
Well, they're not having the best of days, because they went off in an earlier race, or a car didn't...
Look at these Alphas side by side. And just getting the better of it, Michael Ehrlich.
First and second stabilising, the orange helmeted Carl Tilley having a watching brief. He'll definitely be looking out to see if there's any further smoke coming out of the back of the race leading Mustang of Bram Bontrapp. But they've got about 6 seconds clear of everybody else, with Jean-Marc Merlin just holding off Christophe Van Riet, Falcon ahead of Mustang. So Blue Oval Muscle is working at the front end, with the Lotus Cortinas tucked in behind. Second place and fifth.
Just wondering a bit later in the race if the Mustang might get a bit soft on its brakes, and
definitely a possibility.
Give a chance for Carl Tilley to get back in the lead. The 18 though is already out, and that is Pierre Macchi.
best of the minis, by the way. We saw them doing very well on the opening lap, but the power of their rivals has told. It's car 23, that's Claude Cassina, running in 9th place overall, 6th in class, because of course 3 of the big Fords, the 2 Mustangs and the Falcon, are in the over 2 litre class, but they're all running ahead of them, but still in good position. A couple more Alfa Romeos as a buffer before the second of cars in class, which is Gregory Carini in what position does that make? It makes it 12th position overall, just behind Gabby von Oppenheim's Alfa Romeo Giulia.
Yeah, Jean-Carl Vernet, former Indy Lights champion, running down there in about 12th, 13th place. So the notchback Mustangs at Goodwood a year or so ago, they had a race just for those, didn't they?
We did, I think, probably a couple of years ago.
Yeah,
I think
a couple of years ago. And so you had the regular people like prepare those guys like Bill Shepherd there. And did Bill win in the end? I'm trying to remember. Andrew Jordan was certainly in the middle of it all. As the Falcon goes on inside the...
Well, Christophe Van Riet very nearly swapping a bit of paint with Jean-Marc Merlin. Jean-Marc holding down that 3rd place in the Ford Falcon, but you start to sense there's a bit of a queue building up behind him, so it's good news for those in front.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get down the inside in the Mustang, but no, the Falcon's a big beast and didn't leave the room. And now maybe he's going to try here. No, there's not enough room here.
Well, the Lotus Cortina tucked in behind his Mark Drain, and then Frank Rivas is the best of the run of these glorious little Alfa Romeo Giulietta Sprint GTAs. Yeah.
The Mark Drain Lotus Cortina is the only white Lotus Cortina that doesn't have a green stripe down the side of it, or some stripe down the side of it. So Bontrap is pulling away a little bit now from Tilly.
Yeah, Drain getting plenty of attention from Francois Rivas in that number.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to
number 22 sprint.
Looking forward to seeing Stippler in that car.
Yep. Frank Stippler actually worked some wonders early this year at the Goodwood members meeting. Didn't end up with his car entirely intact, but a phenomenal attack. But our first 2 cars go through separated. Mustang from Lotus Cortina, Bontrap from Carl Tilly, 2.5 seconds between them. Still the red and black Mustang pitching through that first corner, and then setting it up for the rise and the turn to the left and then to the right through the S's. But the Lotus Cortina just that bit more nimble, and you can almost sense the tyres being thrashed a little bit more on the Mustang. Heavier, more power, more torque being put down through it as well, which certainly plays a role in all of that.
But still very smoky. Do you notice in that shot from the Mustang? 2 minis side by side, bouncing around as they do. 3 minis here, 4 minis.
Pogoing as they go. So they'll be having their own battle. They know it's not outright victory they're aiming for, but other minis to play with, yes, please.
The Jack family Alpha was entered for Patrick Jack, but I see it says R Jack here, so maybe Rory is taking it over, and Rory's quick in that car.
Yeah, quite.
So, I mean, he's battling for the best of the Alphas with Rivas.
They've just got ahead of Christophe Van Riet. No, Van Riet may have a problem with his Mustang. It's tumbling down the order a little bit.
Yeah, look at it. The 3rd sector dropped. That maybe is coming into the pits. Look at those minis all together. Shades of the 60s.
Absolutely, and they just make me smile every time I see them race, because suddenly they make every track look enormous. There's space for them to come and play, but the fact is their wheelbase is basically as long as it is wide, or very, very close indeed to that 4 square, and they're just tottering around the circuit. And the very best mini drivers just manage to have that sort of balance, a bit like a skier who's happy to have very little grip with their skis. Yeah, and they're just constantly adjusting. You've got to be bold.
Real giant killers, aren't they? And they have been over all those years. And mini racing still highly popular, the milli category and so on.
Yeah, well, with good reason. Alfa Romeo coming into the pit lane, and that's if the pit window doesn't open for 14 minutes, so that is not what the doctor ordered at all. Just trying to pick out which of the Alfa Romeo has come into the pits. We'd had problems early on for the Hager car.
It's Simon Nobili who is the lead one of those minis at the moment. We've seen him racing before.
cracking scrap. At this track, you know, and I think Gabby von Oppenheim, who came to talk to us after driving her BMW, is now driving one of the Alphas, was talking about this track is graceful in its flow, precisely so. And when you have a supreme lap, this is slightly less graceful. They're still able to slide these minis around, but they're not going for a classical racing line. They're just going for any racing line they can get, and that is one of the things the minis give you the opportunity to do. You can change direction so super quickly. So if someone's interrupting your progress slightly by, you know, missing a gear, you can go round them. You know, it's fantastic. So slightly less than graceful, but still a lot of fun.
The graceful Gabby is still in 10th place with Vernet behind her. And here is that puff of smoke from the exhaust of the Mustang. Kyle can certainly see that, and he might start wondering, will that motor hold together? It's never a good sign. But
no. And also worth pointing out, this is a 1 hour race, so time of plenty to go, just over 12 minutes achieved. But for one of the Mustangs, unfortunately, that tumbled down the order, and coming into the pits for Christophe van Riet. Of course, he was driving another shape of Mustang in an earlier race, the Group A 5-litre Mustang in the Heritage Touring Cup, but clearly likes his American muscle. Maybe today it doesn't like him quite so much.
Mark Drain, who also races a Lotus Elan. He's got an entry in the Le Mans Classic. I like the numbers on the back. It's good for commentators.
Absolutely.
For the going away shots, isn't it?
And also, it's, you know, I do like a shot where you pan behind a car as it goes away, particularly with historic racing, because you can just see how they're handling, how the cars slide around on the tyres, and the taller the tyre, the more you can see the beading on the tyre working. And these minis, you could turn them in. If it doesn't turn in, yank the wheel a little bit harder, and certainly seeing that big time from Simon Nobili.
Absolutely stunning quartet of cars.
But they're
loving it, look.
They're about 5 seconds behind the best placed Mini, which is Michael Ehrlich, who's in, Cassina, who's in 7th place overall.
Well, that's the end of the day for the number 20 Mustang.
Oh, that's Christophe Dumoulin.
Yes.
Okay, we saw him out earlier in that glorious 250 short wheelbase Ferrari, but this one is going no further. So we've got a Mustang left in the lead of the race, and the Ford Falcon left as a challenger in 3rd overall. Gap between them 15 seconds, but the gap between 1st and 2nd from Bontrup's Mustang and Carl Tilley's Lotus Cortina under 2 seconds. There they are in shot.
And they got people to lap, just a puff of smoke from Carl Tilley's left front wheel as it unloads.
Carl Tilley keeping him honest. The Mustang will be heavier on its tyres, no doubting that. So if Carl Tilley can keep it as smooth as possible to carry the momentum of the less powerful Ford Lotus Cortina, up he comes to the crest at Corps de Gourgiol. The roar of the Mustang as it accelerates away from him. Bontrup, though, not as smooth on the exit of the corner, taking a slightly wider line.
Again, puff of smoke. The Cortina with a marvellous twin cam engine in. I just feel that Carl is biding his time a little bit.
I think so. I think
racing success, particularly in the American sports car racing. I think he's been the class winner of Daytona 24 in the past, and very good drivers, of course, with that team.
Another car coming in 10 minutes before the pit windows open, so few cars hitting trouble. Still smoking from our race leader, but I honestly think that Carl Tilley just knows the further you go into the race, the more of an advantage should come to his Lotus Cortina. It's lighter, it handles better, doesn't have the grunt, but certainly if the brakes and the tyres start to go away on the heavier Mustang, then of course the race leader is going to begin to struggle a bit more, Bram Bontrup. Jean-Marc Merlin now all on his own in 2nd place, only by a second and a bit, but he should have Francois Rivard behind. But once it's gone out to over a second, it's just a little bit easier. And it's car 191, the Philippe Blouet Pascal Rajon Ford Mustang that's in the pits as well. So for the Mustang, the pony cars, things are not looking too good, but one is leading the race, and the hopes hang on that one. And now Jean-Marc Mermelin has suddenly got François Rivaz all over his tail, down to the parabolique hairpin they go. One of the back-marking minis, Cooper S's up in front of them, but they should pass that before they got to the crest of the hill. And Simon Nobili having a very, very good scrap indeed. He's in mini number 21. And he's got plenty of company from number 84 entry, which is Romain Guerradelle. Oh, wide, and then back onto the circuit. Just been talking about the Guerradelle car. Don't want to say his name twice, it's quite complicated for me, but back onto the circuit. But again, Andrew, over the years, you see minis have mishaps, but they seem to just be able to have almost like a magic wand they can wave to correct it.
They do. It's extraordinary, isn't it? The race so closely, and we've had many races at Goodwood that have been absolutely some phenomenal, sort of been winners on YouTube, haven't they?
Well,
there was a bit of contact there.
But in fairness, he was just had to take evasive action, or almost was given a punt down into La Bretelle, the downhill corner, where the cars arrive unsettled, and all it took was a tiny change of the law of physics and dimension, and to avoid contact, Guerradelle sort of volunteered, or was volunteered, but it's cost him a few positions there to take evasive action.
Yeah, I'd forgotten. Carl Tilley's done a bit of NASCAR racing, actually, in both categories, the top two categories.
Okay.
Won his class at Daytona in 2021 with Ryan DL and Paul-Luc Chatin, and won historic Formula One race in an Ensign at Zandvoort.
Oh, there we go. Going back to what you were saying earlier about the N176 and 175, good cars.
But, I'd forgotten he had a little try at NASCAR 3 or 4 years ago.
Wow.
On the road courses, of course, but with no success. But, you know, it's all great experience, isn't it? And now he's closed up on Bontrup. Not seeing that Falcon going very wide with the Alphas.
Yeah. Merlin, I think his time is is possibly about to run out in third place, because François Rivaz has so much more cornering potential, but the grunts keeps coming.
What have we got on the penalties?
Car 60, which is
60-second penalty.
Frank Merlin. There he is in third place in his Falky, a 60-second penalty. Oh my word! Overtaking before the start line. Okay, well this is the chasing Rory Jack, we think, car number 33.
Yeah.
Rory or Roderick, it could be either.
Yeah, it could be either.
But I think probably Rory Jack pitching in. Classic case, you play chase, and when the car in front of you is suddenly distracted by something happening immediately in front, possibly fighting a rival, that's the moment. And the Jack, Julia, is still just tucked back in that 5th place overall, but pushing and shoving and working very hard indeed. And good news, we rather hoped that we'd get Oliver Bryant to come and join us in the commentary booth. I'll just untangle some wires, give you a headset, kind sir. Thank you very much for coming to visit us. This, you know, as a man who appreciates his historic racing, we can offer you some pretty good stuff with the minis and the Alphas, going at it hammer and tongs.
Well, your co-driver's doing a good job out there. 2nd place. We think he's biding his time a little bit with the Mustang, Kyle.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, the Cortina certainly is good in some sectors of this lap, and the Mustang will fetch its legs down the main straight. So he's probably looking after the tyres. We run the Goodyear, well, the Dunlop in this series, so you have to look after them. And the Cortina can slide around a lot. I drove the car in Thursday practice here and in the free practice session.
Was that fun?
Great, really good. I haven't driven one for about 12 years actually, so it was great to get back in one. And I didn't race the car because I get a minute penalty, which obviously doesn't make doesn't make it worth our while. So Carl qualified the car on his own and did a great job. And yeah, he's going to be certainly challenging in this race for the overall. But
also, you know, it's a sort of nip and tuck. It's a game of chess in many ways, but this is a double waved yellow. So okay, one's put over at the side, but the other 4 in this quartet are basically just reenacting the Italian job, as far as I can see, and changing positions all the time. But I can't stop smiling when I see them, because they are just such fun. But the fact they're in the same race as a Falcon, Lotus Cortinas, Mustangs.
It was ever thus back in the
exactly.
Saloon Car Championship. Ollie, on your website, you've got a very long list of racing cars that you rate. It up in the 70s, isn't it? Something like that, if I remember.
Yeah, been fortunate to drive lots of cool cars over the years.
Have you got a Mini on that?
No,
I didn't think
I have driven one actually in Portimao a long time ago.
Yeah.
But I haven't raced one, but they are fantastic. Quite an acquired skill to learn how to drive them properly, I think, and get used to the sort of angles they pull and have the confidence to keep your foot buried on the throttle.
Now, Ollie, next week is the Le Mans 24 Hours, and you've done that race in the past, and of course you'll be racing at the Le Mans Classic, but I gather you're doing a little bit of modern racing again soon. Yeah,
I have been with the Era Motorsport team. We've been doing some of the Creventic rounds this year, and
in the Ferrari.
I joined them at Dubai 24 Hour in January for the 24 Hour.
Yeah.
And I'm back with them in Barcelona in late September. So really looking forward to that. You know, having not driven a GT3 car for 10 years, it was great getting
GT3 cars changed a bit.
Yeah, they certainly have. I mean, in terms of overall performance, it's probably not that different because of the balance of performance, but that certainly the technology and the systems that you have on them make it very good for the driver nowadays, and very good for the amateur driver as well.
Yeah.
Very different to historics, so where you've got no assistance at all.
Yeah, but weirdly, they've also just about moved into the world of historics this year, GT3 cars, the early ones. And we had some of those down at the Goodwood members meeting, and it's just, you know, the clock keeps on moving.
They've got a new series for the older GT3 cars, and
in fact at Goodwood I drove in the demonstration, the Z4 that I raced in period.
Yeah, I know, but you said at the time it suddenly made you feel weird that cars you started are now in the historic category.
The guy in third place got a penalty, so he's been pinged. Was it 30 seconds or?
No, 60 seconds. Unfortunately, he jumped. He overtook before the start line, which apparently is not a good thing.
Well, that Falcon is...
Well, that's the car we're talking about, and he's being harried the whole time by Francois Rivaz in the best of the Giulia Sprint GTAs.
Yeah, I think he's sharing with the
Stipler, yeah.
So, it'll be interesting to see how that car goes in the second half of the race.
Yeah, it's a good long race for them here. So an hour to play. The pit window will open in just under 2 minutes. Who's going to jump first? Who needs to jump first? That's the big question.
Yeah, these minis look great.
I'm not sure if they're filming an advertisement. They're 4 different colours, chopping and changing all the time. Seeming nobody normally at the front of that batch, but behind them, all his French compatriots can chop and change, but they're just having fun. So anybody who's remained for the last race of the day will have just such a treat, because if you're at the corner right here, behind the paddock, looking down into La Bretelle, and each lap they're coming in different order, sometimes 2 abreast, sometimes 3.
Yeah, it's a great corner.
Another Mini in now. Most of these French, I suppose that's the one that was stopped.
I think that's the Panel car, Nicolas Panel.
They're nearly all prepared by the same outfit. It's a bit like a load of Jordan team cars.
Yeah. Well, they're certainly all together, aren't they?
Look at that old Corvette, though. Isn't that great?
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that's going to be running at the front end of the field, but it's just great to have the diversity and the different cars in the mix. I mean, that's so much about what historics racing about.
Yeah,
and now that we've had the change, Jean-Francois, Merlin has lost that position. The Falcon's fallen back. He's got the 60-second penalty. It's like his attention's maybe slightly gone a little bit there, because now up front it's down to next to nothing.
Yeah.
So Cardtilly, you talked about he's biding his time. He's waiting. And maybe just now the performance is coming, because the Mustang surely is eating its tyres more.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a chance in the second half. I think it'll... Yeah. If he has a clean stop and looks after the car, and they can maybe readjust the tyre pressures at the stop, and give him another chance to challenge later in the race. He was concerned that he'd lose the lead at the start, because the Mustang...
Well, look, he's going down the inside now, and he's side by side with the Mustang, but the Mustang's got the grunt and just pulls ahead of Kyle again.
I think it's 20-25 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, no, I can believe it. But actually, Kyle made a very good start, which was definitely a helping hand for his race. If he didn't get monstered at the start, and that just kept him in the mix.
The car's got experience of all kinds of different cars, and he's raced in NASCAR a little bit. It raced
the Orica, the LMP2 car.
Yeah, and because I think he had a win in historic Formula 1 at Zandvoort once, and an Ensign, and he's got huge experience of different cars.
You can't fault Bontrapp for bravery. No. He braked so late into the first corner. I actually thought he was about to go sailing off, but
he's part of that Hart clan. He's learned from them. He hasn't been racing that long, apparently.
No, he's been doing a good job, and I think Olivier Hart helps him out. I saw them in free practice. They went out in the Mustang with 2 seats, which is
oh, did they?
Certainly brave.
Yeah.
And
he thought about going down the inside then, decided discretion was a better part of valour than climbing up the hill.
And I love that. Suddenly a Mini effectively, it's off the circuit.
Yeah,
it's recovered from its own problem. Suddenly comes into shot. Hello, here's an extra player in the field, but luckily stayed off the side of the circuit and didn't interrupt the flow of this Mustang Lotus Cortina battle.
John Spears was with us earlier, Ollie, and he said the only really good place to overtake us at the end of the straight. There aren't too many other opportunities here to do it cleanly.
Yeah, I think there's, it is a good track for racing, and there is some other opportunities. I mean, coming out of turn 1, 2 up the hill, if you can set it up there into the left-hander, that's a good opportunity as well.
There he is, look, side by side again with the Mustang, and the Mustang front comes into play. But
it's pitting.
Pitting, yeah.
So he's obviously worked out that he's probably losing time now that they're scrapping. So he's going to come in and get his stop out of the way and then get some clean air. See if he can jump him.
Right, it's a 1 hour race. The pit window is open for 10 minutes. Been open for coming up to 2 minutes now. It's still entertaining. Do you want to take the corner? Where is the corner, actually, now I think about it? But 86 Mini wide to Fabrice Quesnel. He was right in the heart of that 4-car battle for class honours, but dear. Well, he got away with it. The gravel did the job required, and slowed him enough to keep him away from the tyre wall on the outside. Did he jump? Was he pushed? Well, in this battle, he pushed himself. There we go. Just suddenly realised he'd left his braking a little bit later than planned. And that can happen so easily when you're in the heat of a battle. You just get drawn in by the car in front. You don't want to brake before they do. Well, you shouldn't if you're running behind, but just that element, you end up just past your braking point.
And Rory Jack, we think it's Rory Jack, shown in second place now.
Yes. I think that Mini was probably looking to line up a pass, and then he switched direction a bit quickly, and then got a bit of a tank slapper on. I think that's probably what happened.
Yeah, the Era boys going to work. There's a nice collection of cars in UK, I think those Shadow Can-Am cars are over this side of the water.
Yeah, they've got all the Shadows over at the moment, and they had them at members meeting last year.
They look fantastic there.
Took them out to Australia this year for the Motorsports Festival, and that was a fantastic trip. And Jake Hill went out there and drove one of the early prototypes, which is the one with the crazy. Your feet,
nowhere for your feet.
Like this.
Yeah, to explain, if you're watching on radio, effectively, your feet as a driver have to be, if they're not vertical, unfortunately, have to be about, 45 degrees splayed, which isn't very good if you've had ankle injuries in the past, is it? Your scope is a little hampered. Right, still the pit stops continue, and car 79, Mark Drain, he was running very well early on, but
you've raced things like this Mustang, and you've got a lot of American.
I raced a notchback Mustang in the Spa 6 Hours actually a very long time ago. And then we had a fastback Mustang we raced in the States for a number of years.
I remember that Daytona 24 you did really well in, didn't you?
Yeah, they look like a well-sorted car, and I'm sure they're great fun.
So he has to get his head down now, not work, because he hasn't got a Lotus Cortina climbing all over him. Try and get a couple of quick laps in.
The long wait for those standing in the pit lane. The pit window is open. It will close in some point. It'll close in just under 6 minutes, so time for everybody to come in. But you just have to keep your fingers crossed your co-driver does precisely that.
Carl's back out now.
Yeah, in 11th spot.
So the big question is he is going to monster it around the circuit, particularly for the next couple of laps, is will that Mustang come in, serve its pit stop and go out in front? Will the Mustang actually now go faster because it hasn't got the Lotus Cortina tucked in behind, with Carl Tilley nudging here, pushing there, and certainly pushing very hard indeed as he drops down into La Bretelle on his outlap? Time will tell.
So, Ollie, what's next for you? Obviously, you continue with the 2.0 Cup, which you're handsomely leading now, of course. They've got a race at Le Mans. Presume that doesn't count.
Imola is the
next
Cup. There is a Porsche race, the Porsche France support race at Le Mans, which we're not doing this year.
Oh, you're not doing it? Okay.
But I'm at the event in a 910, which Historica have prepared.
Ah, are you?
In fact, I'm testing that this Friday at Silverstone, and that's the last run out for the car before the event, so that'll be fantastic to drive.
And you're is that in one of the plateaus?
Plateau 5, yeah.
Yeah, and who you're sharing with people in that?
Potentially on my own, or I might be with Phil Keane, so we're not sure yet. But that'll be great if we can drive that together. Yeah, the only risk with what Carl's done by coming in early to get some clear air is if there's a safety car now, other people will get a free stop.
But there isn't much time for that to happen.
Another 4 and a bit minutes.
Yeah.
But yes, you always do leave your flank exposed, don't you, if you do that? But, you know.
But I think he realised he's got to take the chance because he was losing time stuck behind the Mustang.
Yeah, Mustang.
So the Mustang now in the pits. Bram Bontrup. Christened Abraham, but by his family, of course, they shortened it to Bram, I presume, in childhood.
Yeah,
it's a racier name, I think, Bram.
Very enthusiastic. I was chatting to him last night at the dinner we went to. DH. I think David Hart was there leaning into the car, giving him a bit of encouragement.
So still waiting for a handful of minis in particular to come in and serve their pit stop. The best placed one out on the circuit is car number 111 at the moment. That's Dominique Jouvin. So many French entered minis here. They clearly love them.
Kyle has just shown with the fastest lap. That one he's just done now as he's come out. 139.
274.
Unfortunately, our screen doesn't have last lap. You know, it has best and it has the splits. But
I would think
it
was possibly just before the pit stop.
Yeah. But Bontrup has stepped up the pace because he's...
Yeah, I think he's lost the distraction off his bumper. The next distraction will be coming to serve his pit stop.
But now he's in the pits, yeah.
Nice, generous pit lane, Ollie. When you come and do some of the two-driver races at Goodwood, it's like driving inside a room, isn't it? It's tiny. Here, there's all the wide pit lane, then there's a space, and there's the slow lane for
There's a bit of a different entrance to the pits here, isn't there?
Yeah, it is. They've also reduced the speed limit this weekend to 50 kilometres an hour, which took a bit of adjustment on the various cars we've been in.
Yeah.
But I think that's a French national rule apparently, so that's why they've changed it from the usual 60k.
It's funny, it may only be 10k, but you know, when you see them coming in, I keep thinking, actually, that person's got a problem. And then you realise that it's just a standard pit stop, and you just have to adjust your eyes, really. Right, Bram.
Well, looking at
Bontrup going out, we'll see what sort of pace he can do.
Come out behind Tilly, hasn't he?
Yep, he's come out behind.
Yeah, so that worked then. They effectively done the undercut, I suppose, the way of looking at it. 41's on the last lap, so that's the pace at the moment.
Well, Tilly pushing very, very hard to make sure he can build that advantage. Very nearly off the track completely. Yeah. That was in the compression to La Bretelle. He gets down to Parabolique, still in front. The Mustang, well, we'll see over the next lap or so if they've... He's got the potential not just to chase, but to catch. Don't worry, the Lotus Cortina he's passed in the background is not the one he's chasing overall. It's 181. This is a replay. Diving inside number 12, which was the Verne family Lotus Cortina. And so what went on there? Just because he had to take a tighter line?
Turned in early, so he tightened the corner, and then obviously keen to get on the power and ran wide on the exit. But yeah, hopefully, I don't know if that's one that they're particularly strict on policing this weekend. Turn 8 is the
turn 8 is
yeah, they've been pinging people all day long with that.
Right, looks so his advantage is waving out the window there, was he? I don't know what he's doing there.
He's just adjusting his mirror, I think. He moved.
Didn't get moved by the car. Looking at about, what, a 2-second advantage? Let's see when they go across the start-finish line. Into the lead goes Carl Tilly. 1.677, 1 2/3.
Yeah, Patrick Jack has now climbed into the Alpha that we think it was Rory that started. We didn't have two drivers shown for that. And Gabby is still doing well. Look, she's up in 9th place.
Yeah, Gabby van Oppenheim.
And Frank Stippler is in the car now in 16th place. So we should see a bit of fireworks now. Yellows again, though.
Oh.
Pit window closes.
I was a bit worried he overtook under the yellow
5 seconds. I know, you just...
Not sure with the over.
Close. With that angle, it's difficult to tell.
Shot, it may have looked a bit different, but it's certainly pretty close.
The Mini looks like he's about to dive up the inside, but of course braking super late, and then just pitching it sideways, the driver in there. Oh, there is a Mini in problems car number 3, which is Georges Rochietta. And again, he's off the side of the track at turn 4. He's gone onto the sort of link road, the original bit of the circuit, and pulled to the side. Hopefully won't lead to anything else. Pit window now definitively closed.
So Kyle with a 2-second lead. We'll keep an eye though on their notes because I was a bit worried about that yellow flag at turn 4.
The roar of the Coca-Cola liveried Mustang giving chase. Bram Bontrop, he lost half a second on that lap. Let's see what happens at the end of the lap. He should gather a little bit back of that deficit. The grunt of the Ford V8 as it comes up the rise. Lotus Cortina will be first into view. Again, it's quite hard to tell with that head-on shot, but I reckon it's come down to 1.1 seconds. So the sheer power of the Mustang, still smoking at this point in the race, as it powers its way into the dip, having dropped the pace, coming down into the first corner, into the compression. How much of a rise that, Phil, when you go from the first corner sequence and come up to the... But you not notice it so much?
No, you do notice it in the car. And unusually, you often don't notice elevation when you're driving a car on a circuit, apart from somewhere as extreme as Eau Rouge, for example. But I cycled the circuit on Thursday evening, and you really notice how up and down it is. When
you thought they'd had some new hills put in.
It's steep, isn't it? I mean, I don't know what it must be, sort of 1 in 8 or 1 in 7 or something.
Yeah. But out of this point, out of parabolique.
Yeah.
In fact, this camera angle seems to rather flatten it, but other ones make it look as steep as it probably is.
I'll tell you, Stippler is really flying. Just saw his splits then.
Yeah, it's got, again, a few seconds. He's got 5 Mini Coopers he needs to pick off even to get into the top 10.
Yeah. Well, they probably will be hitting each other as he goes.
Yeah, probably. Right. The start of a lap, Bontrop is always close. He's had all that power up the start-finish straight, and as you work your way around the lap, Carl opens it up. Yellow flag at turn 4. That's probably still for that Mini parked at the side of the circuit. Hopefully that can be removed quite easily.
So we've still definitely got... Merlin has got that minute penalty, so we discount him from the timing and scoring there. And so it's the Rory and Patrick Jack car at the moment, but just the interest to see is how quickly Stippler comes through. Carl-Eric Vernet handed over to, we think, either his brother or his father, we're not quite sure.
Oh, big lock-up and twitch, and a good save there, because, again, just trying to find his advantage up the start-finish straight. He's braking later and later. When I say he, I mean Bram Bontrop, and very nearly came unstuck into the first corner.
Yeah, so he's pushing hard. I think now that he can see that that's his best opportunity to close on Carl. I think.
But do you think he might kill the tyres in the process?
Yeah, he is certainly getting stuck in there. So it'll be interesting to see if the Mustang holds onto its brakes and tyres as well as the Cortina. I think they'll both be suffering with tyre wear as the race goes on. So it'll be interesting to see how the pace looks in the last few minutes.
Up the rise they go again, and in the middle part of the lap, the Lotus Cortina of Carl Tilley just ekes a little bit of an advantage, but I must say the attack from Bram Bontrop is very, very concerted, and he's using his cubic horsepower, his cubic inches, to the extra horsepower from that to go down through the penultimate corner, trying to get as close to the Lotus Cortina of Carl Tilley, who hangs the tail out big time at the penultimate corner. That would have been a bit of a wake-up call. You want your car as straight as possible as you go down out of Virage de la Petite Comte, but both the drivers are absolutely right on the edge of adhesion. But this is the point, Andrew, where the Mustang has just that extra grunt to drive it up the start straight.
I mean, the main car that Bram's raced in his career is this Mustang. He's had it for a few years, and he was even in that famous Mustang race at Goodwood. He brought it over, and he had raced it in Holland quite a lot. But he's certainly flying, isn't he? He's doing a great job out there. But Kyle, you know, he's a clever individual, isn't he? He'll be thinking about this.
Yeah, I think the Mustang was 0.3 quicker on that last lap. So he's certainly chipping away at it. So Carl's got to push in the middle two sectors to try and eke out a bit of an advantage. So it's going to be a game of cat and mouse, I think.
Yeah, Stippler's in the middle of those minis now.
Yeah, and Andrew Haddon's worked his way up the order. He's now into 4th overall, effective 3rd with that penalty coming the way of Jean Merlin in his Ford Falcon that's holding down 3rd and has done for a long time. But he's got ahead of the Patrick Jack Alpha.
Yeah, the Barcelona race earlier, the Drain Haddon Lotus Cortina finished 2nd behind Bontrop. So they've got a bit of form. No.
Where is the move going to come? Michael Ehrlich and Gabby van Oppenheim. There we are, running in 7th and 8th positions overall, and Gabby Van Oppenheim drops it. This is a corner where she said she had to gird her loins effectively to really make herself plant it to gain the speed up the straight, but a rotation there, but plenty of tarmac runoff, so the speed was abated very easily indeed. She gets going again. Places would have been shed.
I feel Carl's answered the call a bit, Ollie, because he's keeping that gap fairly consistent, 1.7, 1.8 now.
Yeah, he's had a good first and middle sector on the last lap as well, so I think he's they crossed the line now. Yeah, he's half a second faster than the Mustang on that lap, so hopefully he's eking it out a little bit, although I do note that he's down to only 8 tenths behind, it says now.
Oh, suddenly it's closing, because traffic comes into play all the time as well.
Well, after that lurid spin at the final corner, Gabby Van Oppenheim gets going again, but obviously she's fallen back from Michael Ehrlich, who she was having such a good scrap with.
Yep.
And the lead, it goes out to 1.6 seconds. It goes back to fleetingly 0.8 of a second. So up the straight, yet again, Bram Bontrup able to advance his cause. Let's just run down through the classes at the moment. Obviously, the over 2 litre class, it's Bram Bontrup leading that. Yep. He's in 2nd overall in the race. Jean-Marc Merlin in 3rd, but he has a penalty to come for his Ford Falcon. And the next best over 2 litre car is Phil Mullerchek down in 16th overall, another Mustang. Yep. But really, up front, it's Carl Tilley in the Lotus Cortina. Best of the others in the under 2 litre class, Andrew Haddon in his Lotus Cortina, he shares with Mark Drain, and Patrick Jack in the best placed of the Alfa Romeo Giulietta Sprint GTAs in 5th overall.
You may not be getting pictures at the moment, we apologise for that, but actually our screen has stopped, but Ollie's got we're going to commentate off your phone, Ollie. This is a first. This is fantastic.
I prefer the challenge of going blind for 17 and a half minutes.
I know.
That's the ultimate challenge. But really looking at the timesheets, the time screens will, unless there's a lurid spin from any of the front runners, that will be telling the story. But basically, half a second is the gap now between Carl Tilley and Bram Bontrup. And that's the point of the circuit where the acceleration comes in, and it will come down to 0.135 of a second. He's got close enough to get a tow from the Lotus Cortina. There was slightly slower exit, there from Carl Tilley, with traffic up ahead in his Lotus Cortina and into the first corner with that degree of drag.
Yeah, that's how close they are now.
He should be having a look at the inside, but you know what? There have been many errors there from Bram Bontrup, just getting a little bit brave, and Carl Tilley was brave because he just decided, I'm just going to run the line I was going to run anyhow because it's going to be quicker through the corner, but he did leave his flank exposed, but the black and red Mustang wasn't able to do it this time, but he's got 16 minutes plus to do it, but how are their tyres faring? That's the big question. But win or lose, Bram Bontrup will just be delighted to be able to be in the mix fighting with Carl Tilley, because, you know, Carl's been racing in historic and contemporary racing for way longer. They'll both be loving it. And Andrew, this element where you've got two people with very different tools trying to do the same job.
Very different careers, and there they are, you know, within 0.1 of a second of each other, and Carl still hanging, just pulls away again. So Ollie's car, the Lotus Cortina, is definitely quicker through the twisty bits, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
That's where he's, obviously that's where he managed to pull away. It's just how much he can pull away. There's the Mustang about 5 or 6 car lengths behind, I suppose, and the Stippler continues to move up the field. He's just put in the fastest lap of anyone in the race, and actually Stippler's lapping at the same speed as Kyle at the moment. There they go past us.
Down to half a second now, the gap.
Yep.
I think we're about...
It fluctuates so much, doesn't it, around the lap?
And the big key, I think, it may be Ampas at the moment, but the pressure is huge on Carl Tilley, but I think traffic could be a factor in this. Where and when and how, we will see. But we've got gaggles of cars racing together, which is the big problem. If people are all running with about a 3-second gap between them, then Carl Tilley could relax, but certainly Bram Bontrup will be looking up the track, looking to see what they're catching up ahead, and where and when.
I think Carl will have obviously more experience for traffic management, but the Mustang will be easier to pass the traffic because it's got the power advantage. So
a particular grunt up the hill.
It's going to depend on where they catch the traffic as to who can make the most advantage of it, I think.
So Carl Tilley hanging on. The gap seems to go from about 0.4 of a second to 1.4 of a second. But look, a very quick lap, I think, just from Kyle that time.
And Ollie, what's your experience here about line of sight? Because with so much climb and fall, are the large parts of the circuit, you can't see cars that aren't a huge distance ahead of you, or is it generally okay?
Yeah, coming out of the first couple of turns, it is quite difficult, and you approach some of the corners quite blind, and then it falls away again as you go into turn 4.
Yeah.
And then later in the lap as well, it becomes quite challenging. Certainly the final turn last night, I was in the 60s race, and someone spun in front of us when the rain came down, and until you're upon them, you can't see them at all.
Yeah, because you took a big penalty in the 60s race. Did you work out where you would have been if you hadn't had the penalty?
It looked like, when I added everything up, it looked like we'd have been a lap in front, but never fully worked it out. But, it wasn't a great race from us in the E-Type last night, but a number of penalties added up over the race. But still a fantastic race, and the grids they put together here, it is the best organisation for historic racing in Europe, which is why there's such strong grids and such a great variety of cars.
Yeah, and with a very spectacular location for a party last night, that adds to the weekend as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's all part of the weekend. People like that.
Good to be social as well. Motor racing can, in so many contemporary racing formats, be completely antisocial, but it is a big factor.
Yeah, it's all part of the atmosphere of the historic racing, which makes it so enjoyable, and gives these guys with these cars opportunity to have a fun weekend and stay in some nice places and go to some great tracks, which is part of the appeal, I think.
Not just great tracks, but it's a really good mix. I mean, there's no way you can compare a Paul Ricard with here or with Spa-Francorchamps. That's the beauty, the diversity of it all.
Yeah, and this year we're going to Imola, where it's not been for a few years, so really looking forward to that.
So just looking at the split times, Kyle's definitely slower in Sector 1. Sector 2 is the same as the Mustang, and a Sector 3 time will just pop up on our screen in a moment. We've got pictures back on our main monitor now, make it slightly bit easier for us. And you see then in the last part of the lap, Kyle is quicker.
Traffic, however, could have
might be traffic.
One of the minis has fallen. It looks like it's just petered to a halt at the side of the circuit, but this can lead to yellow flags. And
they've been going through past the Alpha there, so I think there's a bit of traffic coming to play here as well. Down to 7/10, but we're getting the gap we're getting here is every sector. You get the live splits.
Yes.
Which fluctuates throughout the lap.
Well, I think it's not quite doubled the advantage.
The Alpha's not really getting out of the way, is he there? Well, he has, I suppose, but
it wasn't
pretty smoky, that Mustang. I suppose it's just...
That was Michael Ehrlich's Alpha, not wanting to cede any position at all, but does now have far less pressure because Gabby von Oppenheim, who'd been chasing him, had that big spin a few laps ago. Yellow flag at turn 4. That would be for the little pale Mini that had pulled to the side of the circuit. Does appear to have got going again, that cream Mini.
So only just almost into the last 10 minutes.
Well, Jean, looking at the very tail happy Ford Falcon. I'll go to the right, I'll go to the left, but I'll straighten it out. That's coming out of turn 4. Jean Merlin still listed as 3rd overall, but we had seen a 60-second penalty being issued to him early in the race, so that would drop him down to about 6th position overall. But certainly that's looking looser and looser through the course of the race.
Yeah, I think the Mustang as well has been pushing so hard. You can see he's sliding out of every corner, so he'll certainly be suffering with traction out of the slower speed turns now.
There's that lovely old Corvette.
Yeah, making a fabulous rumble.
American heavy metal there in a two-way battle, both in the colours of America. A big lock-up on the...
Okay, well, this is Jean Merlin who'll be getting looser and looser and looser.
Obviously, he's got the penalty as well.
Yeah. I don't mind watching cars going sideways. I'm really quite happy to do that, but gathered it up all over again. So Bram Bontrop still 1.4 seconds behind. It seems to be the staple.
Yeah.
It ebbs and it flows, but at the end of when it's all added up again, it comes there. So Carl Tilly doing a fantastic job of defending his lead, but he'll be feeling he's had quite a race here. He had to contest it with the Mustang early on and had to pick his moments and his minutes, but he's right on his toes.
He hasn't used the Cortina much, has it, this Lotus Cortina? I know he's had it a few years, but...
Yeah, I think he's had it 5 or 6 years.
Yeah,
but,
not sure if he's had it.
Yeah,
if he's had a win in it.
He raced it at Goodwood, and he's raced at the Silverstone Festival a few times.
Yeah.
But the biggest issue is him getting the time to get out in these cars.
Yes, of course.
Running the IMSA program in America, and now the Ferrari
preventive program.
So,
yeah.
I think the opportunity to come and get out into the Peter Auto events is a welcome change from this weekend.
Yeah.
I did the first 2 rounds of 2 Litre Cup on my own as Carl had clashed with the Ferrari program, so it's great for him to come back and join me this weekend, and for us to have the win yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah, and of course, at Spa-Francorchamps, we were waiting for Carl to come across from another event, weren't he? He was going to fly in
we're
from...
talking about driving the other Porsche.
Yeah, I think where he would have been 2 weekends ago, but anyhow, the summer season starts. Yes, yes, correct, Misano, the circuit on the Italian Adriatic coast. Almost couldn't be more different from Spa-Francorchamps if it tried.
If I remember right, it's got lighting all the way around.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
And also, you drive past it on the auto route, Autostrada, and it's literally, you're right behind the grandstands. You think, what's that? But they've almost fitted a circuit of not too bad length in the smallest stamp they could possibly do it. It feeds backwards and forwards on itself. And of course, in its early days, when Formula 2 used to go there, it ran in the opposite direction.
I didn't know that, yes. I've only been there for motorbike racing, actually, but a long, long time ago.
Well, having been there in recent years for car racing, but with a certain Valentino Rossi racing there, competing there, and it's his home circuit. They have whole grandstands just full of his fans.
Yeah.
Everyone wearing the blue and yellow and the 46 number on all of their clothing, their apparel, and it's a big business. But Valentino is just such a charming man.
So Frank Stippler hasn't got past Gabby yet.
No.
I mean, he's doing some very quick lap times, but...
yeah, he's got to find another 6 or 7 seconds to get to her. What's left on the clock, 7 minutes. Sort of just about in Frank Stippler territory. But
4 seconds a lap quicker than her. But there's also got... I don't think he's going to be the best Alpha, because the Jack family car is right up there in, well, what effectively take Merlin out of it. It's going to be 5th place, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he's about 40 seconds up the track ahead of where Frank Stippler is at the moment in Francois Wivaz's car. 64, the Ford Falcon, one of 2 Ford Falcons in this race. It's the better place of the 2, but there is still the sword hanging over it of a 1-minute penalty. But what is going to happen is Bram Bontrop in the 76 Ford Mustang with more grunt but less handling than Carl Tilley's Lotus Cortina, able to get onto its tail close enough. Been a couple of moments where he's locked up into the first corner and he's had to give it all away, but he's still trying.
I feel he's lost a bit of grip, Ollie, as you say. He's sliding around a little bit more, isn't he? Still got a lot of grunt though in that car.
Sure,
if he can get close in the final sector, that'll be his best chance.
I mean, back in the day, those Cortinas used to run about 140 horsepower. I guess they're running 200 are they now? Something like
I think 180 is probably
180 is it? Yeah, right, okay.
That sort of level, I think. Whereas the Mustang will be sort of approaching 400. I'd have thought.
Yeah.
So quite a weight difference. Probably 400 kilo weight difference. I'm guessing, which is why they do very similar lap times.
Yeah, power to weight ratio and all that.
It's no longer 1.4 seconds, it's 1.393 seconds, so there is hope for Bram Bontrop yet. But again, I just think he's given it his best shot, not quite close enough. He'll be close enough to close in. His chance will come with traffic, and Jean-Marc Merlin has got no grip left whatsoever in the 3rd place Ford Falcon. And now, suddenly, the Mustang gets its nose in front. That must have been a fantastic tow. Was there someone tripping up Carl Tilley? There I was thinking 1.4 seconds was enough, and he's not backed out, coming up and running off the track through the S's, and that will be observed. Little Mini up in front. Who's going to appear in our screen in front? Side by side. Not quite. The Mustang's just ahead as it dives down into La Bretelle. Well, that was very interesting, carrying way too much speed into the S's and running wide, running out of grip. Carl Tilley's fighting back in the Lotus Cortina. Now, the stages have been turned.
Yeah, he must have got a fantastic run in the down the main straight, and I think he just committed.
I think that's the term.
He was sliding out as he goes up the hill.
Yeah, I think the Lotus Cortina might be in front because the Mustang put the power down, went sideways. Now,
best chances of trying to tuck back here and get him on the exit. It's very close.
Well, that's very close. Inches between them now.
Right, where's the mini going to be? They don't want it in the middle of the track. They want it clearly on one side or the other, and the Lotus Cortina's got more of a chance of tucking up the inside than the Mustang. The Mustang would naturally run wide, and with the lack of grip it has, here comes Carl Tilley. He's got to, they can't quite get his nose up the inside. That's the penultimate corner of this lap. Still 4 minutes to go, so maybe 3 more laps of the circuit, maybe 2, but the Mustang gets through turn 8, climbs out of Circuit de Dijon-Prenois, and then the horsepower will play.
Yeah, his best bet here is to try and stay with him, try and get a bit of a toe, and try and have another go somewhere else in the lap. But it was difficult for him to pass early on, so he managed to do it via the pit stop. So pass him on track, I think, is very tricky.
But he could make a mistake, of course.
Yeah, that's possible. I mean, he's obviously driving very hard.
Yeah, but you know, he passed Kyle off the track, really.
Yeah, that's a matter that needs some consideration. Car 181, first infringement for track limits, and that's the Cortina reverse while race leader Carl Tilley. But I think some track limits might be coming, warnings might be coming the way of Bram Bontrapp, but he brakes so late.
The car carrying a lot of speed around the corner there, look at that.
Now what happened next is the big question as they come down into the compression out of the first corner and go up to the S's. Like, there's a white line at the edge of the circuit, there's a Ford Mustang completely beyond it. As we run through that replay, and certainly to the limit and beyond. But great racing, brilliant spectacle to bring this 2-day meeting or 2 days of racing here at Dijon-Prenois to a close. But which one's going to be in front? No, there was definitely a touch.
Yeah, there's a touch.
Anyhow.
But it's a kiss, isn't it?
It's a little kiss to say, well done for getting past me, or something along those lines. But the Mustang may be able to pull clear, but through the twisty parts of the circuit, that's the middle of the 3 sectors. The Lotus Cortina fights back. Don't forget there was a Mini involved last time around, and that didn't help the Cortina, but this time, nose washing away as the downforce comes off it, and the wide line. Would you have taken the wide line there?
Well, I think
in the Lotus
was on the narrow line, so I think he just needed to try and carry as much speed as he could. So he
got this lap and one more.
One way on the steering wheel and just sort of used the momentum he could. But the speed difference down that main straight is very significant. So
actually, it's when you look at them going past the hatching on the grid, you realise it's like those things on a motorway. You need 3, stars between you, chevrons between you and the car ahead, and it's just seeing them go out to 5, 6. But Bontrapp, still at this point, having got clear, will not back off going into that first corner. He's braking as late as he possibly can, and in many ways, it's almost as though he could throw this away by just pushing too hard. He's in front now. I'm just going to check for any possible penalties. Not that I want any penalties. No, none to be seen on the screen.
Yeah, how they come across traffic now is going to be the best hope, really.
Crucial.
To try and hope he trips up with a back marker, but it's certainly going to be tight for the last lap or 2. They'll get one more, I think, after this.
Might just squeeze another in, hadn't
they? Yeah, they should. They've got 1 minute and 20 or so to get round to the start-finish line, and they're lapping in 1 minute. They've lapped below 1 minute 40, so yes, they're good distance around the lap. But right, another Lotus Cortina up in front, minds its own business through Circuit de Dijon-Prenois. Now, that will be going out to the outside of the circuit, and that is precisely where the Mustang will go. So does the Lotus Cortina. Now, it's how they come down through the next few corners and where that Lotus Cortina they're about to lap is going to place itself. The Mustang's hoping it's going to be true and stay on its line. And I must say, the driver of the Lotus Cortina doing the best job he possibly could, staying to the outside of the circuit there.
That's Philippe Vernet in the Lotus Cortina, but Kyle hanging on, but the clock is ticking. They're going to be able to get another lap. Look, no flag yet.
Well, I think Carl
half a minute left of the race. So
Carl Tilley did the best job he could there to keep the momentum going, and by sweeping on the wider line, but again, smoking away.
A little bit of a lock-up from the left front.
That front-on shot makes you look, it just looks as though you're going to see Bram Bontrapp tossing it off into the gravel at any moment. For the last 3 or 4 laps, he's been pushing so deep into the first corner. But now, surely, on this, the start of the final lap, he's got enough in hand. Can't see the long shot to see who's ahead of them, but I think the next few corners, the middle part of the circuit, this is turn 4, the downhill La Bretelle. if he's interrupted in this part of the circuit, this could have consequences. But again, he's going out wide. He's got to be watched. And Carl Tilley's so much more nimble as he drops down into the compression, coming down into the hairpin. But the middle part of the circuit, this part is where the Lotus Cortina has an advantage. But once they've got up to Gurgiol at the top of the hill, then the power of the Mustang just surely is what you require to take victory. But Carl Tilley is not backing it off in this final lap of the Classic Touring Challenge. Great racing. And again, it's not David versus Goliath, but it's certainly two big players going about it in action.
Cars that make their lap times in completely different ways, as Ollie Bryant said. And it's not over, you know. It's not.
Yeah, I think he's having a bit of a look just to see if he
is there any...
wants him to make a bit of a mistake. But he'll get a run on it here, but then the power
will play.
All you can do is try, and that's precisely what Carl Tilley could do. But Bram Bontrap, surely, barring a missed gear as they accelerate up the climb to the start-finish line, we'll be seeing that checkered flag first, and he does. Margin of victory, half a second from Bram Bontrap. So that was a great way to end the day. Ollie, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. Andrew's already departed. He's not off for tea. He's off to try and speak to drivers. But thanks for joining us. I hope you didn't find it too scary being in here.
No, it was great. Yeah, it was good to watch from here, actually. Great to have the feed, the TV feed for this year as well, which is a first for the whole year.
Yeah, well, good. And I think you guys are providing some fantastic racing to go with it as well. Jean-Marc Merlin should finish third, but there was the mention earlier that was a 1 minute penalty for him, so that will drop him down the order. But yeah, no, we've been hearing great things from people watching all around the world, and it's great because, you know, the love of historic motorsport isn't only in Europe, it is global, and the fact it's being streamed through the Goodwood network also is a big help, because that's got an enormous following, of which you've been a frequent winner on across the years, the Goodwood historic events. But thanks very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So just waiting for confirmation of any penalties coming the way of the 64 Ford Falcon of Jean-Marc Merlin, but he did cross the line in third place. But Bontrap ahead of Tilley, Mustang ahead of Lotus Cortina, 1.5 seconds at the end. The grunt paid off, but you'd be sure that Bontrap was working very, very hard to keep life in his tyres, keep any form of grip. Andrew Haddon, the second of the Lotus Cortinas, fourth across the finish line, and just waiting for Patrick Jack to bring home the Alfa Romeo Julius train, which he does now in fifth on the circuit. Michael Ehrlich, Frank Stippler completing a trio of Alfa Romeo Giulietta Sprint GTAs. Gabby van Oppenheim a little further back, just behind the best of the minis, which at the end of the event was in the hands of Claude Cassina in 8th place when they took the flag. But it was fierce racing from start to finish, and that wonderful combination of different cars of different shapes and sizes delivering their performance in many different ways. And the fans, lovely to see them acknowledging those out on the circuit. You know, what a fantastic circuit to come and watch. Dijon-Prenois, wonderful flowing circuit, and so much more up and down than you realise until you come here and walk around the track. You know, most famous for the 1979 French Grand Prix, the battle not for victory but for second place between the Renault of René Arnoux and, as his teammate Jean-Pierre Jabouille went off into the lead, and Gilles Villeneuve's Ferrari. It was nip and tuck for the final 3 laps, banging wheels and changing places. But today we've had almost as good as that from a lot of the runners here. And the battle between the Mustang that went on to take victory for Bram Bontrap, banging on the roof from the David Hart Group crew, and there'll be celebration there. And totally different way of going about racing, but Carl Tilley worked super hard. He was playing with a different hand. He had the handling. He didn't have the power, but we will go down very quickly, I would think, to hear their thoughts, because you can be sure that Andrew Marriott will be down there champing at the bit to hear what they thought about what went on down there on the track. I'll keep an eye out for when he is near. There he is. He's in position.
What a day it's been for the Dutch. Bram, a brilliant driver. Carl gave you a really hard time, and then somehow you found a way past him.
Thank you. With a great team, and there they are. What a great team. Very much enjoyed. I liked it very much. But it was hard work. Yeah.
in the latter part of the race, we thought maybe Card had found a way of keeping you behind, but he hadn't.
I was waiting my moment, so I listened to my my team. He said, "Wait your moment." I took my moment, but difficult.
And what about the tyre? Well, the tyre's going up, and it seemed to be sliding around more.
You're right, completely. Yeah, it was skating. Yeah.
Well, it's been a fantastic weekend for the Hart family, and Bram rounding it off brilliantly for Holland. Well done.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Well, absolutely fantastic meeting, and I'll remember this for a very long time. Peter Auto Classic putting on an amazing show. Now, we just heard from Ollie Bryant saying how much he enjoys it going around the world, but take a look at the highlights. What do you like? Mustang, Lotus Cortina, Alfa Romeo tucked in behind, and the racing was exquisite, and the Minis were the greatest entertainers of all. So as the drivers walk away, the meeting has come to an end at Dijon-Prenois. Join us in a few weeks' time for the next Peter Auto Classic action at Imola. It's been an absolute scream.
Je déplace la 8 XC